10-second stick, server's caught it, Wakadian leans forward, sees the first, lines and up for the taps! Player at New Box caught off, M-Star does get dealt with by Henry's taps to the headshots, triple in for him. Trigger discipline's perfect, we want to see this so much from them. Oh, Poddy's landed a collateral, straight in towards Ramp, drops Cyber next! Knife, he's got it. Poorly or no scopes it. Here they come, Jewissi lines up the spray, gets 1 and 2. Damage being done to his back lines. Blocking out Eternal Fire with a quadra and all. The last couple of days here at the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow have definitely delivered in the moments and the hype, and over the course of today's lower final matches, I'm sure we'll see more great moments like you just saw right there. Welcome ladies and gentlemen back to the show. I'm Gonzalo J, joined by Dwayne as per usual to break down today's action and continue on with our double elimination bracket. How you doing, man?
Well, hopefully I get more of an opportunity in those big moments, Jay. You're taking them from me.
It's my job, dude.
Wow.
You come in as like the calm-ish analyst, and you give all the structured breakdown. I just shout. That's all I do. That's how the dynamic works, and the dynamic that definitely works for the MistGames here is tomorrow we'll take you up to speed with how things have looked over the course of our bracket. Again, upper bracket has reached the finals with Fnatic Rising and NXT Academy waiting in the wings for tomorrow's games. Today, however, it's all about those lower semis.
And knowing the idea that you can just look at this bracket, and I think, yes, you can have the idea that 2 wins get you towards the upper bracket final. There's been a lot of upsets. There's been quite a few different affairs. To actually see teams like a MOUZ NXT, teams like an OG Academy in a lower bracket semi-final, we're expecting pretty much both of those teams to go deep.
Well, I mean, they could still go deep, but going up against each other, one of those teams' journeys will end here, and it's a pretty big loss for either side in the overall grand scale of who they're trying to be. Of course, that's our second match of the day, our main event. We start things off with Eternal Fire versus Flames Ascent as our opening game of the day. I do feel like both these matches have a kind of like a bit more favoritism, just by comparison overall.
Yeah, I think so. We've actually had some days, some games. I mean, I look at the Void and Flames Ascent side. That was a very tough one to weigh up. There has been a few games on occasion where you can look at it and just say, I don't really know. Could be quite a close affair. There's not a heavy favoritism. I think there is today, but I think if anything of what it tells us so far in the bracket, that just because you're the favorites doesn't mean you come out on top.
Anyone can win in Counter-Strike, as they say, and anyone could take the trophy home this week here at the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow, and they can take their spot at Lufferton. Of course, yesterday we did announce our next event. So in case you missed it, take a look at this and you can see what we've got coming up in 2023. Yes, the winner of this tournament will be invited to Lufferton to take part in the Heroes of Lufferton event alongside Astralis Talent, who of course won the last event as well, Blake. They'll be receiving an invite as well, alongside about 6 other squads that will be competing at that event. We're very excited to bring that one overall, I'd say.
And it adds more of a prize, more of a leverage at this sort of event to say, hey, not only are we going to be the heroes of tomorrow, but we're going to go up against some of the very best. And I think that's what it's all about, knowing that we had an event back in April, knowing that we've got an event now, knowing that we've still got eyes on the prize on who's going to claim that first position.
Well, of course, that's all in the future. For the here and now, here today, again, we're focusing on our lower bracket semi-finals where elimination is up for all teams involved. Eternal Fire take on Flames Ascent in our opening matchup of the day. And I definitely feel like, as of right now, Eternal Fire Academy, they've played the better tournament, Blake.
I'll agree with you on that one. They've looked fantastic. I've been very happy with the performances they've put up. The idea that you're coming into this event on a 7-game losing streak. Events have been rough on HLTV. Results haven't been coming with many victories at all. They took on Atlantic in the upper bracket quarterfinal. Yes, there was a shaky map of Vertigo, but over the course of that best of 3, they were rock solid. And even against NXT Academy in the upper bracket semi-final, they got close to even winning that series as well.
Yeah, yesterday's match against ENT really showed that this team has got a lot more potential than even I gave them credit for. So I'm not sure whether or not they'll end up being a run-in towards the title contention race, but I certainly think the top 4 is not impossible for this team overall. Give me a star player to watch out for.
Oh, it's got to be Wakadia. He has been incredible in this event so far. And just to give you an idea on how good he's been, Wakadia has the highest rating, the highest KD difference, the highest damage per round, the highest kills per round, and the most multi-kill rounds in the event out of all players that we have.
Definitely impressive, to say the least. And I do fear at certain points if he goes missing that things might start to fall apart for Eternal Fire. I guess you could also argue the same thing for other squads like MOUZ and NXT, for instance, but certainly in this particular isolated matchup, you've got to consider those ideas that maybe Arcadia might be the glue that keeps everything held together, right?
Well, you've got a lot of good players around him. I think M-Star, the IGL's been able to prove that he can be quite the fragging prowess. I think Jota as well is another one of those supporting elements. So for Arcadia, I think going into a series like this today, put on a good performance, have some surrounding elements, and just try and get as much out of him as possible.
Well, on the other side of the board, Flames Ascent came through from the first round of the lower bracket, and like I said before, it's a case of them not really having the best of times in that opening matchup, right? Obviously losing out to MOUZ and NXT, that's fair enough, one of our top 2 teams in the tournament, then going up against the Void side and really struggling to get that one over the finish line. It was a 2-0, but a lot of those maps came close, and I think the real concern for me is how you value a victory over Void versus a very close defeat to the likes of Ents Academy, you know?
Well, you could take that series, but I'd even go back one more further than that. You said, oh, it's fair enough losing to MOUZ and NXT. Well, MOUZ and NXT are in the lower bracket as well. And you've got to remember here for Flames Ascent, those maps weren't even close. They didn't even really have a chance in that best of 3 series, let alone the one against Void that went 29 rounds on map 1, 30 rounds on map number 2. It was probably one of the closest and most competitive best of 3s we'd seen in the tournament.
Yeah, this is the side that I think the systems will come into play and make them a good team maybe by the beginning of next year. Obviously right now that's not going to mean much in terms of this matchup here, so definitely going to be a difficult task for the Flames in my personal opinion. Comparing the stars of these two sides, we're going to bring up a head-to-head between our players to watch out for here, Dwayne, and you know, like I guess obviously the comparison of Hansi is an appropriate one, right?
Well, he's their best player. The issue is he their best player consistently? That's maybe an issue that Flames Ascent are reining into. I think Hansi's given us a lot of great moments, a lot of prowess that he can deliver at the higher end of the Academy entire scene, but it's whether he can deliver that on the day. The AWPer of the squad, averaging a 1.06 rating. Definitely not crazy numbers, but a player that's going to be pivotal.
I do realise that Arcadia, of course, has him beat on pretty much all the rating stats overall.
Everything.
So, again, the firepower and flash list is definitely there for the Eternal Fire side. It's very appropriate that their logo is a dragon, because this really is the Through the Fire and the Flames matchup, Dwayne. So, yeah, I do feel like right now the Fire has the edge over the Flames.
Eternal Fire Academy have got a lot going for them when it comes to positivity, when it comes to the individuals, when it comes to the results so far. And for Flames Ascent, it's about proving everyone wrong. Knowing that they're a new squad, knowing that they don't have a massive amount of experience. They've come into this event. The games haven't been easy. Now you're into a pressured environment, and you wonder, will the youngsters, will this limited experience team crack under that pressure?
We'll have to crack on the first stage of the matchup, the veto process between these two sides. You've yet to see a head-to-head in this one, Blake, so as the maps come up on screen, I want you to walk me through this veto step by step.
Well, we know that for Flames Ascent, they always get rid of Ancient. They're actually going to ban Inferno this time around. Nuke coming through. Dust 2 should be a pick here for the Eternal Fire lot, and I think knowing that Mirage is an opportunity, Overpass coming through Dust 2, no surprises at all. I think you don't want Mirage, so I think you should be banning that out towards the tail end of the veto. They ban out Ancient instead, so Mirage actually is going to come through, and I think that that's actually a very good veto coming through from the Danes.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely look at Overpass being one of those historically great Danish maps over the last 5 years or so, and obviously I can imagine that they'll have a little bit more of a basis to play from when it comes to how that style is played in the Danish scene. Again, translating local success to international is a bit more of a different conversation, but you are right, I reckon this veto is not too terrible for the Flames side. However, I do run back to a little bit of logic that I've been following over the course of the last few days in the case of team build versus the veto process, right? And I do feel like that in spite of this veto, again, I have to look at the history of what Eternal Fire have accomplished so far in this tournament. I think they've just played that little bit better.
Well, I want to dive into Overpass just for a little bit here and say 5-game losing streak for the Flames. And what map did we see against Ents Academy yesterday? Overpass the third map decider. And while it wasn't a win, it was an okay affair. We saw them holding their weight. So I look at map number 1 and I think to myself, if we're not seeing the A game, if we're not seeing Flames Ascent at top form, this actually could be a 2-0 for Eternal Fire Academy.
I reckon that's probably the case, right? The idea that, I mean, even in any sort of capacity, if Flames are not playing their A game, they're going to lose this series overall, right? We're already talking about how Eternal Fire have had a very great firepower basis, right? They've looked flashy, they've looked on point, they've been able to take just sheer confidence and willpower and just force forward with opening kills, get past the finish line in those respects. Like we saw it yesterday against Ents, we saw it in their opening game as well against Atlantic, and I feel like they've proven a lot in terms of what they have as individual skill basis. So for the Flames, they've got to be playing their same tactical styles, that they've got to try and out-position and out-move those individuals and not try to take those head-to-head faces, but even then, they've got to try and find the kills somehow. So yeah, playing the A game is going to be vitally important. Going back to that Ents Academy side though, however, and that particular matchup for the Flame side. You mentioned the 2-0 on this Eternal Fire camp, right? We were talking about that yesterday in a little bit of a capacity. So just sort of talk me through that whole prospect in this game.
Well, I think for Eternal Fire Academy, they're one of those squads that, because they've shown us quite a lot on Overpass already, I think that they've shown in both series, both Atlantic and Ents Academy, there was 2-0 potential. And because of that, you start thinking about the idea, you've come close once, you've come close a second time, third time lucky. Mate, if you get a good veto like an Overpass in map number 1, it could definitely be another 2-0.
It's not like they're completely averse to stealing opposing map picks. Remember, map number 1 of that Ents Academy series was Eternal Fire taking Ents' own map pick. So I wouldn't put it out of realm possibility right here for Overpass at all.
And knowing that for Flames Ascent, they played Overpass in this event already. They played it against the MOUZ NXT lot. I thought we saw a decent first half from them. We had quite a lot of dictation of pace. They were reading the game fairly well, stacking up bomb sites at a 10-5 half. They did let things slip quite quickly, though. They only managed 2 rounds on their T side, so wasn't able to find that fluidity forward to close it down and to send it to a third map. So definitely trying to tighten in those sort of areas for Flames Ascent.
Well, you mentioned obviously towards the end of the series and the veto there for Mirage, obviously being not a great map up for the Eternal Fire side, right? And you were saying the idea that they probably ban out the likes of this one and let them float to force that decision over an Ancient. You mentioned the default bans there for Flames being an Ancient ban. They actually floated that to sort of force out this final map in the best of 3. I think it was a very smart call and the decision. So talk to me about how map 3 affects the dynamic here in this best of 3.
I mean, we've seen Mirage already for both of the teams. I think we've seen quite a lot of it from Flames Ascent in best of 1s. We also saw the Mirage being played in that likes of Void. But then again, how much can you take out of that? You know, knowing that went 16-13, knowing that it was a map pick against one of the weakest teams in this competition, it's difficult to draw from previous results when you go into the first round of the lower bracket, because you always know you're going to be up against the weaker teams.
I mean, yeah, definitely. I guess that definitely applies in that context. Obviously, it's a map that for the Flames is one of their higher win percentage maps overall, especially on HLTV. So you can imagine that even in spite of that Void series being as close as it was, you've got to look towards how they've been able to perform on it in the past and figure that maybe there's a bit more of a confident air around them when it comes to that final map of the best of 3 overall. I think the confidence is going to be a lot of a big talking factor and a big sort of thing to watch out for in this matchup, right?
Well, the thing that we've got to consider too, like with confidence, is look at the way that Eternal Fire played against Atlantic. This is now 2 Danish teams back to back. Okay, maybe not one series after the next, but you go Danish team, Finnish team, Danish team. It's a lot of disrespectful Counter-Strike. It's very aggressive on CT side. It's pressing the issue in man advantages. It's being a little bit hectic, being a little bit crazy. And for Flames Ascent, I think what they want to try and achieve is not get into the court in the same minds as the likes of Atlantic, as the likes of Ents Academy, and just buckle, just start finding themselves in awkward positions and struggling to adapt to that playstyle.
Well, we have seen opportunities in those last 2 series where the opposing forces have bounced back against Eternal Fire, right? You think about obviously yesterday that Inferno map up there from Ents Academy, who we said there's no way they're going to win this, right? They have not got even official on it. They got a 14-5 lead at one point. So for my eyes, I can see a way that there could be ways back in for Flames, but I do think it's going to be very important to try and hold on to this opening map up here. Pistol round has already gone live as Flames are getting picked apart by the Eternal Fire side. Bunny left alone in a 1-on-5 situation. These USPs are ripping them apart, and they'll get the start here in this series.
Funny enough, Eternal Fire actually have the best pistol win percentage in the competition, Jay. So that's something that we can keep an eye out for them. One of the things that we've mentioned in previous best of 3s is good starts, early leads, and that's something that the Turkish team has been able to provide in almost every single map and every single half that they've played in this event so far, is having those strong extended leads off of the basis of the pistol rounds. This is now 9 wins and 4 losses in pistols.
A great start for Eternal Fire. Again, want to get things involved very early on onto this overpass map, the opening in this best of 3. Of course, as picked by the Flame Ascent camp. They themselves with a CT basis to work from statistically, so I'm hoping that in the second half is going to be their main sort of comeback potential. Obviously, in the early game, they're going to get set back on the back foot.
Just knowing that there is a 5-game losing streak right now, they want to try and see if they can turn that on its head, turn it into a positive note. Aggressive approach towards the top of Fountain, out here towards the Party position. You got a crossfire being locked. There is 1 CT to drop already, and more pressure building towards Party.
Eventually Inspire able to follow suit. Speedy does go down. 3-on-2 situation here for the Flame Descent cam. Wakadia and Jota held out towards the B side, which is where Flames are going to rotate into.
Yeah, this is actually a fantastic position for the Danes to be in. You haven't upgraded very heavy at all in this sort of round. There is an aggressive approach coming through from that monster angle. It's all about a matter of timing because they've cleared out so much of this area, they might just think that the bomb is swinging back up to A.
Sheer aggression from Jota, however, is going to catch off the complete opposite information against the T-side line. Engagement found, and Fez will take him down, leaving Wakadia alone to try clutch this. There was a 1-for-1 trade in that exchange, so only 2 to deal with here on the CT basis. Could be in for 4 kills so far in this map up. 2, of course, in this round. 1 player on site. Bomb plant could be secure. Wakadia is not going to be able to deny it. Yes, he will. Never mind. Inspire left alone towards short to try and deal with him. M4 pulled out. Spots his man. Adjustment is right there for the 3K and for the return of Flames Ascent.
And that's an incredibly decent round coming through from Flames Ascent to get the steal without even force buying. Not much being invested into that round at all. The over-aggression towards Fountain and of Party did get punished. We then saw another overpeak coming down towards that monster control. And for Eternal Fire Academy, they're normally one of the best squads in this event so far for winning clutches. Not to be there for Wakadia. Flames Ascent with the steal.
1 apiece is the end result. Steagle's back in, Scout in for Zix. Of course, reinvestment can come through from Eternal Fire as you would expect. They've got the Deagle boosted up to look in for that short position. Control in connector for 1 CT as well. Inspire's going to try to challenge that here with a HE.
Eternal Fire Academy might start thinking about a slight gamble stack. They've got 4 towards A as of right now. Try and put some pressure in front of that party control out there towards a long stance. Flames Ascent playing quite passively outside of B, just starting to see if they can lurk some map control, get themselves further.
And flashes in towards Monster for Fez, prodding away, trying to catch the CT side off guard, if at all possible. Opening kills yet to get found. Jota is tapping his way on alongside a backup teammate, Hansi. Going to lean in and try to look for contact. There's the burst through. Jota will go down. Second player backs away. That Scout can't afford to take another fight.
Even Inspire's waiting to see if there could be some aggression out here towards Underpass. Start working more of that presence towards A. You can see the over-rotations even coming through from Wakadia. So as of right now, there's actually no B players here for Eternal Fire.
A harsher stack into the mid-A site. The mid control gets wiped out by Bunny. M-Star to fall. 2 more try to swing back to take his place here. Eternal Fire running out of players.
It's all about establishing that cross and knowing that you've still got a player outside of Monster. That bomb's going to rotate down towards Connector. The best that the Turkish team can do from this point onwards is just save.
Smokes up towards Heaven. Speedy going to provide a little bit of room for his teammate to move in. The Scout somehow landing a decent tag through that smoke. Close to a headshot, but Hansi and Bunny are both alive. So Plant will be secured by Speedy. Locked out of the bomb site. Probably a save call for Eternal Fire for me.
Now, Flames Ascent are currently ranked last in the event on T-side for the highest round win percentage. One of the things that we've seen crop up against MOUZ NXT and Void were issues on T-side. So it's whether they're going to be able to solve them coming into a series like this today.
Flames will have the 1-up. Two-for-one scoreline shouldn't come into a decent effect, so standardized slow starter game for Eternal Fire, and the rifles, you expect them to be able to trump up the CT pistols in that sense.
No, we've got to be real. I mean, anytime you force buy, you have to have the expectation that you can win the round. You can never go into a force buy round and say this is over, because you just wouldn't force buy otherwise. So I think what it comes down to in those force buy rounds, when you're in uncomfortable situations, is more gamble stacking, making a little bit more risk, because it is further difficult to win the round, but there's always a possibility.
I mean, definitely so. I mean, from our perspective, obviously, taking a look at pistols v rifles, you always expect the rifles to be able to take the rounds overall. Definitely for Eternal Fire, their mentality would be, yes, let's win the round, but not shocking that they lost it in my mind.
I don't know, have you not seen the last couple of days, mate? We have had a lot of force buy victories.
That is also true.
It has been a wild few days of action.
It's not very typical, though. I mean, for Eternal Fire, it is typical, but in general, it's not that untypical. Fez taking Wakadia down to start things off here in this round. Of course, one of the 3 Deagles. Actually, they brought a few more Deagles to bolster up the firepower bases again for Eternal Fire. So they want to get some picks in on this round. Almost got one against Bunny, but just that opening kill found leaves nothing left in that monster control.
How many more times could you say typical in this round?
I give him my best shot. There's a typical kill for Bunny, typical casualty for Jota.
That's enough, that's it.
You laid another challenge. Hansi finding Zix next up towards long control, so 5-on-2. Yeah, this round goes standard again for Flames Ascent.
You got Cyber out here towards the bathroom, just hoping that someone's going to get over aggressive. That Deagle coming away with 1 kill, and M-Star being able to find 1 himself.
Inspire comes back to remove Cyber from play. The Scout is in a 1-on-3 situation, all the way back towards long as the bomb's committing towards the B side. Flames no. They'll deal with it. Plant secured. 3-1 to their board.
Even from MStar's point of view, just being able to get another kill towards Evan brings a rifle forward, so save the AK, why not?
A little something. Bolstering up the next buyback as well for Eternal Fire.
I think it's a lot of something. 3 kills and an AK being saved. I mean, that wasn't even a force buy. That was a super light eco.
Well, the money certainly is going to sit nice for Flames Ascent. We'll be a little bit damaged up by that. The M4 coming in for Inspire, however, will take that rifle out of his hands, and he's walked right past the AK. That M-Star drops. He sticks with that M4. That's, I guess, a personal choice, but whatever.
He might not have known that he picked up the AK there.
Right in front of his screen.
I'm going to give him the pass.
Alright, okay. Fair enough. I'll let you give him the
You know, there's a lot going on. You focus on other things, focus on the comms, so yeah, it's alright.
in-game tunnel vision.
Yeah.
I guess you could call it. So focused on the rifle round inbound now from Eternal Fire. Focus on getting your own engagements, which the M4 could still win for Inspire, to be fair. M4's crossed the board for Eternal Fire. Meanwhile, no helmets, and that actually aids that M4 in a bit more of a better capacity. One-shot headshots available for the man AWP and for Hansi still. A nade down towards underpass gives M-Star the opening frag.
We actually saw Flames Ascent missing that tower boost to look out towards Heaven, so because of that, it means that they're on the back foot, not quite taking as much early map control. You have an opening man advantage being landed from M-Star out towards that connected position. Even Cyber's just trying to see if he can help his teammate of M-Star get and just peer up towards Topicon, see what's going on.
Now flashbangs back forward into the bathrooms. Players on the back of the A site holding passive. Flames are not looking to force forward too much more here. All 4 players are on long, so they've got very little amounts of map control.
And this is just a very standard round coming through from Eternal Fire Academy. You have mount advantage, but you want to be on the front foot. You want to apply pressure. You want to try and make an info play. You've got Wakadia looking down towards short pipe. You've even got a teammate towards that short sandbags looking into pillar, just in case there's a walkout for Monster.
40 seconds on the clock.
Gonna be an A fake.
Spire taking an engagement back against Zix. Trying to see if we can draw attention back. The HE is coming into his position. Smokes and Molly sent back. No one's going to make a move, though. They are going to come up from Connector, in fact, actually. Try to see if they can detect any sort of mid-presence as the real hit comes in from Monster.
And knowing that there's still a CT out here towards the short sandbags, they're going to start hearing this. They can start rotating players back over.
Second man inbound, they are able to isolate Inspire. He gets Cyber on the way out of the round though, 4 on 3. Zix now needs to make it 2. That's exactly what he does. Smokes back, bomb needs to commit, does get dropped by 1. Speedy with 2. Now prioritize that bomb plot down at default.
Still a very winnable round. HE placement's pretty good. Down to 7 points now.
He's still alive for the time being though. Only for the time being. Taken back by Zix to the other side of the smoke. That'll be the second round for Eternal Fire. Bomb plant should enable the rebuy. They've got savings as well for Flames Ascent, so should see another gun round.
And do you reckon, knowing that Eternal Fire Academy have always gone to 3 maps in every series, knowing that Flames Ascent have never gone to a 3rd map in a series, it puts added pressure on winning your map pick? Because you've got one of the teams of Eternal Fire Academy, which we did say one opposition's map pick, didn't win their map pick, they've gone to a 3rd map, whereas for Flames Ascent, I think it shows that if you're not winning your map pick, you're going to lose a series.
It's very hard to tell, I think, overall. From the player's perspective, I think they're just focused on winning, you know, at all costs, whether that be in a 3-map series or a 2-map series. Just take control of Overpass and then take control of whatever you can get off the back of that, I think. It'd be nice if it was Dust 2 as well for Flames. Obviously, from our perspective, it might seem a little bit more antsy in that sense. Knowledge that one of those 2 streaks might get broken, be that Eternal Fire, 2-map series, or Flames going towards a 3rd. AK set into bolts, and Fez catches M-Star off guard. You wouldn't expect there to be anyone at the edge of that smoke, so opening kill found for the Flame side.
We saw last round M-Star finding a lot of success out towards Connector. This time around, he gets caught off guard, so that might be a target zone for Flames Ascent. Bring map presence out towards short water. Make sure we make it uncomfortable for M-Star and COD. Let's try and see if we can limit the IGL for as much early success as possible.
Molotov set in for Bunny. Flashes over towards the mid control. You've got him peeking in with Hansi, bomb on his back. The AWP leaning forward. Further mollies deep into the bathroom. Should drive that player away.
Out towards the trash can, so Zix is going to be alright. Knowing that Cyber can flash further forward, they could just try and set up a crossfire.
Getting him into that mid control to try prod for information. Just knowing that it must be bathrooms control and only bathrooms control for Flame Descent here. Flashes on Arcadia and Hansi lands on Zix. Great opening.
Just when it started to be a gamble stack out towards a B site, you've got the A player starting to spiral back in. Arcadia to rotate up from Heaven. Flames Ascent going to commit with this.
Molly sent to back a Dysander. Truck Cyber's going to burn. get overwhelmed by Bunny, caught blinded by Hansy's flashbang looking in at long anyway, so he's not going to defend himself in that position. 5-on-2 for Flames Ascent. The execution looks clean. The round should get gained.
And it did help with that pick for the AWP. As soon as you drop off that divider angle, it means that for Eternal Fire Academy, unless you get a monster hold out there towards the back of dice, nothing's going to get presented. Rotates are going to be slow from your B-side players. Wicadia might even get hunted down here from Bunny.
Leaning back in. Casualty taken. One man left in Jota in a 1-on-5 all the way back at spawn, so should be alive in this position. It does mean Flames will get to their 4th. That's vitally important for them and all.
Now, while Flames Ascent have been able to impress a lot of people with their playstyle, the results don't sing praises at the moment, managing only 6 wins out of 19 maps played on HLTV since the lineup formed. And I think now, knowing that they've already come from the lower bracket round 1, they're going into another game, it's about getting more success in best of 3 contexts for them.
Eternal Fire already having successes in the best of 3s thus far. Even in the losses, they've looked pretty impressive.
Would you say they've been the most surprising team in this event?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember when we were talking on the at the airport about these teams and trying to make an assessment, you were saying you reckon Eternal Fire are one of the worst teams in the bracket, right?
I would say one of the weakest. I wouldn't say worst.
Well, same thing.
Well,
semantics.
That's just you ripping in. But no, I think Void and Eternal Fire Academy coming into this event were going to be looked at as some of the weaker teams.
Yeah, I mean, certainly not looking like it right now for the Eternal Fire side. They're looking confident. They're going for aggressive peaks. They are failing to get those aggressive peaks in this case, but it is eco pistols versus rifles, so Fairs can make that double look pretty easy. B-site's been opened up.
Just a little bit more risk there. They realise, all right, let's try and fight together. Let's try and put some pressure down towards the short sandbags. If we're able to get a kill, that's an AK to get picked up. Still have an AK from Jota's POV, but B-side being opened up, this is going to be a fairly easy anti-eco round.
So there's Molotov sent up with a flashbangs bomb passed off to the next. Actually left in the open for Speedy to pick up. Should get the plant down. Tunnel Fire. I mean, they might as well put M-Star and Wicadia into this. Try to get the exits on the beacon and USP. The AK of Jota is better to save. And even he recognises that backing up towards long, not wanting to go too far forward with it, so now round on the board should come together. Now losing Wicadia in the end. M-Star stick around, but should get picked up the same.
And not many chances being created so far in the early portion of this half for Eternal Fire Academy. One thing that gave them quite a bit of control in that series against Ents Academy on that last map of Overpass was the first half on the CT side. They started on CT basis. They allowed themselves to get 8-7. Found themselves even in a position where they were up by quite a margin. They were up 13-10, ended up losing 6 rounds in a row towards the tail end. And I think there's been quite a few teams where they've had stories of what-ifs. Games that have been very close, games that probably should have been closed out, and it's just not quite happened.
5th up for Flames right now. Tunnel Fire back in with the weapons. SMGs and M4s in. AK still sticking for Jota. And firepower basis on his own part. Flames bolstering themselves pretty effectively thus far. Now into this gun round. Can try to extend that even further. Hold confidence here on Overpass. Facing resistance from the CTs in a connector once again. The incendiaries will drive them back.
And they're going to get a boost up just to look out towards a short pipe position, try and see if they can engage for an opening fight. Not to be at all. They could get caught off guard towards the party control. It's all about the pace here.
Flashes come forward. M4 burst through for M-Star doing damage, getting Speedy for it. Hansi tagged to 11 as well.
And that was what, a quadruple dip? Normally we talk about the double dips. Jay was very hungry for that fight.
Going in for more, for Wicadia at least. Edge of the position, Fez and Bunny do get those couple of kills in. Zix can swing back, catch Fez in a 3-on-3 situation. Look for the second man as well, but he gets back. But the first and secondary face gives Zix an advantage now for Eternal Fire.
Nicely done there from Zix to get as much out of that MP9 as possible. Player out in the open gets caught. That's M-Star just straggling out towards a long control. And now with the site completely opened up, this is going to be a tough retake. Not only on the basis that they're not quite here just yet, but the HP numbers. Remember, Zix was the one that got those 2 kills with the MP9 towards short water.
Still got similar numbers on Hansi though here. 11 versus 10. Bomb going down for his own part as well. His AWP Scoping forward, leaning in against the HGs. Bunny going to go ahead and try and join him. Keep his eyes on that dumpster entrance though, because that's where the CTs are going to try and attack from here. Taps on. Orpa will continue to hold Bunny. Holds the line. Leg shot. Tagging up. Taking down the kill found against Zix. And now it's all left to Jota. Similarly low. Gets that pick up anyway. 1-on-1. HP advantage. Headshots are required. Smoke on the bomb. He has a kit for it. He can go for the ninja here. Trying to face out a decent kill. Incendiary to drive Bunny forward or force him backwards. He makes the backwards call, leaning in towards bank. Time's almost up. Jota hearing footsteps, looking for the challenge. Now has to go for the straight defuse here. 5 seconds to the stick. Bunny needs to swing. Bunny's got a swing. He gets it in the end and will hold down the round for the Flames.
And you know what's really caught my eye, Jay, is the idea that there has been 2 winnable clutch situations there for Eternal Fire Academy, and they have not come through. Now, just to compare the pair, Flames Ascent in their 2 opening best of 3s won a total of 7 clutches. Eternal Fire Academy have won 19. So, one aspect of the game plan which has been very successful, which has been very pivotal, which has been very consistent on their side is winning those 1vx's. It hasn't quite happened on map number 1 for them today.
Been Flames all the way. Nice nade there from Speedy. Speedy start, Wakania tagged up, SMG of Cyber still leans forward, and Hansi does get caught for it, so advantage sits with the CTs once again. Secondary face from Fez goes awry. Speedy's caught by Wakania as well. Bomb being dropped, and they're struggling to hold down the man advantage here. 3-on-2 for Eternal Fire.
And they've done very well with the SMGs. That's where we've seen a lot of impact being found. The spam onto Jota, connecting a few lucky bullets.
Once again, this similar 2v2 situation where 1 player per side is low HP. Arcadia on 1, Bunny on 9. Eagle in the hands of the 1 CT player, and 6 has the AK picked up and looking into the monster control. It's connector control for Flames. We make their way back in towards short, or back up to the A player. They have their options.
This is where we've got to give the advantage forward to Flames Ascent. They have been very successful in these sort of rounds. The late 2v2s, the players with low HP, when pressure's really on. And for Eternal Fire Academy, they're making a lot of information. They're going to start clearing out T-Con. Now, they would have known that the bomb was dropped. Now it's not there. Tells them, okay, they probably went through connector, because they couldn't have come T-Con, and they couldn't have come Monster.
Grab that second AK. They picked the right site as well. Coming in from long is where the CTs will try and look for the backs of Flames Ascent. I think they might just get caught off guard by it as well. Got Wakania leaning in. Bunny off the site, taps through, gets caught off for it. Inspire, now known. Bomb plant to be secure. 1-on-2 for him. Eternal Fire. Advantage sits with them. Again, the HP from Wakania is a concern.
And even that aggressive approach down there towards the bathrooms, you can see the way that Inspire's wanting to try and take some of this map control away.
Zix leading forward. He's up at the flower pots when he gets checked. Watching bathroom's entrance, spray back, 1-on-1, looking long, tap, burst, but damage being done by Wacadia. He's holding his nerve, he's got the defuse for it as well, tapped once, Inspire looking to swing, Wacadia looking to just get stalled against time here, and Inspire knows he mustn't have a kit if he's trying to force out a fight at this stage, leaning up against it, AK does get his kill. What a fantastic kill for Wacadia on the 3K, but he's not able to get the round.
And that's another clutch going the way of Flames Ascent. This is getting kind of ridiculous now. The idea that we've seen 9 rounds and Flames Ascent have already won 3 clutches, they have proved themselves to be incredibly successful in these late portions of the round. And for Eternal Fire Academy, Wacadia just was not able to draw that fight out in the open. Tap that bomb a couple of times, try and draw the last player forward, but just didn't happen.
Yeah, they're wishing the server was on the server at the moment.
I don't know, man. They've overtaken him.
That's also true, yeah, but to have his extra efforts combined might be enough to get them back in with his clutches, considering how many there have been against Flames Ascent. They need that extra oomph. They're just missing at this stage. At least they have the guns to return. M4's in, AHG's rather, out towards Speedy. AWP is in towards Hansi here for Flames Ascent. Swing forward, blind spray for Inspire, doing damage, but no kills.
One positive note here for Eternal Fire is that they know that they're coming close. They know that they're actually making this very competitive on Overpass, even if the scoreline doesn't show it.
Molotovs that are ready for Fez. Going up to the toxic barrels and diving down Cyber in from the water position. The nades onto short. Trying to catch some damage, but doing no kills worth of it.
Bunny got quite a few teammates in and around him towards his party control. You've got 2 up towards long, 1 towards the bathroom's entrance. Wacadia a little bit further back, flash in deep. Could be a run boost for the AWP.
Face off with the flashbang instead, swing up. See nothing at all. Eventually catch M-Star's head. See the second player as well, actually. That's information gained. Not quite a secondary kill, but I don't think that'll matter for Flames.
I think Eternal Fire are going to get slightly aggressive towards the monster control now. Start to make their way forward and see if they can catch off Fez.
Spray through, only able to get that one. Frag Zix with a responsive. Swing back from Inspire, now clears up the B site, but that bomb is definitively on its way to A. Smokes in will draw their attention away from that site, though. The right call to make for Flames.
And just knowing that Rocadia and Cyber are close towards one another, try and peek on the contact. Flames Ascent going to be able to get the dumpster smoke down, molly out towards truck, just commit here with long.
Flash in from Hansi, two of them coming out to the back side. That player in bathrooms will try and check it. Rocadia caught dead to rights. Cyber in a 1-on-4. When these XCs look good, they look fantastic right now for Flames. Cyber's trying to throw a bit of a spanner into the works, forcing that bomb to counter rotation. Back up to the back of Dice. Second kill against Speedy. That bomb does go down.
Even Bunny could just play passive now, knowing that that bomb plant's open for the bank control. Play the time. Cyber, I don't know if he's even going to go for this because they haven't been successful in clutches.
At this point, you might have to back yourself, though. 7-2 the scoreline. We'll get the half in for Flame Descent, and all Cyber is leaning forward, has a kit. No smokes, though. No utility to get himself engaged in that particular fight, so Bunny's going to win it. And there it is, 6 to the good for the Danes.
Hey, you said that you were impressed about the XCs. I would disagree and say I'm impressed with the mid-round. Because look at how many rounds they've got into an XC. They've already got a 4v2. They've already got a huge man advantage. And I think what it's showing here for Flames Ascent is they're doing incredibly solid work with the trading game in the mid-round to give themselves that advantage. To allow the execution to go to the side. Because how many rounds can we sit here and say, anytime there's been an XC, it's looked winnable for Eternal Fire?
Well, regardless of that situation, we're at the mid-round of the execution. We are both probably in agreement of how confident Flames look at this moment, right?
I would say they're putting on a very good show. They're obviously coming through in a couple of tight rounds. I mean, anytime you win 3 clutches in the first few rounds of the game shows that it has been close in moments, but I think it shows a general strong philosophy on how they want to play the default. That's where they've impressed me the most, is just their adaptation in pace. The way that they're cutting rotates too. They are catching a lot of lurkers off.
Into the defaults, they'll play once again. Passive up here towards T-Com to Speedy, throwing the utility down to the Molotovs and the flashes. Arcadia was hunting for a pick here. For Mars in for him. SMG up for M-Star. Again, the buy's broken for Eternal Fire.
And there's a player out towards Monster, could just put another smoke down. That might cancel a little bit of time. Hansi with the walkout, connects the shot. Well, this is round over.
Yeah, not much in it for Cyber.
And this is what I'm talking about, the mid-rounds, right? The execution. What execution do you need? A smoke towards Evan and that's it? Because you've already opened up the site. They've already done so much before they've even got into that position.
Could probably get away at this stage with not even doing that here. They are going to put that utility down. There's no one in heaven. Swing back at the SMG. M-Star struggles to get the pick on phase, but does get it in the end. 4-on-4 situation. They found Arcadia in the back, though, dealing with M-Star with a quick Speedy flick back from Speedy himself. Bomb down from Inspire, and yeah, 2v4.
Now, numbers aren't always something that you can look at for concrete evidence, but I will say this. Bunny's currently the 31st highest rated player in the event, so very far down on the list. The lowest on the team, he's 11-5. That shows me so much confidence from the in-game leader's perspective applying to the team that everyone's around him's thinking, geez, Bunny's doing well. He's getting us some important kills. He's being able to provide quite a lot of assistance, and when you have struggled individually in the first couple of games to go into map 1, to have this sort of scoreline, to be posting the numbers that he is, overall, you're going to be very happy with that.
The Flames are finding everything at this moment in time. 9 rounds to their board, 6 in a row for the Danes. This is starting to get a little bit out of control for Eternal Fire. Hoping they can try bounce back, get these 6 rounds on the board, but with the way that Flames are playing right now, the confidence is definitely with them.
It's unlikely that we'll see a comeback here towards the tail end for Eternal Fire. Have not been able to find enough. I think M-Star was quite successful in the first few rounds of the game towards Connector. He's been shut out. We've seen Zix with the AWP not find much success at all. And Wakadia just have not seen him very much at all. He's been very quiet in this first half.
Mars in his hand. Still playing the weakened weapons. CT's in aggression, and Speedy knows exactly where to face to get these 2 kills in the mid control. Clear them up by a line in towards the site already. AWP's watching for the peek in from Zix, who gives up the ghost. That's a much better earlier round here from Flames Ascent.
And Flames Ascent are ranked 7th in the event on T-side for the highest percentage of rounds where the team won the opening duel. One of the things that we've seen as a struggle against the likes of MOUZ NXT and against Void was opening man advantages on the T-side, not quite flowing. I think this is something that's been adapted to their game plan today, Jay. I think they're being a little bit more tentative, a little bit more on the front foot. They're putting more pressure down onto searching for opening man advantages rather than keeping things very stale and very slow in their defaults.
The M4 for Cyber does come back against Speedy, finally getting something to return. That Molotov misses out for Hansi.
Start the train, get that Twitter account back up! That's a shame for Jota.
Fortunately, that money does not make a difference to the Flames Ascent side.
I think it's completely random, isn't it? There's not...
No, there is a set timer. There's a set timer to when the train appears.
No.
Yeah. After the major incident with Cloud... Was it Cloud9 that made that mess up?
You think that it's not random every round?
No, they've investigated the map. There's a set time of when the train appears.
I don't think so. Should we put money on it?
500 quid.
I
know
that
for
is
a
someone
fact.
that is keen.
I know for a fact that that is the case.
Okay, I disagree.
So,
let's find out after. At us at MistGames, GG, let us know. Do you agree with that or not?
It's not a case of whether you agree, it's a fact, mate. Like, it's in the map.
Mate, you are going to look like mud when you get told wrong.
Check the 3-click Philip video as far as I'm concerned.
Okay.
That's all I'm going to say. M-Star gets Inspire, Cyber gets Fez, and what certainly is not up for debate is how Eternal Fire have started this round off far better than anyone so far.
There's actually a walkout monster, which is something that Flames Ascent have not done much of on the T side. A lot of their early mimic of map control has been out towards Long, towards Fountain, Party, Bathrooms. This time around, they get caught off guard because of it. There's a slight rotation coming through from Cyber, and this has got to be one of the rounds for Eternal Fire Academy that you absolutely need to take.
Just got to follow suit with these AKs, trying to apply them back to the kills. The Deagle of Arcadia is still trying to fight M-Star. The other side of the bathroom is trying to bait them a little bit closer. Swing up, could line up the double. That's frag, and Arcadia gets the next one. So Speedy to drop to the Deagle once again, and it looks like all 5 might stay alive for Eternal Fire. Easy fights the win for M-Star there. There you go, much better there. Way back into the game has been found. Can they continue down this pathway?
They showed themselves aggressive approaches out towards that connector stance. Cyber getting a nice deagle shot towards the monster wall, and from that point onwards, rifles get recovered. You've got a couple of man advantages. A lot of confidence is flowing into the round. Things get crumbled. For Eternal Fire Academy, it is just a steal, though, and it's only shaping up for the next round. You've got Arcadia with a good spawn towards a T-Con pick, so he's actually going to pick the AWP up just for this round because of the spawn.
Trying in the tower boost beam off of the Flame side. M-Star running up to that mid position, but ultimately falling back. Folks in, Wraith and Bunny's decent enough to get the damage done. Kane's going to get away from Connectives alive though, 45 HP.
Jota's got a very aggressive sightline over here towards the short sandbags, giving himself a slight off angle. It's going to be a monster pop.
Spire's going to find Zix up close and personal. Speedy checking back. Sight gets the kill on Cyber, looks at the sandbags, and he adjusts so well. Man alive, his entries have been stellar at times.
Excellent duel coming through from Speedy. And this is just such a kick in the teeth. You get yourself a steal round, you have AKs, you have an AWP, and you just can't follow up at all. Play out from heaven, tries to pop flash through, doesn't happen at all. Eternal Fire Academy should be thinking about the save here, just off of the basis that you've got the AK, even though you can buy back next round.
Spire swinging will lose his life to M-Star, but Bunny finds that immediate trade back. Arcadia alone does find one AWP pick against Speedy, so something more to return in this case. Now facing in against Bunny's position. A shot missing out though, the flash in against him will start to swing ahead on the defuse. Arcadia will hold it, force back again. The swing's still fantastic for Bunny. 2K to his name. 14 kills, top frag of the server for him. That's another round for the Flames Ascent, 11-3 to their board.
This is looking like the most one-sided map victory we have seen in a best-of-3 from Flames Ascent in all records so far. You remember the idea, O2 lost to Sashi, O2 lost to Astralis Talon, O2 lost against MOUZ NXT. The only victories they've actually found in best-of-3s when it comes to map scorelines is that 16-14 and 16-13 against Void. This is a completely different conversation to that.
Looks like a brand new Flames Ascent side of my money. Again, like I said in the pre-game, I reckon this team can be fantastic in about a few months' time, but right now, this is a bit more like the potential that we've seen from them in the previous history. But is down. Have seen a DC as well from Eternal Fire, so this is a 5-on-3 by default.
Bunny hoping for a little bit more aggression to come out towards that short pipe, out there towards the sandbags. Now, Flames Ascent can slow this whole round down. You do have a big backstab coming through from Jota. He's already aggressed out towards Monster, and they're going to aggress short too.
M4's leaning. Connect the doorway. Zix does get the kill. The responsive from Bunny only gets one back against them, and Cyber responds to it. 3 on 2. Sat in for the Flames Ascent. Burst up towards top corner. Now they know they must be hitting the A side.
They just start bringing some pace forward, allow themselves to use good utility. Even that molly out towards the dumpster position straight away. They're actually going to fake A and go back to B, though.
A wraparound towards top of T-Con, though, from one CT. So he's going to catch the information relatively soon to make their way into the B site now.
All a matter of timing, and this is actually working out quite nicely. Eternal Fire are just not in great positions at all. Jota can backstab out towards Monster at least.
As that angle, he needs to get at least a pick in, though. Cyber spraying manically through that smoke, forced on the reload. No one is watching this Monster angle, so Jota might be able to play with something. The swing does come through. The team has spotted him now. They've got the information.
Great spot of info. Even Cyber thinks he's being wrapped in from heaven.
Jota, Cyber dives in, gets speedy trade back from Inspire, and now dives in towards a one-on-one. AK headshot required. M4 still in the hands of Jota. HP advantage above it, though. Sorting back is so perfect as Inspire matches the top frag. 15 kills for him and Bunny. Some of those adjustments were crispy for Flames. It led to a 12-3 half on the T side.
This is a much further scoreline than what it should have been, though. You have to remember that 4 clutches got won by Flames Ascent in that first half. Let's just say, hypothetically, the clutches go the other way. We're looking at an 8 and 7 half. We're looking at a very different scoreline, and I think that that shows and contests the argument of how important coming through in important rounds is, coming through in those 1vx's, being able to do that final damage, to find that last pick, because it can change the whole complexion of a half, of a scoreline.
For my money, I certainly believe that that can make the difference between winning and losing in certain cases, and I think the scoreline here just tells it right there. You mentioned the 8-7 potential for Flames Ascent. If all those clutches have gone the way of Eternal Fire,
but it's always a what if. That's always what you've got to think about. I think for Flames Ascent, outside of those 4 clutch rounds, showed themselves to be the better team by a country mile here on Overpass. They were very ruthless when it came to not giving away opening picks. They were always on the front foot. They were always cutting off the lurkers, and that did not look comfortable for Eternal Fire at all. And instead, for their sakes, they are down by quite the margin that even bringing things back does not seem likely at all.
And you mentioned the mid-rounds being so solid. The entries for me was what really was impressive for Flames Ascent. Then they go to the USPs, trying to force forward the Julies. The USPs brought out as standard. Got a set-piece execution inbound towards the B site. Speedy has not seen him in that short pipe, but look at this. 4 players to face the entire force of Eternal Fire. Arcadia better be good for a couple of entries here. Blocks in engagement. There's Inspire falling. Cyber leans up, catches Bunny and catches Hansi next. 2 left. 1 player backed up from Speedy. He doesn't last long. And Fez is all alone in the 1-on-5. Eternal Fire clap back in the pistol round.
We know they're the pistol kings. We know that they got the best pistol round in the event, so there's no surprise here at all. This now puts them up 11 wins and 4 losses. Just adding more to the tally. More of those pistol rounds.
Important one back here for the Eternal Fire side. Flames receive that force by Deagle. CZens will be back in.
Now, Flames Ascent are playing their 20th map on HLTV right now for the entire team. And if they're able to come through with a map victory, and a one-sided one like that, that will bring a lot forward in for the rest of the series to move into Dust 2. Eternal Fire Academy not opting to go for any of the MAC-10s, instead get as many of those rifles out as possible. Look to do damage, look to not drop this force by round. Very heavy stack out towards B as of right now for the Danes.
Expecting Eternal Fire to go for a fast and loose style, which, to be fair, is probably to be expected for this team, considering what we've seen in this tournament thus far. But in this case, the defaults are pretty quick. They haven't taken contact yet. They aren't forcing forward to the bomb sites. Pressing in from long and mid, engaging, running to 18 HP. That will draw attention back.
Now, rotates are going to start coming through. It's how quickly they're going to be able to arrive. Even Arcadia is going to be able to drop Bunny towards the back of the side. It dies.
Player in at the truck, though. Arcadia's going to have to wrap around soon. And moving at mid, Inspire will drop to the back side. Alongside his teammates in a dumpster being suppressed. M-Star faces forward first. Shoots the headshot, gets the first. Transfer to the second, does the damage. The second CT or T-side player. The rest of the gang all involved in this one. USB pulled out. Fez's get away with one decent pick, but there's Arcadia. Close it back at 1 point of HP. Not the first time he's been down there, but certainly a round that gets favoured by Eternal Fire in this case.
And there's 2 teams in the competition that If it's in a big deficit, I can see a possibility. And it's MOUZ NXT because of GymFat, and it's Eternal Fire Academy because of Wakadia. I think those are the two teams that have a lot of X factor with some of their individuals that, yes, I mean, it's wild to even start the conversation at 5-12 down that there could be a possibility. But if Wakadia finds strong form and finds momentum, he's one of the best players in the competition.
He's found the top frag position right now for Eternal Fire, and MStar's going to lead the charge into the fast rush. Mac 10 versus USP's hard stack back. That nade has done significant damage to the T-side line. Zix gets those 2 kills, which is an important start. Inspire only able to get M-Star here. It was looking a little bit dangerous at first for Flame Descent, but those pistols couldn't hold on. So Eternal Fire hold the 6th and look towards the first rifle round.
Just pace up there towards the short sandbags is where they're able to brute force it open. And for the Flames Ascent side, looking to focus in on the rifle round. Get that AWP forward for Hansi, allow themselves to get M4s across the board. And this is where you want to put the pressure on immediately. Don't give leverage, don't give respect, don't give away into a round streak. End it quickly.
Defaults in, the flash is over Wakadia. Forcing forward, the AK found Inspire, going to flash his teammate in to try look towards that mid-control attempt. Haven't seen anything of the T side though. 8 stacks on Speedy, chunked down to 16 HP.
And that could make a huge difference in the round later on. Not quite having that third HG, so anytime you're running 2 HGs towards a boost position, unless there's actually a player being boosted on the top, you will not get a kill.
Wakadia gets caught for getting a bit too overly aggressive there in the bathrooms. Advantage gained by Flames Ascent as he wasn't ready to engage against Bunny. More T-side players are inbound there as well.
They're going to take the short water control, put that molly down towards a boost, just try and see if they can spot for some information. This is actually really well read here for Flames Ascent, getting the idea that there's no B presence, so they've got a player close towards Divider and a rotate coming through from Heaven.
Will they check this? Smokes in from Inspire to block off that long position. Jump faces in from Speedy out towards the short control. The emphasis really is on the mid presence though. That bathroom's now being taken by T-side. Inspire's got to turn in, provide support for his teammates. Swing forward. Utility going to get caught off there. Swing back from Money, doubles up, but reload into Jota's position. Gets a double back for the T-side. That's the A-side being opened up.
And they've got a chance of getting the bomb plant. It's what they can do after the fact. They're going to plant it open for Bank, actually.
Rotations are slow, so the risk is mitigated there for Eternal Fire. Smokes in towards Bank and Hansi. Where does he want to move to?
It means the T's have to get more aggressive, knowing that the bomb plant is open for that Bank control. You can't play this post-plant passive at all.
Flashes in to enable the peek. Zix. Ready to receive it. Turn away from it though. He heard the flash. Turns away. Engagement still catches the kill when Hansi's so quick to respond to Jota. Flames might have felt pressured at times, but that again pretty solid for the CT forces. 13 to the board of the Danes.
And I think it shows again. We look at the retake being solid, but why is it solid? Because it's been able to allow success already into the round. They were coming into that on a 3v2. They had man advantage. They had a lot of nades. And I think it just shows there for Eternal Fire Academy, because you're not showing enough presence out towards B, you're not allowing yourself to bait more of that util to be able to make it in a position where you're able to cut anything off in the mid-round. Speedy with that AWP doing well out towards that close left-hand side. And Flames Ascent have only got a few more rounds now.
13-6. Again, Flames with their guns brought back in. Fire. Bringing the AKs in the standard here. Want to clap back ASAP.
Just knowing that this is pretty much last chance saloon. You've got an aggressive setup out towards the party control and towards the front side of the bathrooms. Wakadia hoping to try and catch a timing through that smoke. Zix is even spamming through that monster wall just to try and see if they can do some opening damage.
Molotov's up. Hansi going to get tagged up. HG's put in Hansi's AWP. Swing for the kill against M-Star. Doubling in against Wakadia. That's a 5-on-3 for Flames.
It's just a classic Hansi kind of round. Repositioning ever so slightly. Allows himself to get onto the front side there of Divider. Allows himself to get a couple of kills. And there could be even more being presented in this round.
Looking up. AK watching. Zix holds his nerve. The AK trying to prod forward into that site, backing up his teammate. The bomb, of course, on the back of Zix. It's in the area center trying to knock away. That player gets caught with his back turn, but Cyber's responded to elsewhere on the map. So it's just these two players in mid now. A site has been gained, but 4-on-2 for Flames.
I know there's a quick wraparound already. Bunny's the long player that can come through from the bathrooms. Yes, they'll be able to get the bomb down, but as soon as Zig starts repositioning, Bunny should be able to have the leverage and that backstab potential to start closing this round down. Quite a few players coming through from Connector, actually. They don't want to fight out towards Dumpster or Bank.
That one player up towards bathrooms right now just got spotted. I was going to see if R6 could isolate the kill. Down to 10 HP. Bunny, risky spot to take contact. Flashes in from his teammates as they quickly storm the bomb site. Half the time a ticket away. Joe's got to focus in. Zix does get that kill and a double up. Now found for Speedy. Trade back to a one-on-one. Bomb, however, on the other side of Dice here. Inspire on the defuse. Will tap it, stick it, hold the whole thing down. Joe doesn't get there in time. Barely held by Flames. That's 14.
It's another clutch. It's another 1vx to go the way of Flames Ascent. And you do get games like this. You do get maps like it where it feels like everything's going wrong. So many of these clutch situations are not coming out in time. And that was very well read from Flames Ascent to realize the bomb's not planted for them. We know that he's back there towards Bank. Just get on it. If we get on it, there's nothing that he can do.
2 more to go for Flames. Smoke set. Flashes above the train. You still want to know about that timer, don't you, Dwayne? Burst through for Wakadia, finding Speedy, kicking things off on the right foot. There's Eternal Fire, opening things up this time.
Inspire, try to see if he can catch the player through the smoke. Not getting blinded at all. Those flashes going too deep.
Advantage for the Flames. Molotovs held together, forced back behind those smokes.
Even Hansy's playing out towards Pillar, trying to play as much anti-flash as possible. Now, for Eternal Fire Academy, they actually don't have a lot of nades to get back into B. You got double mollies and a smoke. It's going to be dry.
Shots on, Cyber down, 2 left standing. Smoke's in the way. Again, just suppression here for the Flames.
And just knowing now for Eternal Fire, you've got to brute force a lot of these duels. You've got Alert coming through from Zix, trying to see if he can work some leverage up towards the A site, bring some rotations over, crack an entry. You're going to get a rotate from the bomb carrier too from Jota. Flames Ascent put themselves in an excellent stance in round 21.
Bunny held position. That long control, Inspire behind the pillar. Positions held for Flames Ascent. Not going to force forward. They're just going to wait for Eternal Fire to make the move. Take the kills as appropriate. Zix down. Jota in a 1-on-4. Gets that first pick isolated. Second player has been seen. And the headshots are getting landed. Again, they're good at reducing these man advantages. But it's a case of winning the next 2 fights. Inspire up close. Molotov sent towards him. Shoot driving forward into the hands of Jota, who indeed does get that kill. But Fez found a trade in an instant. So it is going to be held together by the Flame Ascent. Map point for the CT side.
That's an excellent effort. 1v4s are always incredibly tough, and I think he was able to brute force some of those early entries up there towards the A site very much accordingly to plan. Allows himself to peek on the contact as much as possible, but Fez just establishes the wraparound, establishes as much of that crossfire as possible, and eventually Flames Ascent find themselves 16. Do you reckon they close it down now?
I reckon so.
Okay.
I reckon so. Maybe not. I mean, certainly I expect it to be right here, right now. The bomb plant bonus will enable the buyback. Even if they don't close it down here and now, 9 map points to work with.
Even double digits is a stretch to get to. Flames Ascent going back into the buy is not ideal. You've got an MP9 in there for Inspire.
Flashes in as Hansy watches that AWP position. Does get forced back by the smokes in the end. AK's on Wakadia, looking down into the connector control. Flashes over. Coming in. There's the kill for Hansy, finding the opening start for the Flames Ascent.
Speedy can re-smoke off. They're going to commit. They're going to go out through Monster, and actually it works out quite else for the MOUZ.
Some mow down found, and Eternal Fire are picked apart. M-Star alone in the 1-on-4. Flames Ascent should be able to have their 16th right here and now.
Eternal Fire, more like Eternal J. That was shocking, mate. What a result out in first half.
Wow.
What a stomping affair coming through from Flames Ascent. I mean, M-Star's going to try and do his best to get that last bit of life together. But overall, that does not show us some of the maps that we've seen from Eternal Fire Academy in the past. That was a stomper, and that was a very good affair coming through from the Danes.
Can't believe you called me shocking, Blake.
Oh, wouldn't you call yourself shocking in the game?
Ah.
There you are, big man. There you are. It's all sorted.
Don't touch me. I can't believe you. Yes, Eternal Fire probably having gameplay similar to mine. I can admit that in that sort of sense. Not quite able to mount up to the challenge. It was the map pick of the Flames though, Dwayne, so I don't think it's all doom and gloom for Eternal Fire just yet.
Yeah, no, I'd agree with you there. I mean, one thing that we saw in the Atlantic series is look at the way that Vertigo was very close, but also look at the way that they bounced back on their map pick in map 3. We have seen, while not always can they keep it as tight on opposition's map pick, they can still strike on comfortability.
Well, comfortability now will have to head towards their own map pick after this short break for the Eternal Fire side. The series is not over. We still have it down as a 2-1, Dwayne, so we'll see whether they can turn it around maps 2 and 3. After this, don't go anywhere. We're back. Probably should have been closer there for Eternal Fire, but ultimately that's not to be the case. Their opposing map pick goes down 16-6. Flames, fantastic stuff. I think you were saying over the course of that map, that might be one of the most confident times we've seen Flames at all in the best of 3.
Yeah, it probably shows that. I think that they had a very good adaptation of the mid-round. They dealt with the style of play very accordingly. And I think overall that they addressed a strong and cohesive default and it led to a lot of success.
Fair enough, I guess. I mean, I can't really debate any of that. You're right about all those points in my sort of money. Again, Flames taking their own map pick. I do feel like, however, it's not over for Eternal Fire. Again, we were predicting prior to this matchup that it's probably going to be them in with the victory on that Eternal Fire side. I went 2-1 on my best of 3 series, so I'm still on track for that with Eternal Fire's own map pick at Dust 2. I do hope Flames have a bit more of a confident basis on this map, seeing what we've just seen from them to carry that forward from Overpass. I'm not 100% sold it's going to be the case here on Dust 2, though. This is a very stellar map for Eternal Fire.
It is, but there's been some game time for the Danes. I think back to that series against Void, they won the 16-14 on Dust 2. They played it a couple of times in Best of Ones in the Academy League, so it's not as if it's a map that hasn't been played by the Flame side at all. But yes, I think for Eternal Fire Academy, this is the opportunity to come back in the series, to put on a good show on Dust 2, and to move it to that third map.
I think my overall concern with Dust 2 for the Flame side is the fact that their victories have been against Void a little bit earlier on in this bracket, and Fury Academy, who you've been saying is not exactly a top team in the Academy League themselves. So if you take a look at that chain logic and think about the teams that they've lost against, Na'Vi Jr. and even OG Academy, who have been talking down as of late here in the last couple of days, like you know, the whole prospect for the Flames Ascent side, knowing that they are up against weaker teams in this in the matches that they play and win against Dust 2, I don't think Eternal Fire fit that bracket. I don't think they are a weaker team.
No, I think that they've shown themselves to be quite handy on Dust 2. I think with the performance that they put up against Atlantic, you got to think this was like a new look Eternal Fire side coming into this event, having a couple of changes, and the first map that they play against Atlantic is Dust 2, and they 16-5 them. They made a statement, they showed exactly what they can offer, and going into this map, this is home turf for the Turkish team.
Yeah, their own map pick, right? You know, you expect it to be some level of confidence at the very least for them, and certainly it has had confidence in the past and all. I can imagine this to be, I'm hoping it is still going to be a close affair, right? Because we have seen some of the more experienced squads do some decent damage and take them to the distance here on this map up. So again, and I'm hoping that Flames Ascent can carry that momentum on from the confidence basis of Overpass, put it into Dust 2 and make it a close affair. I'm still backing Eternal Fire to take us to map 3.
Yeah, I think so. I think it is going to be reliant on some of the individuals. I think we need to see a little bit more from Rakadia. I thought it was an average performance from him out there on Overpass. We need a grand performance from Rakadia. I think we need to see a little bit more from M-Star. Then the AWP department has been lacking for the side of Eternal Fire Academy, and there is more to that, and the reason why they don't actually have an AWP at the moment. They've got players coming in and out. You've got almost hybrid players that can AWP, being in main AWP situations, so it is going to be difficult to get as much forward for the AWP, but knowing that it's Dust 2, I think Cyber's got to step it up.
Honestly, I think on Dust 2, it might actually play to their favour, the fact they don't have a definitive AWP, right? Because we talk a lot about how double AWP setup is so prevalent on this map up, and in that sense, you could just play off the spawn basis and just give the AWP to whoever has the better position to start things off on the T side, especially.
It could do, but then again, that's more so on City side. I don't think you'll see that as much on T side. The only time you're going to give an AWP to someone else if they got a good long spawn, and maybe you want to go for an opening pick there. So I think we might see a little bit more variation on City side. On T side, probably not so much.
Well, Flames will be on the CT start of things. Eternal Fire in their recent history, especially against that Atlantic side, have shown that their T side can be devastating at times. So let's jump into the pistol round and see how far they will go. Double flash and smoke for M-Star, smoke molly for Cyber. The fuse kit is on an Inspire over on the Flames Ascent side. Other than that, default pistols and Kevlar.
Well, we can expect another pistol round victory to go the way of Eternal Fire Academy, 10-4 in pistol rounds. Fez being able to try and knock that back a peg with an opening pick out towards the upper tunnels.
One kill found against Zix. Meanwhile, the outer long house is where Eternal Fire are really going to focus their efforts on. Firing away on Bunny, who's going to get forced all the way back up towards the top of long. Hold his nerve at the corner and just wait for contact, take the shot, and then fall back to join his teammates, got the rotations in, and go from there.
And knowing that you're going to be able to flash either high behind the site or up here towards window, allows himself to play very defensive, to play quite cautiously towards A, give that respect forward and play it retake.
But also take Manta to the backstab here. You've got one player making his way in from the tunnels, 4 players on the site defensive. Flash forwards are getting a bit too overly aggressive for Bunny. Damage will be done towards the player in the back site. Flashes forward again. Rakadia is going to get blinded. M-Star tagged up heavily. Hansi does get the kill in against M-Star. Inspire falls in his place. Rakadia struggles with a kill, but Cyber does not. 2 found for him. Speedy's backstab now in a 1-on-3. Coming
through from that long control. Even the bomb's not open for long, so should not be much room here for the clutch at all.
Take the shots. Hang on a second. 1-on-1 situation. Cyber and Rokali giving up the headshots, and Jota, unknown entity, Speedy, has got a bit of time to play with. Hasn't got a kit. Oh, he sees the face, doing the damage. Jota is so low. Speedy's got a force around his corner, though. He hasn't got time to play around. No kits in on him. He sees the face, continues to do damage. 17 HP, the reload's in. Got to wrap this corner. Got to look for the man. He'll land it for the triple. Go find that kit, sir. Can he get the kit? It's there.
That's it.
No, it's no time.
Yeah.
Oh, the panic and the hesitation. Oh, Speedy. Not fast at all in that round. That's a pistol game for Eternal Fire. Off the back of such a great 1v3.
He did very well, but you also need to give a lot of credit towards the elevator position, not over-peeking. Look at the way that you're hiding in the corner. You're wasting time. You're making it so difficult for those 1vx's to present itself. And just a little amount of miscoms there from Flames Ascent, not being able to come over exactly where that kit is. If he was to pick it up and get it straight towards the site, he would have been able to get it in time. Not to be. Finally, a clutch going the way of Eternal Fire Academy, because we saw 5 clutches won by the Danes out in map number 1. None for the Turkish side.
Damn well one there for Flames Ascent, though. Of course, forcing the issue back. The Deagle's in. The P250, the M4 for Speedy, rightfully earned for his own part. Only rifle in play for the CT side versus the full set of rifles for Eternal Fire.
Yeah, they just know that we're not that keen on farming up the economy. We just want to make sure we're winning the round. Don't give a steal over at all. M-Star's got a player close towards the right-hand side. Got to clear this.
Good shot. Follow-ups there for Hansi. He flashes on for the T-side line, holding down a 5-on-3. Deagle in for Bunny. Does get that 1 kill back, returning in with the AK now in his hands. M4 picked up by Inspire, though. Gets the kill on towards 6, close range against M-Star. 2-on-2 situation. These two CTs have found a mountain of work here. And the bomb is yet to commit to the B site.
Still a player in the upper tunnels. They're going to have to deal with that. Inspire's going to work with Bunny and catch a good timing. Jota's going to fall. It's now down to Cyber to clutch again.
Flames Ascent on to steal the conversion and put this right back into an even standing immediately. They'll find the bomb here. Will they? They will now. Okay. Saw Flames go past the bomb a number of times in their previous dust too. Running right out of this tunnel's position. Incendiary placed so perfectly against Cyber. Trying to drive him back. Don't know if they heard those footsteps, but won't be easy for him to break out here.
It definitely didn't hurt it. Not with the idea that Bunny is still looking up towards the top. Try and see if they can offer up individual duels, peek together. And what a steal that is. This is 2 rounds in a row now that have come down to the thinnest of margins and only a few players staying alive.
Well, that does make Dust 2 very interesting at the start of things. If it carries on like this, then Flames Ascent and Eternal Fire could be blow for blow right until the very end. What a steal it was by these 2 rifles, though. Again, picked up on Bunny, the aggression in towards that mid position at the doorway.
That shouldn't happen, though. Like, I know that we can sit here and say, oh, that's a great recovery. There was a double kill from M-Star down there towards the lower tunnels with the Galil, up to short and close towards the right-hand side. They got a pick open on B. That's a 4v2 advantage with B site control. I think things got a little bit reckless there for Eternal Fire Academy. I think things got a little bit too quick. And because of that, they end up starting to filter themselves towards the rifles down there at lower tunnels. Those are the sort of rounds that if you want to show to yourself that you're a team that can go deep, you're a team that can win in this sort of event, you can't be making mistakes like that.
That's what I reckon the pause was about there for Eternal Fire. I think
be.
they might be recognizing that themselves as like, you're right, 4-on-2, you should be winning that, especially with rifles v pistols. No matter if they're Deagles or otherwise. Eternal Fire, it's a case of locking down that confidence basis, being able to gain those advantages and keep them right into the tail ends of the rounds. Flame Descent, of course, with the gun buy around that AK save, got 2 M4s from us SMG. Deagle force buy in for Eternal Fire. No bomb plant bonus, of course, to play with. Early engagements will do damage towards Cyber and Jota here.
And they've got a walkout towards short. Look at how much map control is actually being gained.
Player on site already, and Flames will not have an inkling about it. I think there's a player that's thinking about the position they're back at the car angle, or not. Heads turned away, headshots gained, M-Star gets another double, and that is a major gap in the fence left there by Flames.
No one watching for it, no one accounting for it, even Inspire towards a long control still being baited forward. Flames Ascent, this is going to be a tough retake for them.
Might not even be a retake at all. SMG does pick up 1 kill for Inspire. Still rotating CT players in from CT spawn, but a flash is being sent over to allow them to start peeking. Burst through the long range, the M4 win that fight. Bunny's tagged up, Fez taking a bit of damage of his own right. Bunny's dead, Fez down and out of the round. Oh boy, steal for steal here in this game, Dweg.
What a round from M-Star, and I think he realizes, okay, I've walked further towards short, no one's seen me. And just look at those 2 kills. Those are tough kills. On that sort of range, for them to be so close to one another, and for MStar just to consistently put more damage through, ends up with a quadra in the rounds.
Massive pickup for them. And again, clapping back against the Flames Ascent side. The Eagles into the CT basis will try and force the issue back once again. Damage done to Acadia, but the kill found on Speedy to start.
And that's already a flying pick, thinking that there still might be someone out towards that long corner smoke. They're actually just going to run with this. A lot of acceleration.
Backstab being pushed in towards suicide for the CT forces, though. Bunny could find another crack angle to work with. Hansy's USP somehow coming away with a decent kill onto Acadia. Spray through from Jota, catching Fez. USP's face forward, and Cyber and Jota will clean house on the site itself. Bunny's Deagle, only thing left in play up towards top mid. Found by the M4. Respectable positions being held by Flames, but nothing that yields around here. 3-1 on the board. Eternal Fire have a lead and extend it.
And this is now a chance for Eternal Fire Academy to just start farming up some cash, getting themselves a good money float to work with. Flames Ascent aren't going to have much going into round number 5 at all. A very limited eco round. Some good long spawns, so maybe just fly it out of the gate. Be confident.
Trying to boost up towards the short control here because they're trying to cover that off from the last disaster. The longhouse is where Eternal Fire will lean in towards here. Orcs come forward with these USPs, see what they can gain out of this one. 3 players held. Rifle crossfire, locked flashes, ascending for M-Star. Corner wrapped, spray through, kill for Fez, at least 1 kill for Hansy. Kills on for Inspire, landing 1, not quite the second. Bomb's been dropped, second player going to move up as well. Somehow finding M-Star in this case. They're going to find another steal with the USP, surely they wouldn't.
I can't think so. Inspire without armor, finds himself with the bomb territory, with plenty of time too, and even a backstab coming through from Cyber towards short.
Zix will look in, flashing, trying to assist his teammate. Turned away from Cyber. Evades him. Backs our turn. Neither side sees each other. They can get the bomb back at least. Inspire's given a bit of breathing room to play with though.
And the issue is there for Inspire is you probably wanted to take a fight then rather than later.
Yeah.
Because at this point, a retake's not on the cards. You don't have a kit, you don't have nades, you don't have armor. At least if you were able to take a fight there, you force it into a 1v1. Just an unlucky timing from both players that they don't see one another.
His best bet of recovery is looking back towards the cross now and trying to catch these players as they make their way in. They won't put the smokes down. Dry face, use those smokes for the post plant as they see nothing in from spawn. So Molotov's sent will reveal position as he's making his way up towards short and everything, so poor timing on that respect. Lean in for an exit frag if possible, but the bomb will go down. He's taking the face here. He's going to try and look for something in this case. A clutch attempt is going to be actually attempted. Oh my god, he's got the headshot. He's seen the last man. Tap to the head's gain. Up high, close range, and the sprays back from Zix. We'll trade him back to make sure control is not gained by the clutch. 4 players down in the USP round though.
Very scrappy affair in the first few rounds here at Dust 2, and I think that that does set the pace to what we might be entailed for across this first half and even the second. Eternal Fire Academy, while they could be happy with the scoreline, they are close towards not an instant reset potential, but there's not a lot of cash in the bank at all. Got Hanty in with that big green. Flames Ascent looking to try and see if they can drive around forward quickly.
Mollies and smoke set T-side players into the tunnels. Flashes forward for Jota. Counteracted by the CT forces with their own counter utility. Smokes and flashes forward. M-Star blind spraying. Teammate going to make his way forward. They both fall back though.
HE placement towards Xbox. Going to do some chip damage onto M-Star. Back and forth. Inspire thinking about as soon as he gets contact, he can fall down. Hanty with the AWP deals with Acadia.
Nice start above the smoke at the doorway. No notches in place, so it was just a standard smoke back. Follow up as well from the CT side. Going to keep that gap generated while protecting them at the lower positions in the mid control. One will try cross. Now, Orb's not watching it. The footsteps should be heard here by the player that's pushed up at the doorway.
Flames Ascent, being able to hear some of that util down here towards the short control. Even Speedy just working out, seeing nothing towards the Longhouse. So a lot of info that Long has not been taken.
Smokes in. M-Star does catch that next kill back on Inspire. Zix leans forward. Bunny's going to catch Jota. Zix looking for the double back to return. Not quite gain the 3-on-2. They will catch Bunny in the end. Now a second CT. Fez swings forward, gets his kill. Looks for the double up. Their backs a turn. M-Star forced to trade to a 2K and now is on for the triple. Flash in towards CT. Get towards that B side, get the bomb down.
Speedy's going to be able to come in quickly from that city spawn area. It's where MStar repositions to. Does he try and fight aggressively? Get back over towards the tunnels? He's going to try and play the clock on this.
Should find a kit on someone dropped out towards that CT spawn position. M4 certainly will be recovered. Maybe not a kit, actually, for Speedy. None found. Working against the time. He's got HE, double flash, bomb in the open.
Just trying to see if he could draw the fight out in the open. MStar's playing this to perfection.
Check car. MStar using all the information. M4 swing. Back up. Defuse for 10 seconds. He can't get it. He's out of there. Save the M4. MStar's going to recognize that he's not on the defuse. And therefore, he's not on for the round.
And this shows us very similar characteristics of what happened on Overpass. An early lead off of the basis of some important clutches. And for Eternal Fire Academy, they've come through with quite a few. And look at what that's done to the scoreline. Look at what it's done to the momentum.
Flames are getting closer and closer in each of these rounds, but not able to land the rounds themselves. As you mentioned, the clutches might be respectable in terms of how close they've gotten, but scoreline is what matters the most. Pause taken because Flames need to find that little extra oomph to push them into the control.
And it's going to be difficult when you're on City side losing clutches because you're not going to have the money to buy back. You're not going to be able to work with that loss bonus. You're going to be buy eco, buy eco, buy eco. So a very awkward state for Flames Ascent to be in. And for Eternal Fire Academy, while it hasn't been the cleanest of games, you look at 5-1 and you think, geez, we're in a good position here, lads. Let's keep it up. Let's make sure that we're consistent in this first half, give ourselves a good lead, have ourselves some leverage to go into the second half, and let's keep the pressure on. Let's make it awkward. Let's keep crippling the economy state of our opposition, and let's give them hell. Let's give them a real difficult time.
Well, 4 to make up in hell. We said it was going to be easier as well for Eternal Fire. They've got all the firepower to play with. Flashes over. A lot of CT presence here in the long control. Molotov sent in towards car. Flashes over. Arcadia face forward against them. Catches one. Adjustment back and forth. Somehow land that headshot on towards Hansi. Triple not quite found. That's what Zix and Jota are there for. Arcadia gets his triple in the end. And there it is. 6 to the board of Eternal Fire.
I'll give you a stat about Arcadia. Last 3 months on Dust 2, he has an average rating of 2.42.
Wow.
Because he's only played one game, and that was the one game against Atlantic where he went 33-9.
Okay.
So yes, that's probably one of the highest ratings you'll ever see. I think there's actually only been 2 players in history on HLTV to get a rating of over 3 on a map.
Who are?
I think Electronic and World Edit. Or it might be Waylander, actually. It's one of the 2. I remember...
Within that general flip side.
Yeah. Well, the Electronic one was only quite recently.
Okay. Kill for Cyber, follows suit from Speedy. Doesn't let him get a triple in this particular round. 4-on-4 situation, smokes up for the CT forces. Suppressing that longhouse this time.
And just knowing that Eternal Fire Academy have lost Cyber, the return could come through in the upper tunnels, and well, that's B-side open. What are you going to say about that, Joe?
I was going to say, oh dear. Oh dear indeed, actually. Arcadia is caught by Speedy blind through the smoke wall bang. Joe to try and trade it, and it certainly is oh dear now for Flame Descent. How many times do you double peek in towards the tunnels and just get mowed down by one T-side player, right? Like, it's rightful aggression, I want to say, because it oftentimes does work, but obviously in this case, it was the play that cost them the round.
I think it's the right idea. You've got to remember here for Flames Ascent, you're down 1-6. You have to be on the front foot. You've got to be creative. You've got to look in for aggressive maneuvers. Take map control away. Search for information. There will be rounds, though, where it backfires. There will be rounds that you get caught off guard, and I think this is a perfect example of it.
Grab that AWP at least for Bunny. Hold it into the next round. The buy up for Flames is going to let a 7th go to the favor of Eternal Fire. Flames Ascent actually lose another casualty. Jota, again, going to keep it expensive for the T side. Of course, the money's still pretty decently built up. Bunny almost found the angle on M-Star. Scoping back in, jump face, now caught him. Falls back towards the spawn. And prioritizing that AWP staying in for the CT forces above getting the kill and making it expensive for the T-side line because they've got so much cash that it won't make much of a difference here.
Eternal Fire Academy are ranked second in the event on T-side for the highest round win percentage by quite a margin in comparison to second place, and also first in the event on their T-side for winning the opening kill. We've seen a lot of teams that have struggled on T-side in this event. Eternal Fire Academy are not one of those teams. In fact, they're the ones that have been catching our eyes the most on, geez, look at that aggression, look at that multi-frag, look at that empowerment, because that's something that they offer in their team cohesion.
The Flames are not offering much right here. Missed nade thrown by Eternal Fire will not make a difference. No CT's aggressive enough to take it. Half invest in this round. You've got the AWP, the M4, and the Deagles in for Flames. Half invest around the AWP saved.
You're trying to see if you can come through with quite a bit of an aggressive mid stance. Have a look at what's happening down towards lower tunnels. Up here at the top of short. The Deagle looking in as well. So they've got quite a strong crossfire. They're just trying to see if they can bait Eternal Fire Academy into mid.
Another miss flash there for the T side. Mid control will not be challenged as a result. They'll lean back in towards long. The AWP and the AK. Prod forward.
Zix. Keeping that AWP scoped in, looking out towards that car position. We'll get a molly in play. Now, Flames Ascent, because they're hearing so much of this util towards long, should start indicating a rotate overthrough, and a nice shot being landed onto Speedy.
Just wanted the info and got caught off with the AWP for it. Smokes down to the crosses. And on the bomb site as well. Flash is available as Mercadia leans in. His AK forcing forward towards CT spawn. Fez caught jumping. Swing back to the second bunny. Does get that tray back player on the bomb site. Overwhelmed by Jota. Hatch's AWP comes in, but still playing down a man for the Flame side. He needs one more good kill. Doesn't quite find it.
Look at Cyber. Backstabbing towards short. Hansy's AWP does find the shot though.
Tagged up to 27, however, in this case a 2-on-2. Do Flames go for the retake?
Oh, they have to. They have to go for this in a 2v2. They just don't have the rounds to work with. And look at what Eternal Fire Academy are doing. They're taking back map control, and Zix is looking towards long.
Hans has got to win the AWP fight. On towards long, scope in, sees his man, but Zix gets the kill credit. Trey back from Bunny's good, AKV M4. Both players tagged so heavily. M-Star needs one good burst, and he'll land the headshot, take the half for Eternal Fire at 8-1 on the board.
I legitimately could not remember the last best of 3 that I've seen where you've had one team on their map pick winning every clutch in the world. You then go into the other map pick, and the opposition is winning every single clutch in the world. That just doesn't happen. That is a huge oddity that is not common at all in Counter-Strike.
Yeah. I mean, even at this stage, you expect at least something more to get gamed by Flames, right? The fact that they maybe even have like a 3-round basis to play from. A 6-3 scoreline sort of situation for Eternal Fire at this stage. The dominance on both maps can be respected because they are being dominated by the teams that picked them. You are right. Eternal Fire really want this map 3.
And they've been able to be so disciplined towards this long control. Notice the way, too, they're getting long for free every round. Basically, every time they fly out Longhouse, there's not a trade, there's not someone out towards pit, there's not anyone out to the blue bin. That's maybe what I want to see adjusted from Flames Ascent, is just taking more of an initiative to hold long.
60 seconds in the walk forward for Eternal Fire. Going forward, the smoke's in, flashes over Speedy. Hearing dink damage done. Back turn was one T-side player, can only get that kill on Cyber. M-Star is low. Could be falling very quickly to a HE, and Bunny will put that out. Damage done to the player in the back as well. Molotovs are being sent forward. Jota is trying to gain access to get this bomb down. Sprays Manic through the smokes. Can't quite catch the players. A boost up for Fez at elevator. Should allow a kill. Oh, the bomb gets dropped in with them. Hansy's AWP picks up a firefight. There's a spray down on the first player. Unawares of the second man. So Fez can capitalize. Finish off the job that Bunny had started. Zix now left alone. Wins that first fight, not that second. And it will be a second for Flames at last.
And that bomb just gets dropped in the most awkward position possible. But I think you could just see there for Flames Ascent, they put up a real strong defensive before the crosses even come out. You've got a player there from Speedy that's just being very awkward. And just strong utility placement. Fez waiting for aggression to come through from elevator. Good discipline in that round.
It's a massive shot for Hansy though, his AWP. Finding impact, 7 kills so far. Bunny, the top frag, is still at 11. The Flames side. Doesn't feel like he's the big star player at the moment though.
I think it shows that because of the scoreline, doesn't it? When you're putting up those sort of numbers but you're not winning rounds, then what impact are you really finding? Jota could put some more util in case there's an aggressive mid stance. Eternal Fire just looking to respond in immediately.
Orb scopes, Jota. Grab that bomb in as Bunny looks for first engagement, wins the fight against Wakadia. Extending forward to upper tons, there's still a player up there. Might even be joined by a second teammate, so in the end he backs off, looks back towards mid with the teammate support. Now Smoke's going to try getting back in from the doorways. Molotov sent, he wins that fight against Zix. AWP scope up, catches one more, and this is a bit more like it now for the Flames.
And we saw a lot of that from Bunny against Void, getting in towards the lower tunnels, putting aggression down towards that area of the map. This time around, he gets massively successful, and even Hansy's there with the crossfire to back him up.
Kill found, bomb dropped in mid, ahead of the doorway. Bunny adding more to his tally. Bit more like the impact you hope to see from a guy like him. Speedy's SMG closes out the last, grab the AKs. 3 of them saved for the CT side at least. And again, a third round for the Flames. A pretty important one as well, because there's no money left in the bank here for Eternal Fire.
That means that we're going to be down onto a light eco. I still have a pretty good feeling that we're going to get double digits though for Eternal Fire Academy, even though there is an eco around here.
I'd be shocked if they didn't. Even in spite of the momentum swing for Flame Ascent, Eternal Fire only have 2 to get there, so Guns with the next, follow up. Make it 11-4 at the half. The way I think the things will go down for Eternal Fire at least. Flash is sent, M-Star. Backed up with his teammates, of course, as you mentioned. Eco pistols, think damage being done to Inspire and Bunny, actually. So not ideal with the firepower basis. Molotov sent, Bunny to Fez to get those first couple of kills. 1 trade found onto Inspire, now there's a weapon for him to work with. M-Star and Jota, 2 players versus 4 remaining Flames.
If they deal with this car individual, there's actually a very good opportunity of getting the bomb down. It's just whether they can put enough pressure through. And in saying that, there's actually a retake setup. Good shot coming through from Hanty, that's Jota fall.
And the bomb's still being protected by the AWP, can't see it either way. M-Star's going to have to try and fight for it. Gets a decent second onto Fez, so good work done by him in that pistol eco, but ultimately not around for Eternal Fire.
Now, Hanty is ranked 3rd in the event for most AWP kills per round. One of the aspects of a lot of the game plan around Flames Ascent is get the AWP in the hands of Hanty as quickly as possible. When the money's tight, make sure we get him up on the big green. And now with a double AWP setup, you've got Inspire taking one of them. Still a couple of those AKs in action for Bunny and Speedy.
Meanwhile, the buyback comes in from Eternal Fire. 1 Galil for Wakadia. 4 AKs for everyone else. Lean forward to the longhouse is the main concern. As mid-control being established by Flames. Very far forward from Bunny here. Not going to see anything though. Dips into suicide. Might cut rotations from 6.
Just knowing that there's a lot of info already. Even the HG placement down there towards the long control is quite nice. Inspire's taking a lot of damage out towards Car. He's lucky that he gets out of that one alive.
Well, Bunny, footsteps heard, engagement against Zix. Indeed takes them out from the spawn angle. Will now try to shoulder bait into the longhouse. The flash is coming forward to M-Star, revealing that they're up there. The backstab will pinch them in. They're sandwiched. They have to commit to A.
Inspired with that NWP, looking for the long-range duel, and there it is.
5 on 3, Incendiary sent. The AK for Jota does get 1 player back out towards the CT entrance. The CT spawn and short. 2 more players start peeking. The player on site drops back down, does concede the plant position, but they continue to swing aggressive here for the T side line. Bomb's been left on long as well. They can't get a bomb plant here.
They're just trying to see if they can get some kills through. AWP gets aggressed, and Cyber's going to fall.
Spray back from Jota. Fez on 3, second player out of elevator. Wakadia gets a frag, and just like this, the Ascent side have crumbled. Wakadia looking for 1 more. Flash completely misses for Hansi. An Eternal Fire turn the situation around.
Lovely pressure. And you could just see there, yes, that bomb control's out towards Long J, but they're not worried about that. They want to keep that intent forward. They want to fight down towards elevator, take those duels towards CT spawn, put as much emphasis forward on taking fights towards short control. And Wakadia, this is what we know from him. Stepping up in the big rounds to deliver when it matters most. And for Flames Ascent, it looked like they had a lot going for them in that round. Not to be, gets stolen away.
5 rounds to the good. Trying to make it 6. Trying to make it 10-4 on Eternal Fire's board. Flames Ascent have 2 rounds to stop that to close out the half on a high note, at least for the CT side. They've had a number of great rounds just then and there to bring things back from that 9-1 that they were at the deficit, or 8-1 I should say, that they were at the deficit for. they can just get 2 more. They make it plausible going into the T side.
And look at Hansi with that AWP, deep in towards lower tunnels, looking up at short.
Fairs in the upper tunnels, meanwhile, checking the entrance, gets the kill. Strike back on M-Star, does not quite get the kill towards him, but 18 HP, they're weakened. Molotov sent, that should stop them. It doesn't, they continue pressing on here. Burst through on the Galil. HE is sent towards the back of the ramp position to be sponged up by Bunny. The player over towards the Goose position might be a bit of a concern though. Bunny continues to hold the position, his Inspire drops one. Bunny comes up with a swing, sees the second player, sprays him down the same. 5-on-1 now for Arcadia.
Last one left. HE placement out towards Xbox is enough, and for Flames Ascent, I think it just shows with that aggressive approach down there in lower tunnels, up there in upper, it actually filters Eternal Fire Academy to go quite quick, to start moving their pieces on the offensive over towards that short control, start gaining that A presence, and it is a bait and switch. You've got Inspired down there from Ramp, another individual up and Goose, great crossfire being set from the Danes, and that allows another round to flow.
Going to force back from Eternal Fire to try get another one on the board, try and make that 10-5 happen at the turn of the half. You were saying it's pretty likely that they get double digits here. I was saying it was almost a certainty for them. Maybe less so now. Blast in the half. The Eagles in, P250s, Tech 9s. Galil for Zix. No AKs to play with for Eternal Fire.
Speedy, just jiggle peeking up, waiting to see if he can spot out a warp contact coming through from that long position. It could just be a short explosion this round.
Been given short control. The CT out there in mid that was trying to protect it can't really see anything. Doesn't grab any of the casualties or information spot. Got all the utility in the world to play with. So the AWP of Inspire going to take that first contact, get backed up by the player up towards long.
And just knowing that he is by himself, he's going to have to retreat in quickly, take a couple of those pop shots. He needs to get as much assistance from rotates as possible.
Molly's a little bit too deep, expecting aggression, lands on Arcadia. That's one pick found. He'll concede the bomb site, but the retake will be on.
Still a late lurk in the lower tunnels, so there's an opportunity of cutting off the rotates towards mid doors.
That's assuming Zix finds the angles. Flashes forward as Hansi's going to try and account for this position. He's hiding behind the boxes. Bunny. Some positions, engagement for Zix finds the first player. Trade from Bunny is good, doubling up towards M-Star. 2 left standing for Eternal Fire. Jota with one. Oh, Cyber in from mid, flanks with a P250, but Speedy picks up Jota. Now he's got to get towards the bomb defuse. It's up on short. AWP VM4, swing forward, shot connects. And Cyber steals it back with a 3K. What a flank that was. And it will be 10-5 for Eternal Fire to close the half.
Bro, there's so many question marks with this team. Like, what is Cyber doing there, man? They've got the bomb plant open for short, and this is why they're such a difficult team to play against, because they are wacky. They are out of place. There is no way in which, if you get a bomb plant towards short, you're going to get a short player dropping to CT spawn into mid doors. It makes no sense why Cyber's made that backstab happen, but look at what it presents itself.
So P250 versus the Dream. The Dream came alive for Eternal Fire. Thought it was Zix to be the difference maker there in mid. Apparently not.
Oh, nice shot too from Jota.
Respectable. Speedy couldn't do enough here in this particular exchange. Of course, the M4 at 2 long ranges. The AWP was already posted. And Eternal Fire now go into their CT side with only 6 more rounds to gain to beat out the Flames and take us to a 3rd map. Pistol round. Setting with upgrade for Jota. And Speedy on the T side.
Just knowing how contentious some of these pistol rounds have been in favor of the Eternal Fire Academy squad, even if they don't win pistol, normally winning the Force Spy, Flames Ascent have to get started on the right foot. Zix is just trying to spot for some information.
Jota's Dooley's holding in the corner of the B site. A lot of B emphasis here for Eternal Fire. Long control to try and be established by Flames.
Well, they could actually play this quite retake heavy, knowing that you've got a kit, knowing that you've only got 1A defender. Just give the respect forward to the long angle.
Rotations are coming in very quickly here for the EF side, though. USP is tapping forward for M-Star and Co. The bomb's going to commit to site. The player at Gandalf might become concerning, but the default plant evades him entirely.
And they're going to try and see if they can bait the T side further forward. If they don't clear out this position, that could be a deadly unchecked angle.
Angles held the position. Hansi's watching short. Engagements found towards CT. Speedy and Hansi get those picks back. Block in for Bunny. Faces 1 and 2. Triple. Wrap the corner. 1 on 5 for Cyber. Knives even coming through against him, and they're going to win it. I love my knives. Certainly Flames love them. Pistol gain 5.
It makes a lot of sense to put that pressure on. 5v1, you know that he's out there towards Get Right. Get the extra kill bonus in, get that knife forward, get the 1500. And for Eternal Fire Academy, if you buy back, you've got to have that understanding that the buy is going to be very rock solid. There's going to be AKs out and quite a few individuals looking to try and respond. It might have to be quite risky.
Force in Eternal Fire.
Pressing lower tunnels, look at this.
Heavy stacks again towards the B emphasis as they go towards Longhouse mostly. One player is outside of the tunnels and try and get caught off by Arcadia. The jump phase gets the kill. He'll have the info. Now they're going to have to force forward.
Ziggs just need to do damage. Stay alive for as long as possible with this scout.
Tagged up Hansi. Second phase won't be allowed much more in this one. Molotov sent towards the site itself. Respokes onto the CT side. Blind sprays from Hansi, not doing much of his own right. Bomb needs to commit and get planted, and it will be Eternal Fire with the advantage. Molotov's Ascent, though. They're going to try and make their way up the boost. Count Molotov's back here. Six going to burn. He can't find a kill. Jota's backstab now as Cyber goes falling. Oh, the taps are good. There's a kill on Bunny. Smoke's in the way, but not for much here. They're down by a man still.
Speedy's trying to take more map control. Deal out towards Elevator. A lot of damage is being done.
Hansi holds the control and Jota's left alone. In from long still. Making his way up. The Mac 10 hears him. Inspire. Wrap the corner. Spray back and forth. Does not go well for the T-side player. Jota's allowed a kill. Tank up to 27. 28 HP for Hansi, and he's on that short position. The bomb isn't planted for him. 10 seconds to the stick, though. He's got to go out. He's got to go wide. Jota knows how he's got to work with, and Hansi finally makes the move in to force him off that bomb and force out the 7th for Flames.
Poor mate, another close round. Another very tight 1vx. And it was a good spot there coming through for Arcadia to get out aggressive. I think Bunny towards Car in the post plant was able to deliver quite a lot. And then even Speedy, this double frag from him towards the elevators just shifted so much of that advantage forward. And for Jota, without the kit, you don't really have the workability to tap that bomb, draw the fight out into the open. 7 rounds gained, the lead tightening.
3 rounds to make up, but M-Star has a deagle, and he wants to catch Inspire. That's the starting frag found out towards Suicide. Straight mid-face, and he falls back for it.
How are we thinking about a steal in this round?
Well, he started off on the right foot.
I've got a decent feeling, to be fair. I think we've seen quite a lot of anti-eco steals over the course of the last few days. You think about the idea that M-Star's still got armor, you got a scout involved, they're making an info play down towards mid and upper tunnels, not seeing anything. What are they going to do? Stack A.
This is where Flames are going to lean into here. Firepower sits with Eternal Fire to indeed find this steal. The question is, will they catch them at the right moments? Smokes are coming down to suppress that cross, and Flames will go quick.
It's all about being able to disrupt the setup. Try and break that crossfire apart. They want to try and see if they can force Eternal Fire to swing out in the open. Get them to catch aggressive duels.
The second wave of smokes will come down to the cross for certain here, but now all 5 players are ready to receive for Eternal Fire. Smoke up for the first man. Second one won't be thrown here. It'll come in a little bit late. Swing forward to the USP, somehow catching Speedy off guard, dropping the bomb in the open. And now the Flames are going to fight. Bunny with a kill, doubling up alongside Fez here. Spray back, 3 on 3. Can they grab the bomb? They haven't got time to rotate though. They've got to go A site.
Just got to continue that pace forward. There's a player up on the side directly.
Taps to the P250. Digo's a massive gap to play with. Then Fez is going down for it. Jota holding his nerve. Sprays back. Bunny now standing alone. As one does burn towards the Molotov set up by Fez. The Glock pulls out. 1-on-1. 8 seconds. Got to get the bomb down.
Just get that bomb plant in. Try and see if you can get some cover.
3 seconds. Oh, Jota jump face. Gave up the angle as appropriate. And Bunny barely lands the 3K. Another clutch for the Flames.
Down to the wire again, but look at that from the perspective of Eternal Fire Academy. You don't have much into that round. You've got M-Star in with some armor, a few upgraded pistols and a scout. You nearly came around with a round victory, but the important notion is hitting home on that economy. Both teams are in a swing round. Both teams do not have money in the reserve and will be reset.
How close they got to stealing that round, though, for Eternal Fire. Guns pulled out, flashes over, Inspire. Position. They play towards Longhouse again, but much more carefully.
Just trying to see if they can pair as many of those nades down there to lower tunnels at all. You've got Fez being the only lurk and only presence here from the Flames Ascent side outside of B. Inspire can think about putting some more leverage up towards Xbox, allowing himself to help that control towards the long presence. Now, no one's even really spotting for info right now for Eternal Fire Academy towards A.
They're leaning forward. Get out towards that short presence. The sprays through the M4s. The nades down for Zix. Nothing's gained for it though. The Flames start prodding towards mid only now.
And nothing aggressive at all, so even the flash forward, they're going to start driving more map territory in their favor. You've got 2 players on a crossfire towards short. It's all about the accountability.
Flash from Zix, allowing him to start a peek. It's in the area, thrown, forcing the 2 players off that catwalk. On flash forward, kill found, that's Hansi down.
MStar just getting out of trouble very quickly, but actually thinking about double dipping, and McCady is looking to get a dual laps along with the orb.
2 shots don't connect either. 1/3, one's the charm though. Speedy down, 5 on 3 for Eternal Fire.
Quick out towards B, and already they've got the first pick. Cyber's got to try and deny the bomb from going down, still out there from the upper tunnels.
Picks up one, a bunny though. Flash is sent, makes his way out in the open, double up, runs out of ammo. Inspire trades it, needs to get this bomb down, but 3 more players to deal with. They're already in the doorways. The flash in from Wakadia comes up good against M-Star. And there's the breaking point for Eternal Fire.
And just look at the pressure that comes through there. M-Star gets aggressive, looks about peering down, but Kadia finally gets some success with the AWP out to long. Fez gets the entry on B, but I love this play in there from Cyber. He holds them, he wastes time, he brings opportunities forward, fighting towards that doors position, and then wait for the util, swing on the contact, allow mass damage to get done. And there are a couple of players on double eco status for the Flames Ascent side, so you've got your way in an odd economical situation where not everyone needs to force, but some players do. So as a team, you've got to make a decision, right, let's buy it down. And I look at this saying, if Flames Ascent lose this round, we're probably going map 3.
It's a pause called, and I have to agree with you in that one. There's a small buffer in the loss bonus that means there can be rifles pulled out for Flames later down the road, but ideally they start to bring it back from here, try and equalize against Eternal Fire. Force invest in this round. Scouts, Tech 9s, Deagles and all. Eternal Fire, they've got the goods.
And we know that Flames Ascent have struggled with opening amount of artigers on T side over the course of this competition. These are one of these rounds where you've got to focus emphasis down, try and get as much out of the upgraded pistols as possible. Hansi with the duel in from mid does do damage onto Arcadia to start it off, and eventually drop him in the end with 2 taps.
Now punishing the AWP for his aggression on Xbox. M-Star hoping they've got aggressive out towards the bottom of mid, but that's not to be the case. Made sent for a waste, Eagle in for Speedy, forced back to 6 points of health somehow.
Now, M-Star being able to relay some of those weapons back over towards CT Spawn make it very difficult for Flames Ascent to be able to pick them up. Now, it is shaping up for an A split. They want to deal with this first player towards long as Cyber first, if possible.
Zix has got that AWP now, playing it to the back of the A site. I can imagine playing the short control, long being established by Cyber already. It should be the short take for Flames, they're just wrapping up here.
They've got a couple of smokes, so get it down for the short cross, get the flashes over high and put pressure down onto ramp. For Zix, he's going to have to stall and do as much damage as possible.
AWP standing, 50 seconds, there's the shot, bunny down, nade sent. Not landing on Speedy, Deagle actually the first player forward. Flashes forward instead, going to catch players off. Blinded finally, he connects that kill towards Zix. Looking for more in the long position. M-Star leaning forward, the HGs finally catch that train alongside the M4, taking Fez down. Bomb plant should be secured. Headshot gain against Inspire. Hansi's caught next and dead to rights by M-Star's position. 3 are alive. Bomb plant gain, but that was a force up for Flames.
It's not going to make much of a difference in the grand scale of things. That's a very good retake coming through from Eternal Fire. And I think it just shows how much Cyber was able to find with that long take, just allowing himself to get some more kills. M-Star is very cautious that he's going to be able to find impact as soon as that bomb goes down, and for Flames Ascent, they don't even have movability. As soon as that bomb plant goes in, they can't even start taking map control back.
Responsives from the CT side as soon as they gain that bomb site control. Effective. Flames only have pistols, P250s. And a death to Bunny, all sorts of presence in Suicide, the M4, the AK, the AWP striking. Dropping them all, Fez now to lean in towards the tunnels. Should be found by the CT forces soon.
Jota just swinging on the contact, and this is Eternal Fire playing with that confidence, being on the front foot, being able to constantly look for further fights, even on anti-ecos, and getting themselves closer to that map point to take it over the line, to take it to yet another third map for the Eternal Fire Academy squad. One of the conversations we had early on was this is a team that have always gone to 3 maps. Flames Ascent have always either got a 2-0 victory or an 0-2 loss. I think Mirage is coming close to being a calling.
Five rounds to the good. One more pickup for Eternal Fire could seal the deal. Jota in, and Bunny goes down. Speedy picked up as well by Zix to the crossfire. One aggressive CT does get punished, but it's a 4-on-3 for Eternal Fire anyway, and the bomb's been dropped in the open here.
They just got to keep fighting just to try and get that bomb control back. Spam him there from Jota. This is the round over already. What a great adjustment out there towards the long control. Such a great take from Eternal Fire.
Oh, Hansi burning and all. Revealing information at least, and giving up an easier kill for Eternal Fire at worst. Crossfire on the bomb, 4 players are here to receive it. Hansi down, Jota swinging in for even more in Eternal Fire. Their confidence has returned in full force. Flames may have found a start in the half, but Eternal Fire look to find the end to it.
And there's a reason why Ent Academy banned out Dust 2 in that upper bracket semi-final. There's a reason why Eternal Fire's Academy of Dust 2 is one of the best maps in the pool. They love this map. They pick it so often in best of 3s, and they're showing us the consistency. They're showing us the threat. And it's not just the Wakadia show either. I think kill distribution across the board has been quite clean. I think we've seen some good moments coming through from Jota. We've had a lot of AK save forward on the CT half for things as well in this second, which is always going to make a big difference. And for Flames Ascent, you have to play for OT. There's not even a buyback here.
I think the person I feel the most sorry for the Flames right now is Bunny. 26 kills for him. And
it's been a game of clutches. It's been a map of clutches. Look at that first half. How many clutches went the way of Eternal Fire? How much of a different stance we could have been in if it went vice versa. But you could have that same conversation on Overpass too.
For Flames being down by this margin, as you mentioned, playing for overtime, upgrade pistols will be in, but not much in that overall department. Not a force buy. Looking for the guns in round 24, looking for the 7 in a row to the comeback. I reckon map 3 is on the way, Dweg.
Upper tunnels push, coming through slowly and silently here for Eternal Fire Academy. It's actually a walks out towards long. Cyber's already started off.
Bunny with an easy kill towards Cyber. Zix just most down 3 though. Bomb in the open, making it a quadra. Map point for Eternal Fire. Dust 2 about to end. 7 in a row for Flames Ascent. I reckon their chances are pretty slim at this moment, Dwayne, but they have a buyback. Let's see what they can do.
And they don't even have some great long spawns either. Instead, it's actually some decent upper tunnel spawns, which doesn't help out when you've got an AWP for Hansi. Eternal Fire Academy bringing 4 over to long. I think they're actually getting the inclination that it might be another long take.
Smokes in, HG's up, spray is manic. Hold back at the longhouse entrance for the Flames, but not take the fights again, suppressed by utility.
And they can actually leave Zix here and start rotating players back over. You can see the reposition down towards mid. Hansi's already striked off with the opening pick onto Cyber. They do need to deal with Zix and another mid-control position of M-Star.
Decent start for Flames, flash in, spray through for Bunny. It's Wakadia with a responsive. Fez picked up, 4 on 4.
M-Star's hoping to see if he can draw them out, try and bait them through the mid doors.
So it's pretty in waits. Minute 10, spray through Bunny's court. M-Star gets Inspire next. Hansi and Speedy, last 2 players standing. That bomb up on short. Players being heard in mid-control as well. Zix with the backstab should close the pincers against them. The AWP of Hansi having absolutely no idea what's about to face him in the back. There's the kill. Bomb dropped, Speedy in a 1 on 4. It was a good effort for Flames on the T side, but ultimately not to be on this occasion. Eternal Fire picking Dust 2 and winning Dust 2, taking us to our third at 16-8.
I think we've just shown some very good comprehensive Counter-Strike from both teams on their map picks. That's what we saw on map number 1. That's what we're seeing here on map number 2. Eternal Fire Academy come through, being reckless, being on the front foot, allowing themselves to dictate a lot of pace of the game, and Speedy can't find anything at all. 16-8, not double digits gained in map 1 or map 2 from the opposition pick.
The thing as well, like, as you mentioned before, Dwayne, we've very rarely seen one-sided map picks going the way of even the 3-map affairs even the 2-map affairs for that matter over the course of this whole tournament, right? So this is a bit of a jarring position to be at to a certain extent.
Well, you have to remember, okay, let's just take an example. We had that opening game between Fnatic Rising and Void. That was a bit one-sided. You might expect that in some of the opening rounds of the upper bracket because of the seeding and what have you. But as you get deeper into the conversation, you're going to get deeper into map pools. You're going to get deeper into strengths. And I think what this proved with Overpass and Dust 2 is that they are just great maps in the pool. They are very strong maps that could be floated through, and that's what we've seen in this best of 3.
I mean, I can't argue against that. That was such a stellar performance from Eternal Fire. It almost completely negates what we saw in that first map of Overpass with the 16-6 involved for the Flames Ascent. Of course, that does mean we have a lot to consider as to where we stand on our third and final map of the series. It will be Mirage after this very short break to close out and see who's going to be eliminated from the Heroes of Tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. We're back after the break. Well, both sides managed dominating performances on their own map picks. It truly has been one for a surprising factor. Again, it's not really looked all that close when Flames had Overpass and when Eternal Fire had Dust 2. So, with that in mind, where do we stand here on Mirage?
Well, I would say that I feel like it has been closer than it looks. And the reason for that is the clutches. I think both first halves, at least, of map number 1 and in map 2 were quite competitive. Even if the scoreline didn't show it, okay, map 2's second half of both maps was probably where it got a little bit more out of hand. But I think we've seen the first maybe 10 to 15 rounds of each map be quite competitive between the two.
I reckon it's no surprise, however, or no coincidence that those clutches were going the way of the teams that picked the respective maps. They definitely looked like they had something a little bit more when it comes to how powerful those map ups were playing. You mentioned over on Dust 2, there's a reason why Eternal Fire pick it. You can see it right there. For my money, the eye test looked fantastic. Even guys on the Flame side were getting close to 30 kills, 26 or so. Yeah. I think was the top numbers for Bunny, and they weren't still able to do much with it. They still ended up with only 8 rounds, right?
Yeah, I might not necessarily agree with the idea that the clutches were successful because it was their map pick, but I would agree with the idea of what we saw in the majority of the rifle rounds. Those mid rounds, those defaults, those adjustments, the info plays, the protocols, and the general understanding of how both teams played on their map picks was to a very high level in this best of 3.
Well, no map picks in the decider one. They've both decided to go towards middle common ground here in Mirage. A better win rate for the Flames Ascent side, having played a couple more maps by comparison to the Eternal Fire side. But we did see Eternal Fire do very well yesterday against Sense Academy on this map up.
Yeah, we did 19-16 overtime, map 1 Bonanza, which was a steal from the map pick Events Academy. And one thing that you might not get an idea of if you're just following stats on HLTV is that, okay, Eternal Fire don't play Mirage very often. It's actually their second highest pick map in the pool. They pick it quite a lot in best of 3 contexts. They're actually quite successful on this map. So even leaning towards the tail end of the veto, this still looks very promising for the for Eternal Fire side.
Yeah, this is all in the competitions they're playing off of HLTV most certainly. So again, whether or not that level of competition applies right now against the Flame Ascent side is something that we could debate all day long. We certainly have the playing time for the Flame side though. So what is the difference maker between these two sides? What is the separating factor that makes you say Eternal Fire Academy or Flame Ascent in map 3?
There's probably not much. Again, I think that this is one of those series where there's not a heavy favorite. I think both teams have shown that they can put up very impressive performances on their own map pick. I think early starts are going to be very important, being able to dictate a lot of pace, find success early. And I think clutch ability, while that's maybe not a tangible thing that we can say, right, well, you have to do well in the clutches. You can't think like that. But I think it will show us that differences between clutches loss and clutches won may just depend on who wins a map.
I reckon that might make the difference, I think, in terms of just the differentials, right? Obviously, you mentioned how many clutches have gone the way of those respective sides in both those last maps. So with all that in mind, had they gone the other way, we could be looking at either closer score lines or even maybe have perhaps a 2-0 for Flame Ascent if they got that little bit extra lucky over on Dust 2. Again, as you mentioned before, it is can't be relied on in that sort of sense. So for me, I come back to what we are talking about in the pre-game, right? The differences of the two teams here in this bracket so far. And again, I feel like right now Eternal Fire at the favor, because they played a generally better tournament so far.
And they've been able to show more against higher caliber squads. I mean, there's no denying that. I think for Flames Ascent, they had a difficult first game. You took on Void. You're starting off in the lower bracket round 1. You're now finding yourself in probably one of the more competitive best of 3s that they've played in the tournament. And now it's about stepping up in map number 3. Now, at least for Mirage, we've seen it quite a lot in best of 1s from them. We saw it being picked against the Void side. So we do know that for these guys, they don't mind picking this map. They don't mind playing it.
But whether they can play it to success is yet to be seen here on this particular best of 3. Eternal Fire and Flame staving off elimination. The loser is out of the Heroes of Tomorrow, so all pressure applies and everything matters here on our final map of the best of 3. We've got Utility in for Bunny over on the Flame Ascent side, starting things off on the T-Half. It's 6 with the Diffuse getting smoke in for Eternal Fire as they go into the AD fault.
It's actually a 2-2-1 setup, I should say, for Eternal Fire Academy. Quick pop out towards both Palace and Main shows that they want to execute to A.
Smoke up to top con. They'll make their way in around towards the jungle position. The player at CT falls back, so they will concede a bomb plant. Go for the retake here for Eternal Fire.
Bunny going to be able to get that down. No spamming bullets coming through from the short control. CT's coming quickly in from spawn, though.
KD is up there, ready for that smoke to clear up. You're right, the main CT force is inbound from the stairs. You've got Hansi up in pallets, going to wait for his chance to strike, wait for his Q, the P250 raid boss in on him. Player at ramp, 3 players in from jungle, meanwhile. Very open plant for the T-side players. Smokes down, taps to the Glocks, Hansi gets the kill. Zix is already on the defuse, Wakadi with a decent headshot. Zix still holds it, got to get this kill in. He's the one man that they haven't got the kill against. And Eternal Fire will sneak in the pistol round from underneath the flames.
It just shows how much distraction came through there. You got a lot of players fighting out towards bench, out there towards top con, into jungle. And yes, you want to focus down on denying that bomb. You want to be able to get a couple of spam bullets into that smoke, but how can you when fights are just happening everywhere?
It's a well-placed retake there from Eternal Fire. You're right about that. Deep in the sight, distracting the flames from the real enemy, the real concern, the real threat in that pistol round. And they do get a bomb plant bonus, so they will buy back and try and return fire, try and get back into contention.
MStar looking to try and fight out towards Connector. Very aggressive mid-starts here on the second round in for Eternal Fire.
Nades onto Inspire, man down already. Quick out of the gate here for the T-side line. Fairs are going to get tagged up as well, but the Galil burst from Bunny gets Zix. Wakadia with 2. SMG backed up for M-Star, bursting through, getting a kill back on towards Fairs as Wakadia will fall in his place. Hansi another bomb plant, but a 1-on-3 with the AK won't last long.
I don't know if they're going to buy again here. Me personally, I like putting pressure on, being able to buy, keep getting closer and closer to that double eco reset, but for Flames Ascent, they didn't do a massive amount of damage when it comes to casualties. Only 2 player drops there. Yes, there's the bomb plant bonus for the extra cash injection.
Well, we'll see what Flames opt to do right here. It was 3 casualties. I'd say they'd go for the force invest, but 3 players were alive instead for Eternal Fire, so Flames will go halfsies.
Now, we know that one of the lower-rated players on the board for Flames Ascent was Bunny coming into today. He's had a fantastic series so far at 46 frags and 30 deaths. The IGL putting on a grand performance. I'm going to keep an eye on him when it comes to a map like Mirage. And I feel like for Wakadia, we still haven't seen the big man. We still haven't seen the monster. And I think, come Mirage, come third map decider, if you wanted to unleash the beast, that's the map to do it for Wakadia.
I don't know if he's actually bottom of the board in this series for Eternal Fire, which is so surprising to me. Cyber finding Fez to kick things off, doubling up for the man back towards jail. USB pulled out. M-Star gets the kill on towards Bunny Hands. He drops Inspire, does get caught. He does get 1 frag on the way out of the round, but ultimately nothing major for the Flames Ascent side. No bomb plant bonus, no major casualties, so guns back in for the next true rifle round. Flames Ascent looking to get their first on the board still.
And we've just seen here for the Flames Ascent side, now that they can focus up on the rifle, you can get that big green forward in for Hansi, get the rifles to surround it. And I'd like to see the tempo out in mid again. I think one thing that Eternal Fire were very successful on their city side versus Ends Academy was fighting mid control, fighting connector, fighting short, putting a lot of pressure on in the first 15-20 seconds of the round.
Molotov sent, smokes in, Jota, AK swinging forward. Cyber's going to get caught flashed off here in the apartments, but he'll still need in for the decent kill, spotting at least 1 player, maybe 2 there. Smoke off the positions will disallow any progress.
M-Star's still very aggressive up towards his short control. Hansi's waiting for a reface to come through from Connector.
You're just watching and waiting. Jota's nade sent down to the ramp room.
Here comes M-Star.
Swing in, kill found, Hansi down, flash forward to try to look for the double up, doesn't quite see the man. Zix gets a kill in over an underpass. Jumping headshot on Bunny, 5-on-3. Nade sent, M-Star continuing to challenge up here ahead of the stack. Meanwhile, Cyber into the apartments, catches Faz off guard. Inspire will drop to Jota and Speedy in a 1-on-5. Wow, what a confident start for Eternal Fire.
And that's where you say catching Fez off guard. Why is Fez being caught off guard there? You have to remember, how many times have we seen Eternal Fire Academy press the issue in man advantages situations? This is where I think there's got to be attack. There's got to be a conversation between Bunny and the coach here of Cost to say, listen lads, even when they get opening man advantages, even when they get opening picks against us, we cannot be caught with nades out. We can't be caught with our backs turned, because they're going to keep pushing. They are just going to keep coming until the round is over.
You want to pause? Pause is what you'll get. And if I'm Flames, I'm doing the exact thing that you just demonstrated right there, right? Get in, talk to the coach, figure out the mistakes you're making, because there's some pretty massive mistakes against Eternal Fire.
I think it's just being aware on defaults. Like, I think that's all it is. You know that the fights are coming, just be wary. Have that heads-up display that if you want to get a nade out, have a teammate near you. If you want to be able to make a push, have a teammate with you. Just be aware and make sure everyone is holding for aggressive maneuvers, because they will come.
Oh, half buy still in for Flames on this one. Brought into the last round, got no bonus plant. Got no major damage. They've got AKs in on Eternal Fire already. 4 of them across the CT board. Might go for the pistol execution. Smokes down and connect to jungle stairs and CT. Let's see what we can get out of this one. The flash is coming in first and foremost, but the Deagle will strike back first for Fez. Jota and M-Star with the trades. Bunny holds on to his lone super. Jota gets a double in. M-Star with one of his own. Speedy trades that back and makes it damaging here for the CT forces, but ultimately a round that will go the way of Eternal Fire Academy.
And just to give you a bit of an idea of how clutch heavy this series has been, 12 clutches have already been made in map 1 and map number 2. That is a ridiculous number. And I think for Flames Ascent, this is where you're going to have to start driving back and saying, okay, let's make sure we don't give any more clutches forward. We're already down 0-5. We're going to have to respond in quickly. We have not seen this sort of start for quite some time. Like, I know we've seen some one-sided score lines in the map so far, but they've always been slightly competitive from the start.
Eternal Fire dominating their way through this one, so no competitiveness here from Flames. Sent with the Incendiaries back over towards that mid position. Engagement with the AK. Bunny gets 2 alongside Fez. That's much better here. Jota able to respond, however. Get a trade in for Eternal Fire and fall back in. Reface from Connector and loses life. Zix, last man standing, picking up that one. Now that bomb actually left out towards mid. Can't commit here. Molotov will try drive 6 back. He instead forces forward. Gets Bunny next and holds contention in this round still.
Yeah, Fez was able to walk out B and Speedy was able to walk out A. The factor is now getting back into control. They've got plenty of time, so they don't need to rattle this.
But Zix has plenty of control himself. Map control up towards top mid. Bomb in his sights, watching the mid presence. And actually they face together for the firing squad. The Zix is caught out in the open. Mistake made in the reposition, and that's the first round for Flames Ascent.
Just tidy positioning coming up there towards that top mid angle. I think Bunny realizes, okay, they're going to fight from connector, they're going to fight from short. Let me hide around the corner. Let's get some util in for a teammate. Let's peek on it. Let's actually try and take the fight forward to the likes of Eternal Fire Academy. And both teams are in a little bit of a swing round now. You don't have a massive amount of loss bonus for either team. Money in the reserve is going to be light, so win this round, should be able to win the follow-up.
A very fast start here for the Flames Ascent. Eternal Fire playing a similarly quick game of their own right. M4's back in the buyback. No AWPs in play.
Now Fez is just trying to see if he can sell some distraction out here towards the B apartments. You've got Zix with a HE line up towards that bench angle. No one deep in the mid presence just yet.
Jota's jumping with the M4, smoke in. Hold out. Incendiaries. Thrown down towards Bunny, forced to use that smoke there in the corner.
Jota's hoping for a walkout to come through from this palace control, trying to catch them on a timing. You've got Flames Ascent looking like they want to split themselves up for an A split. You've got Zix just continuous to jump spawning out there towards the city spawn. This first duel towards Connector could actually mean quite a lot into the rounds.
55 on the clock. Cyber putting his smokes up to suppress in the apartments. Hansi, the AK. The bomb on his back, which will give up to a teammate. Flashes in to allow them full mid control with the underpass player sneaking in.
I like this position from Jota. I don't think Speedy's going to be ready for it at all.
Does get tagged up. And Wakadia gets Bunny instead. 4-on-4, swing back against Wakadia. Hansi responds the same, so even standing. Held together by M-Star, the advantage. Inspire keeps the trades going though. Player on site, and player back over towards CT. Engagement for Zix, gets the damage, not the kill. Bomb plant open for connector. Jota gonna start swinging. And Inspire has absolutely no idea. 3-on-2.
Yeah, they know there's a player out towards Con somewhere. Hansi stuck out in the open, has to just keep fighting from here.
Oh, the crack angle dink against him though. Him and Speedy extremely low now. They're looking for blind fire against him. He's forced to swing out. Speedy, however, trades it, keeps it expensive for the Eternal Fire side. Leaves one more good headshot, which will get ahead of the smoke just before it blooms, spotting Zix there, denying the defuse and denying the round for Eternal Fire.
And that was actually a very good post plant in the 2v2. You've got Hansi out there towards the top of Con. You've got another teammate up there from Speedy when it comes to the top palace control. And it drives CTs out in the open. Speedy's able to catch the likes of Jota. And then for Zix, you can tell what he's trying to do there. Put the smoke down, tap the bomb, draw the fight out in the open. But Speedy actually draws it before even util is placed.
Hero double rifle set up here for Eternal Fire. Flames Ascent finally putting the heart on the economy state of the CT Forts. There's only a couple of rounds deep as well, so it wasn't as defined as 5 in a row might initially expect. Mid-control being established for the Flames here.
Jota trying to play with the one-way smoke down here in connector. Trying to see if he can line another one up for himself. Get as much out of this aggressive position as possible.
Smokes in to suppress. Tunnel Fire thinking of aggressing forward in some of the key areas where the T's could attack from, particularly Palace, as you saw there from Zix. But no one is in there to receive the bomb. Might rotate towards it though.
There's a very heavy stack in the mid-control right now. You can see the way that they want to try and put pressure onto window, out there to ladder, over into the connector stance. And for Flames Ascent, it's going to be a regroup. Everyone coming back over towards that T-spawn area. They're going to leave Inspire as a late lurk that can come through from mid, try and cut rotates. Everybody else is going to exi out from A main.
Smokes in, Bunny. Flash forward as they make their way to the execution. Zix will go falling. All important start for the Flames Ascent. Speedy making his way up. Molotov sent back to the backside. Taps through Jota. Not extremely low, but being tagged down here to a quarter of HP. Inspire finding that one pick. Jota only with one trade. Him and Wakadia down and out. Cyber alone. Backside in at spawn. Swings out. Sprayed down. 3 to the board of Flames.
Now, money situation's not going to be ideal here, so there's going to be a buyback, but even an MP9 down onto M-Star that was involved in that rifle hero. Speedy, that aggressive approach up there towards the top of the stairs, just putting intent down to connector. Eternal Fire Academy are not going to be working with much, but it's still going to be a rifle round.
2 rounds that are good still for them. They still hold a lead above the Flames. Flashes over from Fez. Will try and look in the position here into the apartments. In the pass control dominated, he uses all his utility to get out to that position. A lot of emphasis on the mid control here for Flames.
And this is probably going to be one of those rounds for Eternal Fire where they do get aggressive maneuvers forward. Cyber trying to see if he could fight out towards mid. Spot off Spunny towards that chair position, but nothing that's actually going to drop a fight.
For the crack angle taps, but the Molotov's forcing that player back. Tiny gap in the smoke there for Wakadia. Can't see anything there. Barely abusable for the CT side. The T's can still walk up towards mid-control. Engage against the player in con.
Seems like a B split. Now, there could be an aggressive wraparound coming through from Jota in T-Spawn. It might be too late into the matter. Wakadia being pushed in on the left-hand side. Hansi just trying to jump up for info.
Gets picked up for it. Couldn't do much to return. The spray of the AK going all over the place in that exchange.
Look at this bait too. Jump spot out towards Van. They don't know about the player on the balcony.
Molotov's on to try to drive that player away. Does not land on the balcony itself. Meanwhile, Bunny picks up a kill into the A site. Zix down. Rotation's called in for Wakadia. So the second player also on the site itself from M-Star. Going to go ahead and rotate towards Marcus. Suddenly Cyber might be the only player left in play of this one. Not checking the balcony. Yes, they do. Inspire brings in the advantage with Fez extending it against M-Star.
Now, Cyber just way too wide on that sort of position. If he tucked himself into the corner, he might not have been checked all the way. Full credit there for Inspire to at least have that heads-up display of, okay, let's just check it just in case.
Now they save. Eternal Fire may have found the start of Flames 4 in a row now. They have almost completely responded to the 5-round streak that Eternal Fire gained. The Danes showing that they got a little something here in this map up of their own right. Yes, it was a very confident start. However, this map is still up in the air.
I think the caveat you can make here for Eternal Fire Academy is that the money's never really been great. We've seen a lot of these rifle rounds where there hasn't had an AWP, they're down to an MP9, so because the money's been rough, this is actually allowing a slight punishment and more rounds to get added by the Danes.
Rifles were whittled down for the CT forces, not a lot of cash in play. The loss bonus, I believe, is still building. Might be a half invest around these guns. Yeah, not enough for Jota or Arcadia to drop players. Not enough to buy back of their own right. Tactical pause taken. Focus just fine.
And just knowing for Flames Ascent to allow themselves to start driving forward. Remember their T-side against Void was where they started in the first half. They managed 7 rounds in that first half marker, only 3 away from where they are now.
Flames have their weapons in. Eternal Fire will try and clap back with Eagles in for M-Star and Cyber, so Vix also half buy into Deagle. Kevlar spray down against McKay, trying to aggress. Caught off by Inspire. That's starting the round. Jump face. Seeing players in mid window and the player also pushing up towards mid. Don't know if he's been detected though. This might be a flank angle to get one pick back to Jota. Footsteps heard. Engagement is found by him.
It could still be tough to move that weapon over to a teammate. No one's close with him in mid, so they can't charge up together. While that's happening, there's actually an incision with pace towards A.
No one's there to defend it. Jota, the only player that can really do anything from this connector control, and even that so far back passive, you expect nothing from it. Flashes over for Hansi, his orb to protect them. Play Overwatch, sees the Deagle, tapping forward to the AKs. The bomb should commit and get planted here.
Even Fez waiting for that backstab, trying to see if there's a wraparound to come through. The spam for connector's pretty good for Jota of damage.
Funny and Speedy, 41 and 42. Lean forward of the M4's Eternal Fire. Prod out against the Flames, keeps swinging, smokes up on towards Palace, burst through towards the connector controllers. A big backstab inbound from, I believe, Fez in from that mid angle. CT storming the site very quickly, however. Bomb in the open, diffuse to hold. Got to swing, got to see this trade back real quick. Taps on the 1-2 players. Another diffuse, held down through the smoke. They lose, it seems to be all 4 players on the CT forces. But Eternal Fire, another ninja to their tally.
And I've got to rip in this round here from Flames Ascent and say 4v4. How is no one in a strong enough crossfire to disallow that? How is there a possibility that a CT can even walk in front of the site, put a smoke down, and defuse a bomb like that? What is happening in the post plant? What's the crossfire holding if that's the case?
I got to agree with you there. Fair's a little bit too late. And there should have been a second T-side player. You're right. Someone in ramp, at the least.
Just looked too passive. It looked like they had too much intent of a save or just running the clock.
Now casualty taken as a follow-up round. Flames Ascent losing Bunny very early. Inspire also being tagged up. Hansi being suppressed back into the mid control. Flashes in to allow the peaks forward from mid. They need a trade soon.
And I think Eternal Fire Academy are one of those teams that if they find a punishment in one round, they can actually answer with 3 or 4 more in a row. Like, they can start getting a real deadly streak. And look at what they do in round 11. Opening mount advantage, flash forward out towards ramp. That's going to try and drive a little bit more of that pace forward towards A main. For Flames Ascent, they've got to try and find a pick back in mid.
That's the kind of round that would give you confidence. And what's the thing Eternal Fire are good at? Confidence and aggression. Speedy and Hansi, however, trying to see if they can deny that. Making 2 picks to return at last here, past the minute marker. It's a 4-on-3 for the Flames Ascent side. Again, A is looking a little bit light. Rotations are on the way. For now, it's one man standing to defend.
It's a decent couple of kills to come through in the mid round. Now you've got 1 player on A. That's the AWP from Zix.
Speedy swinging. Looking at the backside, spotted that player, and Zix will drop. Wacadia and Cyber, 2 men standing. Molotov sent, Cyber with the M4 holding, flashes sent forward, spray through against 2. Bomb dropped, even man standing. Eternal Fire have Cyber so low, but still he gets Hansi. And Inspires now all that remains in from Connector. 18 seconds, needs to win this first fight, and then find Wacadia real quick after the fact. Back to turn, there's one. Swing back into that M4, bomb should get picked up, no. He's looking the wrong way, and Eternal Fire will hold the 7th.
That was something special in there from Cyber, because there's not a lot going for you in that round. When the mid-round starts going with so many picks forward, when Speedy is able to crack open the A side, you need a specialty. And look at this from Cyber. 2 kills on a multi-frag. But what I love there, Jay, is the way that he then gets aggressive towards the top of the stairs. Looks for more, because he realizes even those 2 kills, it's not enough. We need more in that round.
Inspired out victory for Eternal Fire. They're still down to SMGs on 2 players. AKs, M4s out, Flames with a full set of weapons. 1 Galil for Inspire, sure. With the AWP and the AK set and ready. The blind spray against Wacadia as well. Tagging him to less than half HP.
It's already a walkout A main. Jota with the MP9's got on the first. Has to try and find more, and he actually drops the bomb.
AK recovered. He goes in aggressive for the triple. Hansi not expecting that in the slightest. Neither was I. Neither was anyone for the Flames.
Mate, how am I casting Eternal Fire Academy for the 3rd best of 3, and I'm still not expecting this sort of stuff, Jay? That's just madness! How has he aggressed like that? How has he found a 3rd pick?
Well, finally Inspires put him away, but now needs to find a full-on 1-on-4. AWP in his hands to do so. Bomb is at the Palace entrance. He's looking into jungle, but can't see anything. AK backed up, better weapon for it, needs the headshot against M-Star, and M-Star can hear the footsteps. He knows when to peek, when to look for this kill. Utility caught in a man's hand, and it's the half gain for Eternal Fire.
Just so much confidence, so much X factor, and it's rounds like that that really do blow your mind. Jota's caught out in the open. I like the way that he fights here. He realizes he's mollied. I've got to make something happen. The third kill, though, re-aggressing through a smoke like that with an AK. 8 rounds on the board on the CT side. There is a likelihood that we get double digits at the turn of the half.
Eternal Fire would love to claim 11-4. Struggled to do so over on Dust 2 to return the favour and do so on the last map. Be fantastic for them. Deco in the Flames Ascent though. They're revealing themselves out towards the ramp default. Speedily caught in the apartments by the HE.
M-Star getting very aggressive up towards top mid, catching Fez off guard already. And for Flames Ascent, you're just looking to do damage. Try and take some AKs out of play if you can.
It's a decent shot for Bunny. Followed up by Inspire. The M4 back up to Cyber. Jota on site. Deals with one more, so 3 on 2. Hansi. Drop that bomb. Another good shot on M-Star. They are taking rifles out of their hands. What's in this clutch?
It can't be much. I mean, even Jota is out here towards A. Once he hears the footsteps, they could force Wakadia back in. Jota's just got to make sure he gets at least one more pick. Sets Wakadia up for a 1v1 clutch at the minimum.
Both sides being silent in this position, though. Neither team going to give away the info, so they might call in the fact it might be an apartments play if Jota does not go for the wraparound. What does he do here?
He's trying to see if he can search for some information, get in towards mid. Actually gives a lot of respect for it. It's going to be a post plant.
Misdirection, certainly. Rifle on the site. We're aware of that much. Being silent about it. They'll drop in, and now he'll make his way back forward. Inspire. Low HP against this rifle. Oh, and the backs will be turned. Bomb plant. Not down at default. 15 seconds. Jota has no idea. He'll hear the tap now. He'll call in for backup. He'll wait around for contact for the better position. For an easy kill against Hansi. Inspire at 15 HP to hold on to this clutch. Couldn't find the M4 on the site. And losing his life for it means it will be 9 for Eternal Fire.
And that is just a very well played 2v2. Slow it down, reposition back out towards ramp, and have patience for Jota. And here's something as well, Jay. Out of Mirage, we actually tend to see him being the second lowest rated player for Eternal Fire Academy in the 2 matchups that we've seen from him so far. He's been the impact guy. He's been the one to close rounds down. He's up to 16 frags. He's been multi-fragging like crazy. And that's what you want from some of your more veteran individuals, some of you guys to step up in important games, because Flames Ascent, they haven't had many chances.
Round was decent overall for the Flames, though. Again, pistol half by doing damage. Again, getting the bomb plant to enable the reinvestment. And in theory, a reset on the table against Eternal Fire if they win this round.
Start able to have some pace out towards the mid-control again. Jota with a flash forward says that they want to peek towards Connector.
Warp in for Hansi. Waiting for the peek in at bottom con. CT player is so close to giving him exactly what he wants, and he lands that shot to open things up.
And that flash is unfortunately for the T-side players that have already crossed out towards top mid, not actually sitting there on the boost at all. And for Eternal Fire Academy, losing that first player, starts shifting things back over. Fez gets a pick out on B.
Not too terrible. 6 down, 5 on 3. Flames Ascent. Bomb now makes its way back in towards that mid control. Vantage still sits with Eternal Fire. Flashes in for Hansi. Peeking alongside his teammates, still seeing nothing though.
Now, this is going to be a full gamble stack. Wacadia's walking off of B to go in towards window. They're going to have as much of a setup towards A as possible.
Flash is set for Inspire at the ready. Running in for his teammates to come up and over. In the mid window there is Wacadia. Tucked away, can't see the player down there at the bench. Boost does catch him in the end, so Bunny will fall.
And now Speedy could put the util out towards the A site. There's a player out there from Firebox. We've seen this angle being held before, and an aggressive A main Jota.
They detect him. No, they don't. He lines up 2. Triple runs out of ammo for the third man. Inspire trades it. Flashes in from the T side, keeps him blinded, and they engage the player at Jungle Connector. Wacadia tagged up. Cyber dropped to the pond, gets his spray. Wacadia looking to close, and indeed he does. Flames Ascent had everything in their hands, and then they just threw it all away.
Indeed they did. 2 picks within the first 30 seconds of the round, and you're not closing it down. Heartbreak. Wacadia in there for the mid-control. Look at this play from Jota, multi-fragging towards A main. And did you see the way that Wakadia was just trying to toy with them? He's just trying to fight towards top of connect, but not overswing. Doesn't want to lose his life. What he wants to do is set up his teammate there towards Firebox, because the more distraction he pulls, the less likelihood there is of Firebox being cleared.
Flames Ascent now into the last round of the half. 10-5 at best for them. They couldn't bring it back on Dust 2. CT forces, CT bias may be important to the Flames at this stage. They've got all 5 weapons in play now. AKs crossed the board. Tunnel fire. No AWPs for them, they may not be required.
Just knowing that they can stretch this lead. Put more pressure on as the half starts to close down. Jota, they're thinking about there could be something out to A main. 2 players in mid. The Flames Ascent, they're desperate for opening man advantages, but I don't think you could have got any more in that last round.
No, I don't think they're going to get one easy this time either. Tunnel fire playing away from that Orcs position this time. Or where it was in the previous round at least, and even then it's Flames Ascent just not finding anything aggressive here in the mid control. They're happy to play careful. 3-2 split, nothing in mid window means that they could start to storm it. What is the final hit?
M-Star focusing that attention. HG's a little bit early. The Incendiary's still going to slow for time.
Flash round the corner, one player caught off, completely blinded. Hansi trades on to Zix, 4 versus 4. Hansi is low HP though, 27 points for him, Bunny on 68. Outside of the player that fell, not a lick of damage done to Eternal Fire.
Now, Wakadia could just smoke off bottom con here, try and stall for as much time, keep that presence down on Jiggle peeking into mid, looking up towards the apartments. He's going to get aggressive.
Flashes in the Incendiaries back and forth. M-Star trying to force his player out. Bunny, oh, 1 HP. Somehow gets out of position. He's still in the corner here. The Flames didn't spend all that far. Now supported by Hansi, the smoke's coming in. But what can Bunny do in this round?
And there's not going to be much. The best that he could be is be a decoy, be the front runner to try and get someone set up for a trade.
Connector control seeming to be established here by the T side. Bomb passed off. M-Star ready. Speed's going to get caught. Jota tags up 2. Fez will drop, and Wakadia and M-Star make it look so easy to decimate Flames Ascent. 11-4 at the half for Eternal Fire. Most one-sided we've seen from them in this series, most certainly Flames Ascent. I'm hoping that the 67% win rate on CT side is going to come into effect here, else this could be a very quick end to what has been an otherwise pretty good series.
Now, Flames Ascent are still yet to show us that they can deliver in best of 3s. They only have 4 on record, 3 being 0-2 losses, 1 being that 2-0 that they won versus Void in the lower bracket round 1 game. Even that one was down to the wire. Wasn't a convincing victory, and I think this just brings a little bit more to the whole sort of hierarchy of Flames in best of 3s to say, I just don't think they have what it takes. We saw it on map number 1 with a good performance. We saw them not being able to keep it competitive on map number 2. Map number 3, this is where you got to strike. This is where it's got to be the closest one out of all of them, and it's not.
So a great honeymoon period as well in the Academy League in the opening stances. They look far better than what I thought that they actually ended up coming up with. But here and now, you're right. Quick in from the T side, Eternal Fire on the bomb site. Flames are forced back, so the bomb should get planted here.
M-Star just keeping that pace down. And for the retake, you've got to be successful. You've got to get in quickly.
Backed up, Jota watching with the Glock in the back lines. Eternal Fire have their positions held. It's Hansi with the opening kill. 2 out for Cyber, only gets the 1 kill. Fez with a turnaround. Player in market, tag low and now dead on the second face. 3 on 3, making it 2. Continuous fights from Jota, gets a double up and Inspire is all that remains. Caught off of the headshots, that's a triple. That's Eternal Fire with the pistol that could send them to the next round.
That's an incredible round. Once again coming through from Jota. And look at Cyber J. Look at that aggressive approach he puts down there for market. He's stalling for time. He's getting those gooshes forward. And everything that he is doing is setting Jota up in the apartments to finally deal with that short individuals.
Force back will come through for Flames because they have no choice. They've got to turn it into a successful one. But they are running out of time. They are running out of chances here in Eternal Fire. They've got a game plan for this T side.
M-Star bringing pace out towards mid. More of a distraction. It's going to be a crunch down in the A-split again.
Khalil's burst through. Hansi picking up the frag. Wakadia and Cyber with those frags to open things up. 1 player back at Tickabooth. Nades on. Damage will be done. Inspire's dead. Flames Ascent can't do much in this one. Maybe the player at stairs could find a couple of exits. MOUZ is absent for him, gets that first kill, not the second.
Even the hunt down into market. Nothing that Fez is going to be able to hold on to. And Eternal Fire Academy were 11-7 up and then 15-13 up on MOUZ just to win it out going into OT against Ents Academy in that last round in the upper bracket semi-final. What a difference that MOUZ was to the one that we're seeing today.
13-4. This is one of those maps that were pushed quite the distance against Void for Flames Ascent in the last round, and here against Eternal Fire, things have not been looking pretty at all. USP's in, trying to get some sort of steal back, because at this point Flames need it. They'll have a gun round into round 19, but I don't think that'll be enough, especially if they lose it, it'll be game over.
What a wacky call even this is from Eternal Fire Academy. You fake them out with a quick B hit, you get the arch smokes down, you then start shaping up that you're going to split towards A, you get some smokes up towards jungle, top a con, you start applying some pressure and you end up just splitting B anyway. Trying to toy with them, getting them over, rotate, and these USPs aren't fighting much. One trade towards Connector, but even holding onto that rifle's not going to be an option.
Bez all alone. Zeus pulled out to try to get something done against the MAC-10. Some sort of supportive element, but not a lot of damage done to Eternal Fire. 14-4. Flames have one final gun round to buy back into this one to start off a comeback. 10 rounds to the comeback, Dweg. I don't think they've done enough to prove that they can make it happen.
I'm with you there. And I think there's a lot of familiar signs with this game and the one against Atlantic in that first round in the upper bracket quarterfinal. The 16-5 on Dust 2, the 16-8 on Inferno of Map 1 and Map 3 respectively. We've seen the one-sided affairs. We've seen the consistency. We've seen the Wakadia AWP picks.
Hansy down and out. Wakadia in towards mid for a bit more. Inspire dropping. Here they come out into the site. Bunny trying to hold off some sort of spray back. Sees the player at Sandwich, and Jota still gets the kill. Speedy with a responsive. Fez and Speedy. Last two players remaining. Sprays through the smoke. He gets scored by M-Star. Fez got to become A-Star right here and now. Goes Supernova to bring them back into this matchup. Back into this comeback. Looking out to the backside of the smokes. He's been spotted there.
Even a wraparound going down towards B. There's no way this M4 is going to get saved.
He'll try to. You're right. Or pin. Shot actually doesn't connect the kill. Fez still going to be flanked in there. In from murder hole, in from spawn. Only a matter of time before he drops. Closing in from all sides. Gets the killing of Wakadia, at least with Cyber. Responds in kind. Orb will be recovered in the end. It's match and elimination point for Eternal Fire Flames. 11 in a row to stay alive in the Heroes of Tomorrow.
And I think it shows here for Eternal Fire Academy that they almost feel like they deserve to win that game against Ents Academy. That they should have been in the upper bracket finals, because you lose a tough series. You lose one that goes right down to the end. One that could have been a 2-0 victory for them. It doesn't happen. You respond. You do well in this game, and they've achieved exactly that.
Mid control with flashes in from Zix. Jota's already caught the kill on Bunny. Man down for Marcin Bahansi. He goes down. One trade from Speedy, trying to hold the center of the site, but running out of ammo. M-Star trades against the USP. Fez and Inspire. 2 standing against 3 for Eternal Fire. The SMG just prodding in, trying to get something out of this one. Checking bench, checking ramp, caught off by M-Star. He doubles up. 16-4, domination, decimation, and a 2-1 series that goes the way of Eternal Fire. The way we called it, it certainly was a good affair for Flames Ascent at the start of the series, but it was Eternal Fire, the better team on this day.
And I think it just shows that Eternal Fire Academy on their map picks and in map 3 deciders can be incredibly sound. They proved it in their first game against Atlantic, they've proved it against a Danish team, and the Nordic teams just keep coming. They keep getting slapped about.
Yeah, I'm disappointed for Flames Ascent, because I genuinely thought that off the back of such a strong overpass, things might have gotten very interesting, especially in the tail end of this series, right? I can understand, obviously, losing out on your opponent's map pick, right, and that whole situation with Eternal Fire there, but I just felt like they really just ran out of gas there on Mirage.
Yeah, they did. I think that they struggled to adapt, which was one of the big factors. You had a lot of respect being given. You had a lot of pace coming through from connector, from short, from window. And just in the mid stances, they just weren't able to deal with that hyper aggression at all.
Yeah, I just feel like that ultimately we did have that case of outclassing coming forward in that last map up, especially for the Eternal Fire side, which is kind of what we expected overall. Again, we see the confident aggression that they constantly take in these last couple of matches. They brought it out against the Flame side, and Flames just capitulated for it overall. We saw it on Dust 2, which we expected. We saw it on Mirage, which I didn't really expect, but it's what we got at the end of the day.
And I think you do have to temper expectations. Yes, we can say for Flames Ascent, stylistically, they play a good Counter-Strike. I think that they do have a very good foundation behind them. They just don't have the results to back it up. The idea that coming into today, you've played 19 games, or 19 maps, I should say, on HLTV. 6 of them have been successful. There's been 3 best-of-3s, all being O2 losses. The only win in a best-of-3 that we've seen from this side is a 16-14 and a 16-13 against Void. There's not enough tangible results yet for the likes of the Danes for us to look here and almost be disappointed. I think it's almost part of the course from the evidence that we've got.
And again, I reckon in about 3 months' time, they'll start to be a decent team. But for now, here and here, they've been eliminated from the Heroes of Tomorrow, so they will have to just go back to the drawing board and figure out how they're going to get to that point by the end of the year. For now, though, Dwayne, Eternal Fire, victory for them. Who's your MVP?
It's going to be Jota. Very impressed from him, especially on map 3. I think on Mirage, that's where he really found his form. We saw him involved with nearly 30 kills. He actually came close to dropping as many frags in map 1 and map 2 combined on the finale. I thought he was involved in a lot of the late round games. He was involved in closing rounds down. And I just thought his consistent form in the first half and even transferring over to the second was such a difference maker on that map of Mirage.
Yeah, the key thing coming into the third and final map of the series was the fact that it was so tight between the top 3 players. They were like 34, 33 between all 3 of those guys around that period. It really was down to that last map where Jota really sort of sprung into action and really became the definitive factor, the winning factor for Eternal Fire.
And knowing that you put on this sort of performance, this is more confidence, more games, more solid maps to add to the tally, and they are making progression. I think they're proving every single map that they're here to play, that they are a threatening team, that they came close to making the upper bracket final. That didn't happen. You now go back into the lower bracket, and what do? The first game that you play in the lower bracket, you have a convincing best-of-3 victory.
Well, jumping back into Flames Ascent very quickly, just for a moment here, while we have a moment, I want to ask very quickly about what the key thing they need to take away from this tournament is, because while they had a decent start in Academy League, things have fallen apart. They come into this tournament, they look very, very shaky. Best-of-3 still haven't come together for them. Like, what do you think is the big thing that they need to learn from this from this bracket?
I think just time. Like, time always is the case. You have to remember this squad formed on the 30th of August. We're talking about a couple of months. Like, we're not talking about a massive amount of time. So looking back, I mean, maybe how they can adapt to different playstyles is probably one of them. You go into an opening game, you play an international squad like MOUZ NXT. You go into your second game, you play a Norwegian team in Void, and you come into your third game and you play a hyper-aggressive, hyper-tempo team like the Turkish squad in Eternal Fire Academy. So just learning how they can adapt and how they can offer up differentials against different styles of Counter-Strike.
Well, definitely a lot of styles that they've had to contend against over the course of this one. Unfortunately, it ends very early for the Flames Ascent side as they fall to Eternal Fire, who now move on to the lower bracket finals, which we can show you officiated here and now, taking on the winner of MOUZ NXT versus OG Academy. I mean, look, at this point, I wouldn't doubt Eternal Fire to give them a decent run for their money. It's definitely a step up in competition compared to what they've faced so far, but considering how close they got against ENCE, I'll give them a shout.
Do you know what? I'm actually going to be with you there. The idea that you smash Atlantic in map 1 and in map 3, the idea that you smash Flames Ascent in your map pick and in map 3, had a very tight near 2-0 against ENCE Academy. I think we've got to give them the applaudability and the respect that they could upset again. They could. I mean, they're not going to be a favorite. There's no denying that. But you have to be realistic with yourself and say, with the results they've put up so far in this event, there is a chance that they could upset once again in that lower bracket final game.
Yeah, for me, Eternal Fire have gone from being massive underdogs to serious dark horses in this tournament for me.
I'd agree.
I'm not going to pin them in favourites in whoever the next series is going to end up taking on, right? Because that's going to be such a difficult series for them overall. They haven't got the experience as of yet. But I think that they've shown a lot of potential over the course of the Heroes of Tomorrow. The question really is who is going to be that team that takes them on in the lower bracket finals? Our next match of the day will be up for grabs to decide exactly who. MOUZ NXT versus OG Academy, 2 teams that have, I guess, come from similar positions, but ultimately one team definitely looking much more stable than the other in this tournament.
For OG Academy, I think that there will be players on the chopping block if they don't win this series. Let's put it that way. They need to win this game. It is so much more important for the security of the team, the security of the roster, that OG Academy win this next best of 3.
Well, coming up against one of the toughest teams, one of the best organizations we've had in the Academy scene, is never going to be an easy fight for OG Academy. They've already lost this best of 3 once in very recent times. Earlier on this week, we have a head-to-head between those two teams that indicate MOUZ should be the favorites in this one. Will they end up being that? However, we'll find out after this break as we return with our second best of 3 today for the Heroes of Tomorrow by MistGames. Well, with Lufferton looming, now only 2 teams remain to try and face off against each other and deny the chance for one team to make their way forward to the LAN finals. Will it be MOUZ NXT or will it be OG Academy that gets eliminated from the Heroes of Tomorrow? I'm here to Jay. I'm joined by Dwayne, as per usual. We've just seen the Flames be eliminated from their chance to go to the finals. And now we'll see one more team that possibly couldn't have expected to be in this position, right?
Yeah, who are you entertaining there?
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, for MOUZ NXT, I think that coming into this event, they were going to be a favourite within the top 2. And I think a very similar conversation would have been drawn out for OG Academy. That this is their event to go deep, to have a good run. So to see both of these teams in a rematch in the lower bracket, it means that one going home early is going to be very upsetting.
And of course, this match was played out in the past, which is the first thing to talk about, right? The best of 3s and best of 1s, leaving overall a 4-1 map record to the favour of MOUZ NXT. Admittedly, one of those matches had a stand-in as the coach, and the position that they held there was still a victory above the OG Academy side. So the fact that they were just setting that benchmark and using the chain logic of where MOUZ stand against the OG Academy squad, to me it feels like this is definitely a favourite team in this matchup, right?
Definitely so. I think for MOUZ NXT, they've got a very cohesive roster of players. JimFat currently the 2nd highest rated player in the event. Shield is currently the 9th highest rated player in the event. I think Nexus has showed us some very important rounds, and across the board, they've had a decent run. You took on Flames Ascent in the first game. You almost beat the likes of Fnatic Rising to get into the upper bracket final. So they're going to try and use some of that confidence to move forward into this series today.
I do feel like MOUZ got hard done by their position in the semi-finals, because for me, I could have seen them meeting Fnatic Rising in the upper bracket finals personally. Like, you know, I think that probably could have been the match that ultimately should have been what we see in tomorrow's proceedings. But for the time being, they did take on that Fnatic side and lost it in a pretty handy series. For the OG Academy side, they've yet to really have an opportunity to face against one of those top tier academy squads, knocked in the lower bracket early, and honestly, Dwight, looking like a very, very shaky team right now.
They've had a tough event. That's one way to put it. You face off against Ents Academy in that first game. Looks as if they're going to get a 2-0 victory. Doesn't happen. They go to a 3rd map and they get pumped. You then face Atlantic in the lower bracket round 1. This is a chance for a statement. This is a chance for OG Academy to come out flying, to get a good result on the board. And even that's still a close one. Even that almost looked like a loss.
And for this team, we've been constantly asking the question, right? What is missing? What is the thing that they need to do to be able to become a team that looks like a team that Sound, Marix, Oxygen, Dementor, Awaken should be at? And have we got any inklings as of right now? Is this week revealed anything to this squad?
Yeah, it's revealed quite a lot. They're actually 7th on the T side for the worst deaths traded, and last on the CT side for the exact same thing. So I think one of the aspects of their game plan is actually their approach. The way that they're playing off one another, trading has been abysmal, and you shouldn't expect this from a team with this sort of caliber of players.
We did learn the other day that Marix has been the IGL for a fair amount of time, and despite being a star player, he's not the guy that we're looking at the most on the OG Academy side. Yesterday it was all about Sound for the OG side, and with the guy that we're looking at in our head-to-head comparisons, him and JimFat, of course, the two guys that obviously JimFat being the man that we always talk about when it comes to MOUZ NXT, still got 4 years on Sound and has the better stats overall.
Yeah, JimFat's a ripper in this event. I think you got Wakadia up there in the conversation with him and JimFat as being the 2 best players of the event. Maybe after seeing Wakadia not having the best of showing in that last best of 3, JimFat probably overtakes him. Sound on the other side, I think he's been one of the rocks, one of the cornerstones for a lot of the map success, a lot of the close best of 3s, and he's going to be a very pivotal player in this best of 3 if they want to try and drive it home.
Again, you and I have constantly been looking at Marix as the guy, as the main star fragger of this side, but Sound in that Atlantic series especially had just an absolutely stellar performance and was the reason why they were able to get it past the finish line. So yeah, I'm in agreement in the sense that you want to look towards him, especially with the idea that Marix now has extra roles on top of him, right? I wanted to ask about that dynamic because we didn't really get into it when we spoke to Sound the other day, right? We only just discovered that Marix had been part of the IGL role for the last month or so. So talk to me how that plays into effect here for OG.
I think it probably shows that they're trying to make the changes to make this lineup successful. One of the things that we can note here for OG Academy is they haven't proved it in events. 2 seasons in the Academy League in a row, you haven't made playoffs. 2 CCT close follow qualifiers, haven't made the main event. You come here to Heroes of Tomorrow, you have a shaky result against Ents Academy, you have a shaky win against Atlantic. So it seems like, you know, you had Shite going out, you had Awaken coming in, you've changed the IGL. OG Academy are aware of the position they're in. They're trying to make changes. They're trying to bolster the lineup to the best that it can be. It just has not been able to show that. And how long are you going to wait? This lineup's been together for nearly 6 months now.
Well, it's a bit of a waiting game in terms of how they could do in terms of this best of three. Again, as I mentioned before, this matchup has been played earlier on this week in the Academy League on Monday. In fact, it's the reason why that MOUZ game got delayed, because they actually managed to push them so far into an overtime in that last map. It was a 3-map affair, which, to be fair, for OG is still a close affair, but ultimately a loss against the MOUZ NXT side. Do we see signs of any return favours here in this matchup?
I don't think there's going to be much. I mean, yes, you can say the last best of three was close, but you can also say that MOUZ and NXT have bested them in the head-to-heads. They've come through with 2 best of 1s, 1 best of 3, and I think we've got to take stake in the last couple of days. Yes, you can have a look at that result that you said was a week ago. What about what we've seen in the last couple of days? What about the MOUZ and NXT side that nearly beat Fnatic in an upper bracket final? What about the MOUZ and NXT side that's making their way to the playoffs of the Academy League? I think we've just seen better results for MOUZ in this event so far, which pins them as the favourites.
Well, at least from that last series, I'll be intrigued to see whether the similar maps come out in the best of 3. Map vetoes the way we have seen Inferno, Vertigo, and Overpass in the past in that best of 3. Do we expect similar results here?
Nuke being banned out straight away. Should see a Dust 2 ban coming through. As for the picks, I think Overpass and Ancient could be a possibility. So Inferno actually comes through. Something slightly different there when it comes to OG Academy. And I guess that might be them looking at it like, well, we haven't done very well in head-to-head, so let's try something a bit different.
Well, it was the map that they won out against MOUZ NXT in that best of 3. So the fact that they've got that in there, of course, is the common standing main sort of pick for them. Overpass coming in for MOUZ NXT, and the last map looks like it won't be Vertigo in this case. So they get rid of that one of the OG Academy. Don't want to opt for that side of things there on the veto.
Mirage, here we come. We've seen quite a lot of Mirage from both of these teams. So looking at the beginning of the veto, I think for OG Academy, it's looking back at that last best of 3 and saying, okay, what did we see and what can we adjust? How can we adapt going into that? Because there is going to be quite a bit of readability. There is going to be both teams trying to offer up a similar style of Counter-Strike. So just trying to be slightly different, but not too different.
Yeah, I mean, I do still to look towards the tail end of that veto, and I believe that even at the start of things, obviously it does favour the OG Academy side, the MOUZ NXT side rather, in the tail end of the veto. But for me, I look at Inferno from that last best of 3, and I noticed 16-14 was only the victory that I was able to get on the OG Academy side. That could have very easily been a 2-0 for MOUZ NXT. So I do feel like there's a certain amount of risk picking into that map once again. In the same sort of way, you could argue that Overpass could also be a similar thing because of how MOUZ NXT were pushed to the distance. But that was the one-sided affair in that last matchup. So just by looking at the chain logic, if MOUZ are smart and they've done their research, they'll know how to counterplay here on this first map.
And I think knowing the Inferno that we saw against the likes of Atlantic in that series from OG Academy in that lower bracket round 1, I don't think it was too convincing. It was a 16-13 result. Wasn't the strongest affairs. We saw Inferno as a 3-map decider between MOUZ and NXT and Fnatic Rising in the upper bracket semi-final. That was also a 14-16 loss. So for both teams, a lot of close affairs on Inferno in the recent days.
Indeed, and could still be a close map here right here and now. Again, I'm thinking that might be the way in which MOUZ NXT could force out a 2-0. Personally, my predictions do end up doing a 2-1 to the favour of the MOUZ NXT side. I want to give OG at least that little bit of credit. And I mean, look, if they can prove that they can take them the distance over in the Academy League, there's no reason they can't take them the distance right here and now in MistGames, right?
Yeah, very true. We have to look at that last head-to-head and think to ourselves that it's going to be somewhere in the ballpark, something very similar. For MOUZ NXT, I think that you've got Jimfat on some very good form in this event. I think Shield's playing at a very high level. The one concern I do have is AWPing, and I think this has been a conversation quite a bit from OG Academy. Awaken is the 33rd highest rated player in the event. We've only got 40 players in the event, Jay, and Awaken's down at 33rd, and he's the main AWPer.
Yeah, I mean, that's not fantastic, I will say. I will admit that there are certain issues when it comes to talking about OG Academy and their overall team basis as it stands, right? Because obviously we're talking about Marix and how he's now the IGL. Where does that leave Dementa?
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually, because he used to be the IGL of the team. The man from Kosovo has not been able to put up all the best numbers in recent history, so trying to see if he can slot himself into a little bit more of a supportive role, but a lot of pressure is going to be on here for OG Academy just to win, to get another victory, to go deep into the event. It's going to be a tough affair, though.
Now's it's time to step up to the plate and be part of the winning element for OG Academy. It's elimination time for Series 2 of our day here in the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. Map 1 of Inferno is picked by OG Academy. MOUZ NXT in with a pistol basis, P250s, Julie's, out for Nexius, and Jimfat Utility in for Crizin. Decent lack of Kevlar. Really, a lot of the engagement is going to come out towards that mid control. Straight in for QQ. Headshots gained against Dementa. Jimfat follows suit on towards one. Marix can trade that back. QQ with a headshot back to the double. Not quite the triple. The bomb's been dropped, however. further information gain for the CT side.
It should be a post plan at least. Allow themselves to get that bomb down. Sound is still going to try and see if he can clear out the majority of the side. You've got the Banana players backstabbing in so they can get into brackets quickly. Util in for Crizzen. They don't know about the two players just yet.
Nice nade on Sound from 100 to 49 HP. Less than half in this engagement, just going to take more advantages away from the OG Academy side. They're down by a man, down to the firepower, now reduced towards one individual of Oxygen, faced in by the firing squad. Shield will get credited with the kill, and MOUZ will get credited with the pistol.
Both teams have struggled in pistol rounds over the course of the event. For MOUZ NXT, they're actually second last with the win percentage, and OG Academy are last. So both teams that haven't been able to spiral a lot of early success when it comes to halves. So could be difficult to gather, I guess, an assumption on what we're going to see from pistol rounds over the course of this entire best of 3.
OG not off on the right starts here. At least they get that bomb plant bonus, so I imagine the Force Fire will be in for round 2. No, just a deco. Not even a lot of Kevlar for that matter either, not even a half investment. Which, to be fair, actually, we have been discussing OG's weird buy strategy in the second rounds of this tournament, right?
Maybe not so much this round. There's been a few of them, I will say, on like the actual double ecos, but they are not a team that force buy very often on second round.
I'll put the Deagles to effect anyway for Oxygen to start things off, but Nexius there with 2 on the responsive. Oxygen and Marix down and out of this one. 4-on-3 situation, trying to make it 2, and Dementa will fall for it, so Awakening Sounds. Last 2 left up here.
Just knowing that JimFat's still going to keep that pressure on towards the long control. He was actually the highest rated player in that last head-to-head chase, so I think another good performance from JimFat could be something that OG Academy need to deal with.
Crizzen taken back, that's 1 trade. Responsives, a little bit awkward there from JimFat. Sound able to take a Deagle back, make it a 1 versus 2, but still needs to win an overall quadra. Try and bring together this one. He's continuously tagging away at JimFat. Now QQ's into the firing squad, playing a bit of an awkward, tight crossfire. Sound will not be allowed to move in. That bomb's out towards the B site. And he's falling back away from Banana here.
They're trying to see if he can wrap back in towards CT, get in from behind them. Now, there should be an internal clock that one of these 2 players looks back, checks over towards the CT spawn area, and, well, there it is already.
JimFat keeping his eyes on Speedway. Could be wary of Sound coming in. He's picked up a rifle now. FAMAS in. They turn their attention back towards the cross. Oh, this is not good. Not good at all for the CT side. Sound sneaks his way up to position, trying to hunt for both players. The spray can line up so effectively here on this one. He's stuck behind them and everything bursts through. Where's the last man in a tree? JimFat just keeps it together. It's an expensive one for MOUZ, but it is a second round.
JimFat tucks himself up into the corner, and you could see the way that Sam wants to slow that down. Have the trigger discipline, see where that second player is, but eventually you're going to have to fight. You're running out of time. You've got to get into that bomb side. A very decent effort there from OG Academy when you consider what the investment actually was. And for MOUZ NXT, they could be hit with a very hard reset come the next round if they don't convert here in the first rifle.
With 1 player staying alive, they've got hundreds of dollars available to them. In across the T sideline as you would expect. The reinvestment from MOUZ NXT still featuring SMGs in that mask on Nexius there. Things aren't looking so hot for them at the moment. They've got to lock down the sites with great prejudice.
4-game losing streak as of right now for MOUZ NXT. Not the map in the pool that we see the majority of success from. It's all about that opening start, all about putting as much down into this rifle round as possible. You've got a player in towards Boiler on a lurk. A lot of individuals from the T side line outside of T ramp towards the bottom of Banana.
Incendiary Scent Shield captures Oxygen, kicks things off on the right foot for the CT side. The Incendiary's back as they do fall away from the B site play. Nexius is going to go ahead and try and join them. MOUZ NXT needs to bolster up this defensive. 4 players are out there.
Now, this seems to be a fairly decent read, though, for MOUZ NXT, rotating that 3rd player back over. Even Nexius can afford to put a smoke down. Try and see if he can cancel this XE.
Flashes inbound, smokes out towards Cross. Coffins will also land a bit early. Nexius is going to get caught, as will Crizzen. JimFat in the backline gets a 2K, 3K, 4K spray down onto the headshot of Awakening, all, and in an instant, MOUZ are able to recover.
Well, there's a reason that he's the 2nd highest rated player in the event. 5 maps, positive 34 KD difference, and a 1.32 rating. And if you just want to think back to that last series, that last head-to-head between the 2 teams, he dropped 80 kills in 3 maps. He is going to be a massive threat.
What a man. 7 kills already in just these 3. OG slap back into reality and back into the deco for them here. Sound gonna burn. Now dead to the hands of Jimfat. It just extends his numbers even further.
And that was the only way that round was winnable. His B-side players just got rolled over. He had no support whatsoever, all by himself towards a pillar. And that's going to farm up the confidence, allow things to flow in the early portion. And knowing that OG Academy are back onto the Eco Pistols, they've got to try and see if they can do what they did in the last round. Walk out from apartments is being watched by QQ.
SMGs bursting through the M4s. Nexius following suit on Awaken. Marix on a 1-on-5 scenario. There he is. Dead to rights on QQ's part. 4-0 for MOUZ. OG. Not the start that they want here on their own map pick.
And MOUZ NXT are ranked first in the event on their city side for the highest round win percentage. One of the aspects of their game plan that they showed in full effect against Flames Ascent, against Fnatic Rising, was strong CT sides. Already up 4-0 is giving us that indication.
Positions held once again. The defaults line up here for OG. The AWP in for Awaken this time. Yet to start in this map up as it's Dementor. Mentioned that AWPing being a little bit weak for the OG side. Let's hope he gets that opening frag right here or something to get involved here for OG.
Sound trying to make a play, get aggressive up towards the half wall, deal with that early entry. That's Jimfat to fall, and he opens up the B site. Lovely double coming through from Sound.
Trying to match Jimfat's numbers, of course, taking the man down himself at the edge of the smoke in the apartments. QQ will find a responsive. 4-on-3 still favors OG, and with the B site being taken, the retake will become extremely difficult now for MOUZ NXT.
Try and swing out quickly, out towards that construction position. Sound's on for a triple now.
One player backed up past that smoke. Dementor's tapping through towards the pre-fire angles at Tree. Awaken's going to watch the back site out towards Banana Control, but with this 2v4 situation, MOUZ know that they can't really go for anything. It's best to save the weapons. The money's still a little bit awkward for them. They keep the AK, keep the M4, and OG will get there first.
Now, we saw OG Academy being out to test themselves in the first couple of games. You think back to the Ents Academy one, probably could have been a 2-0, doesn't quite come through. Against Atlantic, there were some struggles there. One aspect that we have seen is always competitive maps. Across all of those maps in the best of threes, they've gone down to the wire. There's been some overtimes into the action, there's been some 16-13s, so expected to draw out to quite a long map once again. Sound. Lovely response, and just what OG Academy were looking for. Someone that's going to be able to make a play, open up a bomb site, and Sound's your guy.
Taking the top frag position here in this map up. AK's in for him. Of course, the rebuy will come through for MOUZ NXT. Still limited on the helmet basis. Only 3 kits in play. Utility's fine. Just that AK being a bit more firepower basis for QQ to play with. Bit of cash in for him and Chris and the North. So they've got a little bit in the savings, but nothing that will force back into round 7.
The Jimfat's got a player aggressive up towards a half wall. Sound taking a lot of HE damage, actually.
Returning someone to prison, but you are right. 12 HP for him. Think about how he plays around the Banana Control. Into the apartment, spraying back and forth, dishing out some damage, but receiving a lot more than he can return. All in all, things are looking dicey for OG.
There could still be an aggressive setup. You could actually have a flash forward over here at the half wall, try and put some pressure down in. The M4's going to strike, Awaken catches.
It's a good start. Rotations are inbound now for the CT side, leaving one player backed up. Back at the site, that's Jimfat. Again, he's been stellar with his holds. But OG are not going to try fight him. Not yet, at least.
And MOUZ NXT aren't over-rotating either. They're keeping shield with that AWP towards the motocross. They've got another player down there of QQ towards the pit control. Even a flash further forward out towards bracket should indicate some information. Getting closer to 40 seconds on the clock. It's going to be the B-pop.
Flash their way in. Nexius walking up and over. Molotov sent in for Marix. Flashes at the ready. Here they come. 2 players on the crossfire. Third man, that AWP is inbound for the rotation. Potential behind the smokes is where they'll play behind Nubox. Jimfat waits. He catches one of Sound. Nexius all forward, but Jimfat takes that chance to strike back with a double. Needs support from his teammates, though. He's low HP. 3-on-2 scenario. Nades will take him back. 13 seconds. He evades the HE somehow. He's not dead yet. The AWP is still hunting for him, though. Shots in, coming in from CT. Oxygen dealt with. Jimfat is a monster up here. Finally, Awaken takes the frag, but it's too little time and MOUZ are all over him. 5 to their board.
And just notice the slight reposition. So Jimfat's playing out towards that new box. He finds himself quite a lot of impact, quite a few kills. He actually starts leaning back in towards second oranges. And when Shield puts that incendiary down, it actually falls Marex. Jimfat is in a completely different position. They still had the inclination that he was out there towards new box. Very tidy reposition there from Jimfat.
OG responded to immediately. This is very similar to how things went down at that last Inferno between these two teams. 4 in a row for MOUZ, then OG returned 2 back, but this time it's cut down to 1. MOUZ, quick swing in. Look at this from Nexius. Oxygen dead already.
And they're putting pressure on. They're having some aggressive moves, even out towards the banana control. You're using your utility, but not overextending. It shows positivity here for MOUZ NXT, even retaking nades towards the top of banana now.
Flash is coming in to suppress even further. Sound with a counter molly. Of course, the first one from the CT forces will burn out, so they should be able to get past the half wall.
Nexus just jiggle peeking down onto the angle. 3 on B again. MOUZ NXT are reading these rounds to perfection. There's quite a lot of stacks involved.
Minute to play with. Flash is in from Nexius. Keep him away on the CT side, just past those. It's a utility back and forth. A second incendiary on to the half wall. Should siphon the T-side players off. Force a smoke out from them, so that's one piece of util wasted.
A shield up onto the contacts, just hoping for the first run out, hoping to catch one of those entry fraggers. OG Academy might be able to try and sell a fake here, put some util back towards A, make a mid-round call. You've got Sound in that AWP. Time is starting to dwindle. They've got to make a decision on where they want to end up. It seems like it's going to be the B fake with that bomb ending up on A.
Smoke to the CT cross. 1 smoke left for Awaken in this one. Dementa walking forward with the AK. 23 seconds for him. Nade sent by QQ. Landing onto nobody here. The long wrap, the smoke down towards the library. The AWP providing support. The AK's inbound, doing some damage against Awaken, but Sound gets the kill onto Nexius. 4 on 4. Blind spray from Crizzen. Flies all over the place. The bomb part can be secured here. He does find a player up in Graveyard and a player out in the open on the site itself. Sound down. Awaken and Marex now with the 2 versus 4, and Crizzen is just isolating every single fight. Runs out of ammo at last, but Marex gets 2. Can't get the triple. Jimfat puts him away, and it's 6 on the board for MOUZ NXT.
And there's a lot of fluidity on their CT side, and what I mean by that, Jay, is there's a lot of movement, there's a lot going on, and in that round, you had a pit player. You had someone back there behind the smoke as that anchor, and you can just get the tell there from Crizzen that he wants to help him out. Walk through that library smoke, put pressure on, allow yourself to have that security, to play on the contact there from that pit angle, get QQ some assistance, and for Marex, you're just getting swung from every position possible. Not a post plant you can win. 6-1 for MOUZ NXT.
OG are not having a good time here. Apart by the individual skill and the placements, the perfection. Coordination from MOUZ NXT, like you mentioned, the movement on this side is very difficult to deal with. And OG are feeling that firsthand. Marex trying to force forward with flash support, but Shield's instantly in with a trade. We'll hold past the half wall, but not so far as to regress all the way down banana with vision.
Even Jimfat can rotate over, try and be the assisting hand. Oxygen's going to make a play, try and look out towards Keo, but taking so much damage in by both the spam and the incendiary. Even a follow HG up after he dies. At least they deal with the NWP, and for now, the B-side's completely open.
Well, backups very quickly there, though. Smoke towards the cross will suppress the Molotov incendiary, I should say, back in. Jimfat sprays him down, and Sound will burn for it. Once again, he holds his bomb site, not allowing anyone to pass. Boost up for Nexius now to step up, and Awaken to go down. Dementa, 1-on-3 situation, still yet to get a pick in this matchup here. A bomb plant is at least secured, but now he needs to hold the clutch, and there's so much to deal with here.
Even Nexius just jiggling down up and towards the angle. Dementa's found himself back towards Dark, being watched in by QQ, and that's another successful retake coming through from MOUZ NXT. Now, Dementa coming into today was the 32nd highest rated player in the event. 6 maps, -12 KD difference, an average of a 0.94 rating. Even with that in mind, you can't be afford to be killless this deep into your map pick.
I think as well, Dementa was like the 4th highest rated player on Inferno in that last best of 3. To have someone like that missing is a massive crutch taken away from OG. pause taken, I guess, to address that. But above all other things as well, Oxygen, 1 kill. Awaken, 3 kills. Marix, even the star man that we talk about so much, 4 kills. Only guy going right now is Sound.
Yeah, we've seen MOUZ NXT ranked first in the event on their city side for most multi-kills per round, and I think we've seen plenty of those. I think about Jimfat over towards the B side. I think about some of those rounds from Nexius rotating in from Library. There has been constant, real charge when it comes to the multi-kill department for MOUZ NXT. This is a statement. This is coming through drilled, coming through with a game plan. Let's create a lot of movement. Let's be very positive on the city side. Let's not have any fear. And it's showing by the results. It's showing by the buy. It's showing how many AKs they're constantly saving on their city side.
HE set up towards the apartments. The AWP is watching, waiting in from that mid-control. Marix will try lead in. The flashes at the ready will set up towards the short presence. Crossfire's locked in from MOUZ towards long, hoping to bait OG up there. Oh, look at Chrisen. In for a penny, in for a pound, in for a double. Doesn't quite land it. Nade sent towards position on Marix. He could get the trade, but down at 36, a 4-on-4 favors MOUZ.
And this is where OG Academy have got to think about cancelling. Being able to regain that bomb control, slow the round down, show more banana presence, bait out a mistake, try and see if you can get another info play. Even Oxygen with a lurk smoke out to the apartments, just trying to see if they can settle, slow the clock.
Nades up from QQ, going to be landed away from the T side. OG back top from apartments off the back of those smokes, and now into mid is where they'll play. MOUZ only 1 player to defend that B site, but it's their top fragger, so leave him to his own devices.
And we've seen Dust 2 being the only map picked for the likes of OG Academy in this event so far, but you have to consider that MOUZ NXT hate Dust 2. They never play it, always perma-banded, and it means that OG Academy are going to have to go a different route going into Inferno. Yes, they picked it in the last head-to-head, but we haven't seen it in this event.
Smokes on towards long for shield, but no one's going to take base. It's OG into the B site. Jimfat back up second box. Nexius caught. Jimfat dealt with on a trade back. 3-on-2. That's far better for the OG side. They'll get that bomb down.
It's all about now the post plant perceiving itself. Here for MOUZ NXT, they might as well look for exit frags. They've got to be careful about going for the retake, though.
Well, a fair amount of cash, but not a massive amount, though. So they've got to think about the basis of holding the M4 and the AWP. Shield will stick around for a moment, but not being offered up an immediate kill means that he will fall back. OG won't hunt for them either, so both sides happy to respect the result of this round. OG will find their second.
And this is where maybe more of the conversation dives into. The idea that OG Academy are ranked 7th in the event on the T side for the highest percent of teams deaths that were traded. That was maybe an issue that we're starting to see in that series against Ents Academy, in that series against Atlantic, having some closer spacing, being a little bit tighter off one another, and just allowing that B-site XE in the end to just follow through. The pick out towards CT spawn was all important. Jimfat only found 1 towards the second oranges. Chrisen maybe gets in for a little bit too much there. Yes, he's able to find a pick, but does he need to swing again? I guess your confidence when you're 7-1 up, but reeling that back and saying, okay, I didn't need to do that. I get in for a pick, I can fall back to the bomb site from here.
5 still in the lead here for MOUZ, and of course the buy around the 2 save weapons will come through. 2 more M4s and an MP9 for Chrisen. Coming in with smokes up ahead for the CT side. Counteraction incendiaries and HE thrown by QQ. Landing nicely onto Oxygen there.
OG Academy thinking about the brackets pop. You got 2 players out towards alongside. MOUZ NXT have taken banana again.
Only sent with flashes over. The 1 player on long will get forced back. The incendiary forces the T-side players forward. They don't check Cubby though. Line up with a double. Triple knock game by Nexius. Marix trades it, but QQ comes back in control. Out towards short position. Chrisen's going to fall. Marix knows that mid is being challenged, and Jimfat gets the killing as the bomb carrier. Oxygen 1-on-3.
There's just no chance. No chance at all here. Players all around. AWP up onto the Cubby. And you could just see from that round, Jade, like just screaming some of the things that have gone wrong. You don't have a banana alert, so the CTs are getting aggressive. And then even towards the long contact, no one's checking the Cubby quarter. Those are 2 massive holes being exploited in the exact same rounds.
1 more to add for shield. 8 to the board of MOUZ. They have the half advantage. OG looking in a very dire spot. Admittedly, this is where they resurged last time around, but I just have my doubts as whether it's plausible here.
even Shield, he's only played 3 best of 3s for MOUZ NXT, being against OG Academy that first time around, against Flames Ascent and Fnatic Rising. 6 out of those 8 maps he's posted a positive rating. And I think he's just been consistent. I don't think he's been a superstar. I don't think he's been a player that's knocked our socks off, but I think he's been one that can be very deadly, one that could be very much on the money when he's needed to provide. I mean, look at his deaths. He's at 2 deaths right now. It shows that he's been passive. It shows that he's been deep. He's been AWPing a lot towards the A site, and he hasn't been missing many connections.
Not top of the board, but that doesn't matter at this stage. MOUZ NXT have a consistent impact to up up. He's certainly doing better than what Awaken's had. Many more deaths and not as many kills. Not even on the AWP this time for OG Academy. 3 AKs in for him and co. 2 Tech 9s for Auction and Dementa. Dementa still yet to get a frag here, by the way.
Aggressive position coming through from the apartments. QQ and that AWP to play off one another.
Shot on Dementa, trade, can get found as actually the Shield left its teammate open, does get doubled back. Sound will force out the issue. 3 on 3, the AWP recovered by Awaken. Now looking back down range, the CTs will rotate to try and hold off against the A-site commitment. The bomb will go down here.
And that was careful not to be able to run out from library like that. Wait for the utility to come over the top. Awaken with the backside plant. Things are looking very promising on this post plant for OG.
Nice incendiary that drives them out of the site. Awaken held back and catching Jimfat, edge of the smoke. There is a gap there to play with that the T's were aware of. Shot down to left now from MOUZ. And they're going to back up and save in mid.
It's a good call, knowing that Crizzen can drop QQ, knowing that Jimfat can buy, knowing that Shield can buy. You've got to look at this round and say it's just not worth it for us. Looking for exits, trying to get more out of that. I think they want the AWP that's up there in the apartments.
Oh, going to get a little bit more than what XCS was bargained for. And opting to hold on to the M4 above all else. Didn't go back for the challenge, and all 3 will hold back in the corner of pit. Keep their weapons in. Of course, that 3rd round will go on the board for OG. That's a start.
And that's one of those positions where we haven't seen a lot of Apps presence coming through from OG Academy. Shield gets 2 kills with that AWP. No one on the crossfire. His teammate out there towards Boiler finds anything at all, and you're still being charged down. So it's just one of those rounds where you don't bring enough players into the apartments, but at the same time, why would you, considering the OG have only left 1 or 2 lurks there at MOUZ? So just a good read for OG Academy, good punishment of the AWP and the aggressive setup.
MOUZ NXT. For Masters here. They might have dropped some buys, but it's going to be a very weakened one at that. OG opportunity to get back into this game.
Awaken, put the molly up towards the top of car, try to assist him with the Logs teammate. MOUZ NXT know that the buy is not going to be ideal for them, so an opening man advantage could be key in this round.
Jimfat's from Mars leans forward as Dementa picks up the opener. Molly's in, spray down, so much damage done there. Jimfat can't get away with the second player though, but it's 2 tagged up for OG.
And just falling back immediately, being able to get away with as much in that as possible, start chucking the nades back over, boost up to the flower pots. While that's happening, you actually got an aggressive short stance from MOUZ NXT. They're going to peer down into Boiler and towards brackets and see absolutely nothing. This is now a heads-up call for the B players. They're probably coming your way.
Bolster up with the smoke down to suppress them. Not aware of how deep they are. If this push keeps coming forward towards Apps, I mean, that player's going to sit there in Apps and watch second mid and mid rotation. The 3rd player joins the defense, and MOUZ have got the right call.
Molly out towards the new box position. Nothing out towards the oranges. They've got to try and force Crizzen forward.
Smokes in, counter incendiary. It's back here from QQ. Going to reposition towards Coffin's teammate on the site. Flashes in. They're going to stall against OG Academy. Second flash at the ready as well. Awaken should see that coming. We're going to wait for the Molotov to burn. They're so tagged up here. Spray through from Jimfat. Not required. Crizzen gets the first kill. QQ goes dropping. Jimfat makes it a double. Holds onto the bomb carrier and triples up against Marix. He is just too good, Dweg.
He's just farming, mate. He's just hungry for deaths. Hungry for so much more. Dementa, yes, he deals with Shield, but Jimfat. And you can't just look at that and say, oh, well, Jimfat's just carrying. Mate, they're just reading the game so well. The idea that you've got an info play towards A player like you mentioned that aggresses up towards bedroom, they know it's B. They've already got 3 on B. As long as you got that crossfire, you're winning the round.
OG cannot make the same 8-7 half that they did in the previous wrap-up, so the end result here should be MOUZ taking domination. I wouldn't be shocked at a 12-3 with the way that they're playing right now here. OG have had a couple of great resurgences, but MOUZ are just on a different level.
Do you know what it does remind me of, actually? That first half of Ancient against Ents Academy. Shield, again, more success with the AWP.
Straight frag. Awaken down, and that puts an immediate stop to this round. Halting progression from OG. Nades back from Nexius. Damage on the sound of Marek. It just gets no better for OG.
Even trying to reposition out towards long. Both players can peek on the contact. They swing together. 1-for-1 trade again.
Still will continue to hold down the long presence. Jimfat will get smoked off. He'll call it in. Oxygen Zorp can strike on Crizzen though. So 3-on-3 scenario. Make their way in towards the apartments. The player over at Pit is going to get isolated with shield going falling. He might be the only player to stand, but Jimfat makes his way ahead. Gets Marek's 2-on-2, and they rotate back out to the B play.
And this is a good mid-round call coming through for OG Academy, but MOUZ NXT have been making these calls and these adaptations. Look at Jimfat already rotating back.
Dementa, a flashbang in to let him cross back. Upset in, and a shot on Jimfat does end him. And an important frag to get here, considering how wild he is running at the moment. OG, will they force QQ into submission? Doesn't seem like it. He'll face forward and will lose his life. Bringing in number 4 for OG.
Just about. Good mid-round call. Nice relocation coming through from Shield. But Marex's angle up there into the apartments ends up clotheslining him. Oxygen with your... Mate, you don't see Oxygen picking up the big green all that often. That's only because Awaken goes down. And he actually does very well with both of these quick flicks.
We did work with it right there. USPs versus AKs, M4, AWP up for Awaken. Flashes sent, Molotovs up and over. Smokes down with Molotovs into the A site, stacking for MOUZ set towards the B, banana control. So this should be a free plant and a free round for OG.
Dementa being able to put more of that assistance down in the bracket stake, even Oxygen working out to the apartments. But knowing the stacks up here towards B, they can try and charge down banana, deal with this one individual.
Okay, that's one pick on sound. M4 in the hands of Crizzen. AWP of Awaken will try watch it with the flashbang forward. Shot on towards Shield. Next will go falling. Crizzen will go down the same. And the M4 for QQ's part. And Jimfat should get isolated, probably to go down here in that banana control. Marek's smokes him off instead and actually forces out the issues. So all left of this one rifle to stay in play. And they've got so much time. He also has the bomb with him, so he'll stand and fight. But ultimately will lose his life. Best of 4 match will spawn in my money. Regardless, 5 on the board for OG.
Just knowing that for OG Academy, it's a few rounds towards the tail end here. Again, last time around, it was only 8 gained on the CT side for MOUZ NXT, so if they can push it just that little bit further, make it double digits, you start screaming success in that second half for a steal.
I mean, even given how it was a 16-14 win for OG Academy last time around, this 9-6 half might already be the difference maker for MOUZ to try and take it back. Like, that's how thin the margins are. SMG still in for Crizzen, for Mars out for Nexius. OG Academy, of course, have their full rifles as you would expect from the previous round. And the last of this half will feature MOUZ hard stacking the A play.
And they're going to leave Shield up around that half wall, playing around the first oranges. OG Academy actually exiting towards A pretty quickly.
Utility is on from both sides. Smokes at the long moto positions. Flashes forward. HG's down. Nexius hiding in cubby. It's been a powerful position for MOUZ so far in this half. OG will not feed him so quickly. Slow and passive and rotating back from brackets.
Now, there could be some quick rotates over towards B for both Jimfat and for Nexius. So all it really comes down to Shield is being able to relay how much utility is being used towards that banana contact. Now, he is very deep, so he might be able to get away with 1 kill and reposition out towards New Box.
MOUZ got the reads as well. 2 players rotating back to try and join the B defensive line. 1 player backside as standard. Jimfat's M4 swings out, spray down, only gets 1. Marek responded towards Oxygen with a trade back. 1 in the middle of the smoke, needs that backup to get here. He's going to get driven away.
Shield just finding nothing out towards New Box, being exposed out in the open. Sound hoping for one of the CTs to push through the smoke.
Let it tick by. Nexius in position to deny this bomb plant, doing damage. Not quite getting the kill there.
Sound's going to get aggressive.
Smoke's going to fade. Seems will see him crossfire. Locked, and he locks out both the headshots. QQ all that remains and sprayed back by Marek's OG indeed. Will recover as much as they can, but a 9-6 half again, that's an improvement for MOUZ NXT.
And for OG Academy's point of view, you've got to look at that tail end. That was 5 out of the past 7 rounds being won. This could have been a much larger scoreline. This could have been a much larger deficit moving into that second half. And while it may not have been the prettiest of CS coming through for OG Academy, I look at the end there and say that's a positive.
Well, certainly a way back into this matchup with the CT side calling. MOUZ NXT, though, showing that they are playing a very different kind of game. Again, JimFat, 21 kills, having an absolutely monstrous performance today.
He's been set up well. You've had a lot of good calls around him. You've had a lot of utility on the setup. Out towards our B site, we saw the multi-fragging potential come down to the pistol. You've got 3 sets of Kevlar, 2 sets of nades in from QQ and for the likes of Crizant. Could be something like an apps pop, bring a lot of pace towards A.
FAMAS is up and over for Marix. Up his teammates to engage the pistol round, try to look out towards that second mid position. Walks forward from Shields. MOUZ are happy to play slow.
Now you've got Crizant that could be here for a moto smoke, allow himself to double flash high over, and pretty much the rest of the team leaning towards that apartment's control. Now there is a player up there spotting for info. That's Oxygen.
Swing forward. Oh, what a shot. Follow up. Not quite on as accurate. Nexius allows a secondary fight back and does pick Oxygen into a 4-on-4. Has the bomb on his back though. Needs to try and get support in. Dive out towards short presence. The player out towards the pit angle is the main concern. It's JimFat in with a kill. Awaken trades it 3-on-3. Bomb plant can be secured. Being faced now by all sorts of T-side players. Nexius getting the kill of Marix. So a 2-on-2 situation. But now being flanked in. JimFat has got to come up good here. Glock facing and flashed out. Blinded sound. Swings into the site. Gets JimFat. Looks in for the last kill of the round. Sees his man and knows exactly what he's looking for. 7 to the board of OG, they take the pistol.
And I think Oxygen getting that first kill out towards the apartments, dropping that bomb, was just a great tell of information. It tried to slow that round down. You had a player out towards the pit control for a large portion of that round of Awaken, and then just a lot of distraction coming through. Nexus trying to see if he could force that duel forward. Sound coming through from Moto with a lot of success. He ends up with a couple. He comes up closer to the 20 bomb now. And what an all-important round that was for OG Academy. Not allowing a bomb plant either means that there's no cash injection. Has to be a harsh eco with the Glock round into round 17.
In for those basic pistols, MOUZ. Want to try to play away from the SMGs here, given the fact that they could get a lot of money farm in this round. M4s on 2 others. The 5-7 still sat for Dementa. Marix flashes teammate into the apartment's check. Sees nothing though.
Trying to farm up that cash is going to be all important in this type of round. The Glocks just hoping that they don't get farmed.
Facing in from long is the right call into the hands of the M4 for Awaken. Trying to ensure the money does not fall in favour of the CT4s. Marix does get 2 kills in that one. Still money to gain with the M4 keeping play for OG. MOUZ NXT though. 1 round to separate, they'll get their guns in for the first rifle of the half.
And this is where MOUZ NXT have got to put that pressure back on. Again, they had a 7-2 scoreline. So now knowing that the difference is only 1, yeah, context is important, resets of money, the relocation of a pistol round victory and an anti-eco, but still, when the scoreline is this competitive, you've got to be able to respond. Got to be able to put that pressure back on immediately.
Both set to guns in. OG Academy, of course, taking 1 casualty on Marix, who will have to buy down to $550 to Mentor and $750 himself. Money could lead to a reset if OG lose all 5 players, especially. Incendiary Stone as Crizant just bursting through, flashing from his teammate to get them into Banana ahead of that smoke. 3 CTs to meet them there, though.
Now, MOUZ NXT don't actually use much util to regain this banana control back, and they're not taking it all the way. They're still out towards the logs and towards the bottom portion of it. You've got Marix trying to see if he could set up a pop flash for them to actually peek further around the corner.
Smokes on QQ. On towards long position. Gap above that, so I might see the boost in, flashes in, Nexius ready to receive the aggression, gets that first kill, reading the player behind Stack, but a little bit too late to fire back against him. A trade found for Dementa, 4-on-4.
And now they're just baiting more nades. Marix is over there towards B, only with an incendiary. JimFat can go back over to the bomb. Now they've got the option of double pumping, there's still plenty of time left on the clock. It seems like they want to show a slight more amount of A presence and leave Nexius here to get as much power as possible in for the entry.
2-2 split here for OG. MOUZ NXT fully focused on the B take. Smokes down towards Coffins and Connector. Incendiary's in the way, will of course block progression for now, but they'll make their way forward. The T's just slow walking, 18 seconds. OG, if they take the bomb carrier down, that might be enough at this stage. Three Smokes will come back. They'll make their way in with Marix getting a kill. Nexius puts him back out of commission. Where's the second player? Behind the boxes, and Dementa lines up 4 seconds. Nexius does not have time for the plant down here, and they know the CTs have the round locked in. It's 9 all to the board.
Excellent round there coming through from OG Academy. Just really good patience up onto the side. And if you notice, actually, the time stalling, one of the players that was trying to walk further forward was actually quite delayed to re-smoking down towards CT spawn, and that just adds a little bit more time. Dementa with a multi-frag out there towards second oranges. It's all on him. All that rounds.
He might not have the most frags at the moment. He might have had virtually no impact in the first half, but he won a round right there for OG to continue to build upon the start that they gained in this half. That's everything to them right now. Pistols in play. Nexius is AK only thing saved from the previous round, so Incendiary stone down. HG's put up. Crizzen will get tagged. Marix will get that one pick. Jimfat able to fund the trade, however, flanking in from second mid.
And this could still be quite an expensive round, knowing that Jimfat's been able to get the M4, knowing that he's still there on 100 HP. You could put a little bit more leverage forward into a brackets take. You've got to lurk out to the apartments. Try and put some pressure down onto A.
Smokes up, Awaken will fall back away. Holding position with the Smokes up from QQ. Deagle in, Awaken, ready for the shot, drops the bomb carrier and doubles up as well. Nexius turns his AK in to find it to a 3-on-2. 2-on-2 as QQ lands in the apartments. Bomb can cross back. A-site's been opened up and the backstab into mid is what will get the retake together.
This is so winnable. Even Oxygen just out in the open, just super aggressive there in the apartments. No crossfire even being established between him and his teammate at the orb.
It's been a devastating loss for OG Academy as well. No money in the bank. Reset potential. QQ still rocking SMG with Deagle. Taking the long range face. Lands on sound. Tanks a nade down. Incendiary from the bomb site though. Nexius is going to get flashed off by his own teammate. The AK revealing his position. But the SMG of QQ hunting for the pick back. Not even going to let his teammate take contact at this stage. If he can help it, of course. Dementa on the site, finds the headshot. Last man, unknown, past the hay bales. He sits and he waits and makes his move in ahead of the defuse. Tapped once, swing forward, headshot seen. And he knows that Dementa's off the bomb now. He hasn't got time to go for the defuse. He'll fall back to hold on to his weapon, but MOUZ and NXT have reset OG.
And that's where Oxygen's got to look at the round and say, sorry lads, I let you down there. Knowing that he's out there into the apartments, he's got to be establishing a crossfire. Awaken did so much damage. Awaken found so much impact with that AWP towards long. You've got a man advantage, and for QQ, yes, he hit some nut shots with the Deeg, but anytime you give that respect, anytime you make a slight mistake like that against a team like MOUZ and NXT, you're going to get punished.
OG would have broken open the piggy bank, but opting not to spend any money. The M4 and Dementa will stay in as a hero around the eco. I would have thought with Oxygen's money line, with Marix having a little bit of cash in the bank, they might have brought down and forced the issue with double eco status on Sound and Awaken.
Just Sound, that's the problem. If it's only one player, it's not worth it at all.
Dementa will strike back here, the M4 engaging. Oxygen's P250 gets her to a 4-on-3. AK in his hands, he'll fall back.
And now they're going to gamble stack up towards the A site. If they're able to get some of these rifles into some high-impact zones, establishing good crossfires, this could still be a steal.
Counteracting what MOUZ just did. Crizzen, however, finds Sound. M4 in, finds into return once again, a 3-on-2. And they're thinking there might still be something going on towards that B site. MOUZ and NXT still committing towards that mid position.
Awaken, where does he reposition to? He's hearing the footsteps towards short.
USP out, bomb in hand, Shield couldn't get the AWP shot. QQ finds the pick back, AWP VAK, jump facing, utility in hand, the flashbang keeps him blinded. Awaken falls away, shoulder baiting, tries to see if he can get this shot to miss, but a flashbang back over. QQ swings against him and he pre-fires, reads it so well, just about clutches for MOUZ NXT.
Oh, that's so close, so damn close, and they hurt. Those are the kind of rounds that do hurt. Yes, it is an eco, but how close they were to a steal. Great effort there from Awaken with a USP to get the pick, to get back down onto the angle, but just not find that final connection. MOUZ NXT up to 11.
OG with a buy down as well. Of course, the last one was an eco from them, nearly a steal. Not on this occasion, though. 11-9. Still favours the MOUZ side. OG basis to play with. SMGs on 2. Of course, MOUZ and NXT are going to have a rough by themselves.
Now, MOUZ NXT won 7 clutches versus OG Academy in that last head-to-head, knowing that that's going to be a pivotal point, one of those X-Factor moments to reset the economy line. Crizzen, expecting that he can help out his teammates up here towards Banana. It's actually going to be quite pacey towards the half wall. Try and get as much out of this as possible. Sound's just going to return fire with the Incendiary.
Potentially getting flashed in by his teammates. Incendiary's come back for the CT forces. Extinguished by the smoke. Shots ringing out. Re-smokes on. A flashbang forward eventually. Meant to try and take swing alongside his teammate. Wrap the corner. Sound gets the kill back. Nexius returns with 2.
And now they could just keep the pace going. Instead, they actually slow it down here. They don't just dive into the B side.
Trying to bait in more, perhaps. Orb shot ringing out. Nexius so close here. The flashbang! How's he done that? That is ridiculous.
Oh, Marix has done absolutely everything right. Flash AWP forward. Now an AWP to get picked up. Marix has even charged through into the side. Nexius with a no-scope trying to get it.
What?
What is that for Nexius?
How have you done this, my friend? 4 kills for him. 3 on the MAC-10 and a no-scope at range on the B site. Oh, they've done him. They've done him so hard, Dweg.
Jay, you got to wake me up, mate. This has got to be some sort of dream. What is going on in this round?
Jesus Christ. 12-9. MOUZ NXT have just wrecked OG. Not just in that round basis. The MAC-10 did so much work. 3 AWP for shield. Harsh eco now for OG. They are buying upgrades, but there's no Kevlar. Very little utility. This has got to be 13-9.
And just seeing some of the other pieces come alive, we know that Jimfat had a good performance in that first half. Nexius is starting to show us some form. QQ was involved in that one big clutch against Awaken. And it's getting the other pieces, the other riflers to step up to the task.
They slow things down. Excitement in that last round, sure. But that can't be the pace they play out all the time. OG will punish that, especially with the stack towards the B side. They'll flash their way forward into Nexius. Crizzen struggling with his sprays. Does get picked up in the end. 2 for 2 trades, and the AKs will back off, knowing there must be a stack in. They'll concede those rifles and go towards the A site.
Now, there is still a player out towards A, so another 1-for-1 trade, and you start working with some winnability of the round.
It's Awaken with the USP, though. Firepower lacking, but they snuck right past it. They'll get Jimfat. QQ responds. And now we're on for OG.
I don't think they go for it, though. 2v2, you don't have armor. It could just be wasting rifles.
There are 3 rifles, though. Where do... Well, I was going to say, where do OG put their priorities clear? They want to go for this. Dementor down, and Shield hits both his shots. Beautiful stuff. Again, not quite the big fragger on the AWP, but consistent enough to get that round past it. Damaging on the MOUZ NXT side, though. OG did a number with that utility, with that eco.
Now, Shield's played the second most amount of maps on HLTV out of anyone on his team, while only playing 9 with MOUZ NXT. That just gives you a little bit of an idea of while he's played at a fairly high level with Wolsung for the majority of his career, it's down here on the MOUZ NXT side that we haven't seen much from him. He hasn't played in many games.
Rebuy for OG. 4 to make up. Guns are in. If they lose it, though, it'll be map point at minimum for MOUZ NXT. OG Academy's own map pick of Inferno will fall out of favor. HG's deep. Landing on Dementor a little bit. 82 HP for him.
Crizzen being able to put some more utility forward. Try and see if they can get Jimfat into one of those aggressive sight lines out from Boiler. You got a couple of players down towards the underpass. Nexius playing Anti-Flash out here from the logs, hoping for some aggression to come from the half wall.
Marix ready with flashes to try and get his teammates into that banana control. Although there might not seem much here. That one player is all it is. Dementor. That'll take base, lean forward. Nexius is caught.
That's an all-important info play. And now it's going to be the A split in from short and out to the apartments.
Act quick though, 2 players on their way in. QQ watching, teammates already dived down, dealing with oxygen. QQ looking towards the site in the short position, where Awaken's going to drop. Advantage now for OG. For MOUZ, excuse me. OG are very quickly back into control, back into position. Will they go for this retake?
I think they have to. Sound's got a backstab out towards the apartments. If they can start to isolate a pill, get it back into a 3v3, I think you have to go.
A pick against OG Academy, however, might send it off.
Oh, they're out of there.
Yeah, they're going to call it off early instead. Hold on to these guns, make it 14 for MOUZ NXT. It might get a 4th spy in the next round. I think that's their thinking here.
Yeah, they'll buy. 100% they will. Now, MOUZ came close to 2-0ing in that last head-to-head, the one that went 3 maps, the one that went the distance on map number 3. They were 14-11 up on map 1 Inferno, the map picked by OG, but couldn't close it out.
Yeah.
A very similar scoreline this time around. It's not 14-11, but instead even better at 14-9.
It was a 5-round streak for OG that was able to bring that together. Now they need 7 in a row. Try and do a similar number on the MOUZ NXT side. They are in full control. And I imagine MOUZ being the team that they are, don't want to repeat mistakes. They don't want to allow that comeback to come through this time. They've got the better buffer. They've got a better buy. And it will be hard reset if they can take OG down here.
OG Academy bringing 3 players out towards Banana early round. You got Shield posted with the AWP, waiting for that jump spot to go out towards the boiler control. Marix is going to rotate back in spawn, leave some nades in CT.
A lot of incendiaries and molotovs being thrown up there towards Banana, just back and forth from both sides. CT should be allowed Dominion over it. The smoke down towards the arches. Flash in to allow one player to peek. Sound, however, prods on Nexius. Kill found to the HE, not quite, he backs out.
Sound now just jumping over the half wall. Now they've got a cubby play in mind. We saw MOUZ NXT doing this a couple of times in the first half.
Very successful for them. OG didn't check it. Will MOUZ check it? Walking into long. AWP is Shield watching the short presence, but again, a lot of that emphasis sitting on the player in the cubby corner. Wrap the corner, he gets the kill against 1, 2 in fact. Prison able to get that trade back, but a 4-on-3 for OG Academy.
Short aggression, AWP gets the pick. That's a great shot in there from Shield.
And now the A site's opened up. The backstabs, the rotations coming in. There is one player now on the other side cubby. Ahead of MOUZ, so the smoke will go down, so he'll be suppressed. Cindy on a bomb site might stall the bomb plant here, or force it out to the back wall.
Prison trying to see if he can get that bomb down. Everybody else has got to support. They've got a crossfire towards short and pit control.
OG have a HP advantage. Krisen's going to keep himself protected. Shield and QQ. A lot of work to do, and Shield will strike. Sound takes him right back out of the fold. 2-on-2. The equation still adds up, OG. That HE on QQ doesn't even catch him. Prison back in the backside. Marix catches QQ, and now the last player left in the corner, dropping in from Marix. That's an all-important sequence, a 2K for him, and a retake successful for OG.
And that's what you want from your big man. The highest rated player for OG Academy in the event, the highest rated player on Inferno for OG Academy in the last 3 months. Marix charging through that moto spot, clearing out the pit position, clearing out the likes of Insight back corner. Shield doing the best that he could with that AWP, but just not enough to hold off in that round.
Dropping, jumping, quick headshot, spammed up, low HP for the man. And now we're within 4, Dwayne. OG Academy, you mentioned their comeback in the late stages of the last game. Let's see whether it will be the case this time around. AKs, AWPs, buy up for MOUZ NXT. OG have the AK set in for Awaken. The M4's out as well. The T's walking their way into the brackets control early.
It's definitely more pacey than it was in the last round. It's actually quite contact heavy. You've got a smoke down towards long. You've got Krisen up close behind it. There's a CT on the other side.
Oh, he caught Krisen and all. Headshot with a transfer, hoping he could just get back towards the brackets entrance and get some damage, but no, got a lot more than just that. Advantage now for OG.
Jimfat's got to try and make a play. He's aggressive up here towards the apartments control, up on that lurk. You've got the rest of the guys down here towards the bottom of Banana. MOUZ NXT have got to try to find a pick and try and over-rotate, scramble the likes of OG Academy.
60 seconds. Oxygen. Locks out another kill. Frag up against Jimfat. 5-on-3 now for OG.
And now you just got to commit to the B site. Can't think about double the pump. You've got to just get yourself in. There's one towards the backside quarter. That's out there in the pillar position.
Setting the flashes up. Smoke should come down towards Cross. Or not, just flashing towards that position. Cannon incendiary back once CT does extend. That sound going down, but Dementa still unknown towards the backside. Gets his kid in against Nexius 2v4 for the T side, and the CTs just wrap their way forward. Get picked on towards the bomb site for Marix and Dementa. OG Academy not allowing even a bomb plant for MOUZ now.
A decent stuff there from the crossfire. Marix being able to start forward with just a straight spam. Oxygen just kill onto Jimfat. He's got a little bit of an off angle, slightly wider to the right-hand side. And Dementa's been able to actually stand up tall with quite a few important B-site holds.
Now it's eco time for MOUZ. NXT whittled down. Nexius and Jimfat have gone a bit quiet here. Just Dementa doing what he's been able to do. Sounds top fragging for his team alongside Marix. A similar scoring now. Sounds going to pad those stats with some anti-eco. Picks Dementa there against the last man. Holds his AK in contention. 14-12. MOUZ NXT. 2 in the lead here, but still 2 away from taking control of Inferno.
Just working with this deficit for OG Academy. Make sure you keep these AKs alive. Get as much impact out of guys like Marix as possible. Sound as well. He's going to be down onto an MP9. Even Awaken's been able to step up in this second half with the AWP. MOUZ NXT with another buyback. Shield does not have any nades. Nexius has got a very good spawn to try and put some pace towards Banana.
Nice HE. Damage done. Follows suit with the flash forward. Spray's blind. Going to lose his teammate or not. Crizin assisting with the kill. Second CT's up there though. Sound in the midst of the smoke. Falling back, grabbing the rifle, and holding his nerve.
And they've got to know that he was down low. They would have heard those connections, heard him get out of trouble. Even that molly towards the top of Banana, they want to try and trap him in.
Falls away from position. QQ. Jimfat holding in the apartment's contact outside of the bedroom. In from the stairway. Incendiaries are thrown down. There's nothing in Banana there though.
Now, this is excellent discipline coming through from MOUZ NXT. You've got aggressive, you've charged up Banana, you've won out the first fight, you know that you've done damage to Sound, slow it down. Bait a mistake, bait an info play. Try and see if you can get a read on the mid-round, and look at what's happening out towards brackets. They're going to start peering forward.
Oxygen into the flower beds, flash forward, spray through his Nexius to fall 4-on-4. Oxygen's been tagged up though, as is Sound. These are 2 easy kills for MOUZ NXT. They just have to find them.
Hey, you've still got the likes of Crizin up here towards the top of Banana, and I think he's just going to try and sell him on a fake, get that smoke towards CT Spawn, get a flash over, try and over-rotate Awaken.
If you can get a kill on the back of the site especially, that would certainly force Awaken to fall back. It's the long control read that's the big concern though. He gets the shot on Jimfat, and that reveals what's really going on. QQ has caught Oxygen to a 3-on-3, and the Banana player backs up 15 seconds. These 2 on the A side have got to get these kills in instant. Awaken, shots on, shield down, close range, no scope pulled out, spray back, 6 seconds. QQ can't get a pick on. Finally, no, he doesn't land it. Backup's here though. Crizin holds his nerve, but Awaken's done enough to run the timer out. And MOUZ do not get a bomb plant. They can't get to 15.
What a round coming through from Awaken. Think about that positional advantage. He's out there on the off angle, looks up to the apartments, gets a kill, and then wastes time. So much baiting around that default position. That's a great entry in from QQ. But Awaken, that might be one of the most crucial rounds from him in the entire event, because it keeps them in the game on map number 1, their map pick.
Massive stuff. And he's come alive as well. The AWP, we were talking about the potential that Shield was getting in the early game and was out fragging Awaken. Awaken has come into this CT half with a vengeance. Matching Marix, 3 behind Sound, 21 kills on his board. And MOUZ NXT have taken a pause to figure out how they break this OG side.
But they can't have 2 games back-to-back on Inferno where they struggle to close. You can't allow 14-11s and 14-9s to not be converted into map victories. That's just ludicrous. They've got to focus up. They've still got the lead by 1.
Thing as well, how they got to 14, right? It was Nexius' 4K with a Mat 10 and no-scope AWP. And somehow that's not enough to give you confidence to just say, send it, go. 16-9, no. OG Academy. In this position. Where they could still equalize. Default set, passive from MOUZ.
Oxygen out towards this boiler control and got the C-mate up on the contact towards Porch. That's Awaken just on the right-hand side. There's a player up towards the top of the B sandbags. That's Sound.
Rizinger trolling against him. Wins the fight with a Galil in hand. That's an important start. Counter flash in with Incendiary down from the second CT. Will stop MOUZ in their tracks.
Even Jimfat hasn't seen anyone getting aggressive down towards second mid. They're going to commit with this. There's only one on B.
Counter flashes in. Dementa holding back towards Pillar. One kill found. Transfer the spray not quite good enough. Nexius holds his nerve. Incendiary on Coffins will stall that bomb plant for the time being. Get some time for OG to rotate back here.
This is where we've got to see a Marek special. This is where he's got to step up out towards construction.
Re-smoke back on towards the cross. Shots are ringing out. QQ going for the bomb plant. Top of the Coffins behind the harder cover. Find the right position to keep it in. Sprays through, of course, will be counteracted by Jimfat. Marex is low. Nexius in it dark, and the CT is closing the pincers.
No one's watching Banana right now. Shield's actually going to turn around. The all-important AWP frag needs to come through.
Flashing against him, Jimfat swings for the kill, and Shield holds his nerve. Awaken goes falling. Marex now all alone, out on Coffins. Bomb is there with him. He sprays down one, but goes no further. Shield there to counteract. 15-13. Map point for MOUZ. Overtime at least for OG. 2 rounds to get there. They've finally gone past that brick wall.
And the money's not an ideal situation at all. Great AWPing coming through from Shield towards the top of Banana. And OG Academy are going to have to try and relay what happens on the buy. I think Marex has to get that AWP. You've got to buy that AWP and chuck it over to Awaken.
Dementa chucked it over instead. Marex, I think, is dropping more M4s. Dementa will get one of them out. Sound should also be able to buy. You need to get him on an M4 at this stage, given the circumstances that they're in for OG Academy. You need your star player to get involved with the best weapon possible, because that could make the difference between winning and losing at this stage.
And no kit, though. I was just going to say I would have liked to have seen the MP9 out for him. Get the extra nades, get that kit forward, because if this gets forced into a retake setup, you can consider it done. MOUZ NXT have grinded it all the way up to 15 now, and it's just one more. One more to push it over. OG Academy looking to try and respond.
Here we go. Round 29. Utility set to do minimal damage to the T side line. Nexius with a HE up towards Banana at the ready. The CTs are backed up too passive for this to have any effect.
And we saw MOUZ NXT going to round number 30 against Fnatic Rising in that last round out on Inferno, but for the wrong reason. Down 14-16. Marex off angle, out towards a graveyard position. Long smoke and brackets take here for MOUZ NXT.
Flashes forward. Incendiary is, of course, burning out. They are so back passive in the backside for OG. 2 players there on A, 3 on B. That bomb's yet to commit, and they're looking to go up Banana here.
It's a little bit more of a gamble in this sort of round. Retaking the half-wall control, they haven't seen anything. This is misdirection because the bomb's only a little bit further behind.
They might catch that info soon, though. Awaken's looking for a swing. Caught a leg shot against one. A reface from a second man. He's down on 1 HP. Prison's caught Sound, and City's doing damage with that AWP through the half-wall here. 2-2 split. Advantage now for MOUZ.
Now they've got to slow it down. 40 seconds on the clock. Just start working with that reaction. Marex is down here towards A.
In the apartments, caught by QQ. Now 1 player on site to try to deal with the rotations in from Awaken. Nexius leaning forward towards the backside. Oxygen catches 1, and 2 trades come back immediately. Awaken, 1 point of HP to try bringing this clutch for OG Academy. It's just not going to happen. He's been seen now, and MOUZ will look to take 16-13, closing out OG's map pick, map 1 of the best of 3.
What an incredible steal this has turned out to be, to take map 1, to take your opposition's map pick, because that sets you up. That sets it up for overpass. Awaken's going to try and do his absolute best to get the retake together, but not to be. The leverage was there. 14-9 was the scoreline, and MOUZ NXT do not send it to an overtime, do not lose the map, but instead come through successfully.
And that's the fear that we had, Dwayne, right? The idea it was 16-14 last time around between these 2 sides. The fact that OG barely got it to a 5-round streak comeback. They got that 5-round streak comeback this time, but they had extra rounds they had to make up, and in this case, MOUZ NXT, that was enough to send them into the map victory. What does this do for the complexion of this series now?
It puts pressure on OG, that's for sure, because again, I think part of the conversation is that if you lose this best of 3, changes have to come. And knowing that you're a map down already, you've got to mentally focus. You're going to go into map 2. It's going to be tough. Overpass is an incredibly strong map for MOUZ NXT. It was one of the maps in the best of 3 last time around that was actually a stomper. All the other 2 were competitive.
I think it was a 16-7 if memory serves me correctly. So in terms of what we could be seeing in the next one, if history is anything to go from, it could end up being a quick 2-0 for MOUZ to end off the night here in the MistGames of the Heroes of Tomorrow. We're going to go towards a break and see whether they can do it after this on their map pick of Overpass. Well, our worst fears have come true with OG Academy, their own map pick falling to the favour of MOUZ NXT. We said this might be a possibility to where it has become reality, and now Overpass is up next. In case you didn't catch the last best of 3 between these two teams, 16-7 was how MOUZ won that one against OG Academy. And I have a feeling 2-0's on the table now.
It's not on the table, it just should be. Knowing the idea that MOUZ NXT are 7-0 when it comes to Overpass, that they're on a great winning streak. It's a map that has been introduced into the pool, which can be lethal against some of the best teams in the competition, like Fnatic Rising in that upper bracket, a semi-final game. That was even a 16-5. So we've seen the one-sided results against some top teams. And for the likes of OG Academy, they're on a losing streak. They've lost 3 Overpasses in a row.
Yeah, compared to the 7 that we've got for MOUZ NXT, it feels like they're just so unstoppable, right? Like the numbers are so contrasting in that sort of sense. 3 in the red, 7 in the green. That whole prospect of just like, man alive, that's going to be quite a staunch task for OG to be able to surmount in that sense. And that's the reason why I take a look at this and I think to myself, I don't think it's going any further. I think we're in for an early night. Our first 2-0 in quite a while, actually, in the MistGames series of tomorrow.
For OG Academy, they're going to be looking to try and to fight back, to send this to a third, because for their sake, it is a lower bracket game. They've been able to be in series before where they've lost their map picks. They've still come out successfully, but it's going to be a challenge.
I hope there is a challenge. And again, at the end of the day, I do think that there's a certain element of where MOUZ should be able to dominate their way through this one. It's similar to that last series, right, where Flames had their start in the series. They looked confident. I hoped it would carry forward. In the same sort of way, I hope that OG will be able to carry on from the little ending that they had there on Inferno, that little resurgence, the CT side basis. Of course, they'll start things off on the CT side as you would expect on this map up. So I'm hoping that that's where they can just sort of carry forward, make it a good half, and play from there.
I think for OG Academy, they just got off to a very slow start. They didn't win any clutches on their map. 3 went the way of MOUZ NXT, and I think when you're on your map pick, when you're down to those 1vx's, you've got to come out on top. They weren't able to do so. I thought Awaken gave us quite a bit of success, so I'm hoping that he can charge forward, come into this map and look positive again, because he's going to be a defining factor. Even someone like Oxygen, who's one of the most experienced players in this entire tournament, didn't have the best showing on map number 1 at all.
Well, the kill spread might be okay and balanced there for OG Academy, but they've got to mount to the star power of Jimfat and Nexius over the course of that map. They had an absolutely stellar time for the MOUZ NXT side, and if they continue on with their form in this one, this might be a very, very swift end. Pistol round, OG Academy up against it, against elimination against MOUZ NXT. Double flash and smoke in for Crizzen, and the defuse kit on Dementa stands for the CT Forces.
Just to give you an idea of those 7 wins in a row, 2 of them were against OG Academy, a 16-4 and a 16-7. Out towards the B site, in from the short play. It's going to be a contact set up for MOUZ NXT.
Straight up and out, detecting that boost. Oxygen's head taken clean off by Jimfat. Not a lick of damage done to MOUZ NXT. Then Dementa will come back and get that 1 trade back, but Jimfat in against them 4-on-3 situation. For MOUZ NXT here, they have the site.
Just slow him down. Even out towards Connector, there's a player deep. They're going to watch out for it, and Sound does deal with Nexius at least.
All right, even standing now for the retake. Lost the kit, of course, but Marix trades back onto Shield. Suddenly a 3-on-2. Sound going to go falling low HP, eventually going down to the hands of Jimfat. They're on the defuse, though. Kit might not be required. Face back in. You got Jimfat finding Marix, but now Awaken still holding the defuse. Jimfat's got to make his way all the way up towards his position. Sees the player, wraps in, gets the headshot just in time. The lack of kit did affect OG in the end as MOUZ take the pistol.
Jimfat got an ace, Jay!
Oh.
Cool. Come on, man! That's Jimfat being able to bring over map number 1 into map number 2. That's what we want to see from the big man. That's what we want to see from the Finn. That's an incredible sequence for him. So much success being granted from him in the round. 5 to start it off. We've had a few aces in pistols, actually.
Yeah. Definitely nice to add one more to the tally. And again for Jimfat, as you mentioned before, like such a stellar player he was over on map 1. To get an ace here is fantastic. Beautiful stuff. MOUZ, of course, in full control.
Jimfat averages a 1.45 rating in the last 3 months on Overpass. One of the best maps to pull from him. One of the best maps for Deagle Force buys. Things looking okay here, up towards the party control. It's whether that can actually come through to any more success, because B is being opened up with that gamble stack.
The advantage still sits with OG in the player numbers, though. Plum Plant will be seen. Mac 10's on 2, AK in for Jimfat. Only 1 Mac 10 recovered for the CT Forces. Dementa will fall back towards QQ. Now they hard stack their way back into short. That HE does a ton of damage, and from here it should be ripped apart by the rest of the MOUZ side. MAC-10 burst through onto the bomb site. They'll look to make their way in. Decent shot for Sound, though. Diving back in against it. Awaken catches Dexius. QQ now with a lot of work to be done here. 19 HP to do so. Awaken back on the defuse again in the open. In from Heaven. He'll try and make his way up. Deagle's got to fight immediately. Sees the one man and changing shots back and forth with Oxygen. The defuse is held back, and OG Academy has stolen the force buy.
What an incredible steal coming through for OG Academy, and it all started off with that opening starts out there towards the party and presence towards T-Con. Dementor starting off with a pick, Marek's doing the same, and for MOUZ NXT, yes, they got the bomb plant, yes, they forced the issue out towards Graffiti and try and cut the rotates, but it's Sound with that Deag back in from the short control doing so much, and knowing that there were only a few upgraded Deagles, that's a round that should never be able to present like that.
MOUZ gave themselves up towards top mid, and then from there, the aggression in towards this Graffiti position. They gave up everything that they needed for OG Academy to get those picks back. Force invest around the bomb plant bonus though for MOUZ. They're bringing rifles back into round 3.
Didn't need a force buy here, weren't double eco status. Sound, Jiggle peeking down towards the monster control. And for OG Academy, it's all about trying to get a better track record. 4 wins and 5 losses in the last 3 months when it comes to Overpass.
Oxygen picked up first and foremost. QQ finding Marek's out towards long, so 5-on-3 game by MOUZ NXT here.
And that didn't even have to feel like it was too patient. You've still got 1:15 on the clock, and CTs are just overextending. Lose that first fight, you then have the aggressive long stance. For OG Academy, the only way they win this round is if they gamble stack, and they're hoping that they can drive them into B.
Lean in and hope for that, but for the time being, they're just trading weapons back and forth, figuring out the right setup to go in with the XC. Smokes up from the T side line, trying to sell them on the idea that there's going to be a B hit. 2 players will remain back here. 1 man on the back of the A site, providing util assistance. Now he's got to get assistance back of his own right.
This is looking very uncomfortable for the Lone Ranger. Shield waiting for a jump spot, waiting for a reposition. Even Krisen's just trying to see if he could sell the A fake.
Closing up the doorway, Awakens, MAC-10, face in, spray through, captures QQ, drops that bomb in the open, doubles up just barely. Gemfat trades it to a 3-on-2. Shield grabs the bomb and should get it planted as well.
Get it over towards that dice position. Both players rotating up from Dumpster. Sound and Dementor. 2 M4s in for the retake, still doable.
A little bit risky there from Shield, planting it at the outside of dice rather than directly on the default plant position. Either way, MOUZ NXT is suppressing OG. Smokes back in the second time out towards Dumpster. It's Bank that's going to be the focus for the CT side, though. Seen there by Shield. Both players spotted. Tags up, taken down 1. 1 more man known to Sound does get a decent kill back in against Shield. Now Gemfat holds, ready to receive. Spray him back, bring in 2.
And just a back and forth affair could only continue here on Overpass. Krisen, what an entry that was out towards the short water, and then QQ, just the patience. Up here towards a fountain, forces that CT forward. Awaken does good work again, but you almost feel like he gets let down by his teammates before then. You get a double frag with a MAC-10 defending the A side by yourself. What else are you expected to do?
Not much. Not in this case, at least. Forced back to return from OG as we go into the full-on war of attrition in this early game. MOUZ NXT. MAC-10s with the M4s, the AKs out, damage done to Dementor to kick things off.
They've got the AWP in play and actually playing it out towards the pillar position, so slight little off angle. Awaken can start taking some map territory away. Dementor spotting out towards short water, not seeing anything right now.
Chile sent over towards him. Gemfat prods out from Puck, looking towards long. No one's aggressive here from OG Academy, though. Only 1 man to defend that A site, so he's got to be careful.
I like this from MOUZ NXT because they realized the last time that we got aggressive, we actually started losing fights to this sort of buy. So let's slow it down. Let's play it pack heavy. Notice the way they're not even defaulting across the map. They're actually just bringing everyone together.
Minute on the clock. Smashes in from Dementor, continuing the jump face as Nexius' AK leans in, spots 1, jumping past APC into the bathrooms. Smokes up for Gemfat as well. Onto long control with a secondary teammate, also out towards the mid position. Shield with his AK swings and hits. Awaken down. 1 more player backside, going to be faced in by all sorts of T-side contacts. He surely shouldn't last long here. And indeed he doesn't. He does get a kill on the way out though.
And this is over though. Very good sight hit coming through from MOUZ NXT. Great coverage there from the bomb carrier shield. Even QQ extending through from Bank with that MAC-10, just trying to farm up some more money, rip it through, allow a third round to get gained from MOUZ NXT.
Advantage International. T-side in control. OG forced that buy, so they should have an eco now to follow it up. And MOUZ can start to gain the lead and extend it.
Yeah, we saw that Oxygen was quiet versus MOUZ NXT in the last head-to-head, going 52 and 67 with a 64.7 ADR. That's not what you want from your experienced players. That's not what you want from your top dogs. Oxygen's a very powerful rifler, and I think knowing that he didn't do that well in the last head-to-head, knowing that he didn't do well in map number 1, he's got to try and turn things about if they want to get success here on Overpass.
Is disconcerting considering his history. Got CT players in from the mid stack. Hard stack on these CT pistols. USPs, I think a P250 as well for Dementor, that being it though. Prison's MAC-10 is wrapped in towards long. Unfortunately, they shouldn't call in a counter-rotate for it. They'll just backstab in because they all held out a monster. MAC-10 will evade any sort of kill bonus, however. MOUZ should hit the B play.
Jim Fat getting that molly ready out towards the toxic barrels. OG Academy still trying to see if they can get a read on the situation. Now even probably hearing the rotate coming back around from Bank. So good info here for MOUZ NXT.
MAC-10 frag for money. Engagement to the backstab for Nexia sees what's really going on. That bomb carrier is going to go ahead and challenge. Prison does get Dementor. Nexius does catch Awaken next. So 5 on 3. And again, MOUZ hold control. Prison now just pushing that MAC-10 forward to get money together. Only gets the one frag for it though. On left now in Marix.
He tries best to even look for an exit frag. Get himself over to the P2K. Just get a couple of taps forward. One more kill could present.
Unlikely at that though. Swinging in. Prison catches him. Gets his Quadra. Nice and effective. Nice and efficient for the board of MOUZ NXT. Very great placements, of course, for that MAC-10 to get all the frags as necessary. 3 of them again on the SMG, so money for days for him. And MOUZ keeping all 5 players alive to bolster up with the win bonus. OG Academy working off the back of loss bonus for a bye here in the next round.
Now we know that MOUZ NXT have had a rotating door of AWPers in the last 3 months. It started with MHL, went over to Zykes from 7 AM, went over to Adex, who was playing on Prospects, and now Shield, because when we look at the results, right, he's only been here for 3 best of 3s. This is the 4th one. You've qualified to the playoffs of We Play Academy League. You've beat Flames Ascent in this tournament. You nearly beat Fnatic Rising, the top dogs in this event. You've come down now to the lower bracket. You're looking like you're going to beat OG Academy. At least from the result standpoint, in the games that he's been a part of, it's looked very positive.
Not been the star, but he's kept his own.
And I think it probably helps that he was a past teammate with QQ, with Nexius for a year to 6 months on Lowland Lions. So at least having some chemistry in previous iterations.
Some time away to also adapt to other playstyles, adapt with this particular squad.
Very true.
Molotovs in prison. Back up the AWP, which tries to make its way in towards Monta. Short control established by MOUZ alongside connected control from Nexius, who wins that opening fight against Dementor and all.
Not an easy fight to win out at all. Monster pop, MAC-10 gets away with a couple. They make it look easy, don't they?
Yeah, this was the concern I had for MOUZ NXT coming into this map up.
Just good utility usage, flash around the corner, and for that sort of range, anytime you've got CTs towards Monster Wall being flashed, mate, that MAC-10's going to rip. That MAC-10's going to do so much damage.
Get rid of those extra guns as well for the CT side, make sure they don't have a chance to get them back. 5th up for MOUZ. They look just fantastic right now.
It's just Overpass again and again. Every best of 3 series that we've seen for the last 4 in a row has seen Overpass as a map pick. Win after win, success after success. OG Academy would have known this map was coming through. There would have been no surprises in the veto. Map number 1 and map number 2 being the exact same 2 maps from the last head-to-head only a week ago. But it's crunching. So much pressure. Even the hunt down onto those last few CTs, cripple the economy, make it awkward, put them down onto another eco round.
The Eagles to concede one more back to MOUZ NXT. OG. All 7 of their rounds last time were gained on the CT side. So the fact is that they're getting decimated right here. Now MOUZ are going to give them a little breathing room as possible to get anything done here in this map up. They continue to look like a lights out unit, and they've already got the kill on Marix, damage to Sound, Oxygen, Dementor. These players trying to lean forward, and Sound will get one pick back on QQ, a rifle that he can work with. There's still a man up for MOUZ here.
And just the rotations over towards that A site. Jimfat's watching out Divider, playing towards the back of Dice, actually repositioning out towards the signpost, but gets dropped immediately.
Jimfat's jumping out of the way, adjusting back, looking in for even more. He's leading up the charge on the site. CTs are backed away. Nexius hold the M4 in as the bomb will go down to the hands of the Orpa shield. Watching the mid control for the backstabs, however, the focus is on Sound and Dementor. Both players pushed up in at Dumpster and at back of bank. It probably is best that the AK goes back and saves for Sound. There's nothing left in this round for OG.
It's a strong crossfire right now. Jimfat's trying to gather some info out towards Long, just get an idea of what's going on. Are they going for it? Are they saving? Nexus can keep jiggling down. Now the smoke's going to start to clear. Jimfat can focus that attention back in towards Bank. 6 up onto the board now for MOUZ NXT.
Dementor falls, Sound alone. 1 on 3 to hold on to the AK. And that's what he'll be able to do. MOUZ are not hunting him back towards the B site. They're spread out towards mid bathrooms and the long control, claiming their 6th round at this stage. 3 alive means the money builds upon what has otherwise been a fantastic basis. These are 5 rounds in a row, with a lot of players staying alive.
And the uncomfortable situation here is that out of any maps in the pool, Awaken typically struggles the most out on a map like Overpass. It's not been a map that's been very successful for him or the team. Oxygen's the highest rated player on this map at a 1.17 rating. He's the B-site anchor. He's down at just 2 kills right now. No one is showing us star-level performances for OG Academy.
For Awaken, he did take a while to get mobilized on Inferno. The difference maker to give that map up as close as it got on the comeback, but ultimately was still not successful enough for OG Academy, and I think some of these elements need to get in a little bit closer, a little bit more in depth, a little bit earlier on into these games. Flashes, Molotovs in, Dementor's going to try boost up, spot 1, take down shield, that's a start.
Flash over the corner, allow yourself to peek with it. Nexius and Co want to try and put some attention back over. They're going to counter boost.
AK will get set up to look into the toxic barrels. There is a jump face in from the default box though. Grizm with flashbang support should enable them to look in. Flash up and Oxygen gets caught, 4 on 4.
And that flash was just to try and mimic some rotation, just to get players to move about on the bomb site. That's the best thing that you can do when you got a boost up in play. Even Sound close towards this monster wall. Now there's a lurk out towards the bathrooms and Divider. The majority of presence is towards B right now though for MOUZ.
Smokes on to the monster control. Awaken, similar story, out to the bathrooms. Crizin walking up into the mid presence, joining his teammates backed up. Bomb on his back. We'll give that over to Nexius. Walks in to join the execution basis.
So you've got both Sound and Awaken up on this contact. Smoke's going to start to clear. AWP's got to find a connection.
He doesn't just find a connection, he lands 2 of them. Jimfat, Nexius, QQ dropping, and MOUZ NXT have capitulated in this round. Awaken with a triple. That's a hell of a resurgence.
Nicely done there from Awaken. Good cross placement coming through from him and his teammate out towards Longer Sound. QQ is able to respond with a pick close towards the barrel, but Awaken line up for a couple, and then even that 3rd shot in from him. Murix being able to adjust. That's exactly what they need, a lifeline.
It's a big one at that for OG. 4 to make up still. Of course, the buyback will be received by MOUZ NXT because they have so much money here. But it is a confidence boost around for the CT force. If they can get more like that, then MOUZ will start to lose control of this half. They'd set up and Nexius. AK leans into connector.
Haven't seen many connector players actually here from OG Academy in the first half. Keeping that area of the map quite open. You got Dementor still trying to see if he can spot for some information out here towards short water. There's a crossfire with Marix quite aggressive out towards the bathrooms.
Oh, lovely Crizin though. Finding Oxygen, run boost out for the AWP. Does get caught by Awaken, but Marix is responded to by Jimfat. recovery players in from the long control. A 4-on-3 still sits from MOUZ NXT, and they're walking in towards mid. There is no one there to receive it.
Look at the pace up towards the bathrooms. They know the only player towards A is the one out to long.
They're going to try fight him as well. Incendiary set for Mentor. Flashes over to allow his teammate to peek Awaken. Not blinded by it. Does get the kill against Jimfat. Dementor will drop leg shot on Nexius. Gives up the kill. The bomb's on site now. 1-on-3. 4 sounds. Stay silent in this round because it's 7 for MOUZ.
And this is another round for Awaken, but I don't think you can blame him. He comes away with 2 kills. He finds a lot of impact. That was a very good mid-round adjustment being called in there from Crizzen. They realized, right, we got to pick out towards short water. There was too long. They're playing together, and we got one of them. Let's just send it. Let's go really far up there towards that bathroom's control. Send it up to A. And Awaken's thinking to himself, mate, where are my rotates? Where are my bleed players to help me out? I'm by myself here at long.
Just took too long to get to not a great position. Sound at least finds Crizzen on the exits, but QQ responds in kind, and that takes an immediate clap back against OG Academy. They're lucky they got away with such confidence in the previous round. It does enable a buyback. Lost bonus in and all. MOUZ NXT. 7-2 to their board. The confidence is just there on the scoreline, and for OG Academy, that's the one important number you have to pay attention to.
And we've seen MOUZ NXT's T-side get better and better as the competition rolls on. Think about their first game against Flames Ascent. They got 5 rounds on their T-side in the first half. Against Fnatic Rising, it was 10. So every series that we've seen from them, it seems like we're getting a better performance.
Continuing to press forward for the MOUZ side. Here in the default, spread out press on for the time being. Flashes over towards that short presence for QQ. Pushing out Monster with re-smokes back on position for Sound. Just trying to block off that Monster entrance. Nothing has been seen.
Nexius just trying to work with this info the best that they can. When they open up the condor, there's going to be a player close to the right instantly.
Kill found for Oxygen. AWP for Awaken turned away from the condor. It does catch Crizzen, who's caught looking a bit too tunnel vision on the short control. 4-on-4.
And Dementor's actually going to swing on the contact just to help him out in case there's a refrag, in case there's a swing to come through from Connector. Now QQ's going to show that presence further back away, recover that bomb, and show more of an A influence. Now you've got Murrix down there outside of the bathrooms and a rotate coming through with Awaken with the orb.
50 seconds. Awaken's now backing up the A site. Flashes over from APC. Shots ringing out from Shield. Will counter flash back in to try to look for a kill. Scope up. Awaken dives out towards the site itself. Continue jump facing at APC to look for an inflation. Baiting out the shots and catches Jimfat in the open.
Lovely shot from Awaken, but more presence still going to get built.
Particularly 2 players in mid control. The one long individual should be aware of the wraparound in from the York now, with the bomb being dropped and Marix finding Nexius. And OG Academy find another one of these confident defensives. Shield, last man standing in this one. And dealt with by Awaken. A quadra for him as he comes alive again.
Just to give you an idea about his stats out on Overpass, 0.74 rating in the last 3 months across 6 maps played. His least favourite map in the pool. But I tell you, he might keep him in the game. He is going to be the difference maker if they can send this to a third map. Like, I know it's silly to talk about that at 3-7, but looking at the way that he's playing, he's got the X factor I'm not seeing from anybody else.
I can agree. And even from the numbers game, like that alone is only a small portion of it, but it gives you a guideline as to how well he's doing. 12 frags versus 5 on Sound, Marix, Dementor, 2 for Oxygen. Not fantastic for the OG Academy side in general, but Awaken has made all the difference for them. These 3 rounds might not exist without him.
And he's moving the AWP around quite a bit. He's playing it towards B early rounds. He's rotating it up towards A, playing it towards Dice, out there from APC. Dementor's still trying to see if he can jump over, spot any info towards short water. He's seeing nothing. A little bit more aggression, actually, this time around to the front side of bathrooms.
Try prod in for MOUZ NXT. Bomb on the back of Shield will try and make his way in to join his teammate up here, but also think about a counter-action. They have got presence in Connector. They could still hit the B play.
Nexius waiting to see if there's a slight overpeak. Now, check out where the 2 B side players are. They're over towards the right-hand side of the monster wall towards Grill. An off angle that might not be expected if there is an exit towards B.
45 seconds, a re-smoke comes on as well. Molotov's on towards short. Nexius silently drop off with his teammate. Ready with flashes in 35 seconds. Crizzen has the bomb on his back. Dementor has Overwatch on the Kevin control. Dives into towards water.
If he smokes off short, that might actually cancel the rounds.
Gonna look for the engagement instead. Incendiary comes up for it. Sprayed through as he protects his teammates on that monster. And Grill position. Double up for Dementa. Sound gets a kill of his own. Crossfire's locked. I think the T-side players have been locked out of this one. The bomb in the open. They're backing away to save.
That's a very good rotation in there for MOUZ Academy. And what a setup for Dementa. The way that he's able to rotate down to heaven, get himself into the pit control, put that incendiary up. But notice how he doesn't overpeak. He holds quite a tight line where he's still quite defensive, but he's watching towards that right-hand side of the pillar. He gives himself an excellent angle to crossfire off with sounds.
7-4. MOUZ NXT. Still a lead, but that lead is being whittled down by the OG Academy camp. A rebuy will continue to come through. They've still got money to afford it. The guns up here. The AK's on 3, saved in for the CT forces. This could be a breaking point moment for MOUZ.
Dementa trying to get that HE placement down towards the short pipe. The spam coming in close. Not quite the connection they're looking for.
Flashes in as he jump faces. Doesn't see anything as of right now. He smokes back on towards Monster again. Going to suppress that one entryway from MOUZ NXT.
QQ's waiting for some aggression, waiting to see if they can peek off a contact. Oh, great shot in from Shield.
Awaken, falling for it. Jim Fat leans up into the mid default. Flashes back in from the T side. Spray through from Oxygen. QQ's going to fall, but Chrisen finds the responsive immediately.
And now Jim Fat's going to start taking some map control. They've got 2 picks over towards B, so it's going to start sending a little bit more of an overpeak forward. Shield's hoping that someone else re-aggresses him towards Monster.
There's aggression in towards the bathrooms control here for the CT forces. Shoulder bait. Shield gets his pick. Dementa down. Second player off to the right-hand side. You mentioned it on Orthodox that 2 players are holding their only 1 man this time. OG Academy. Don't know how to get this player out of dodge. You might just have to stand and fight.
So there's 2 chances here. You either go for the B-side exit and have a late wraparound towards Heaven, or bring that bomb back up towards A. Sounds made a decent info play. He's got to rotate. He's got to start moving up.
Player out towards the short position, which you'll get. Nexius will fall. Meanwhile, Marix has dropped on the A side. The bomb's going to commit right there. Now cut off connector control in the underpass, so there's not a lot of breathing room for Sound here. He's going to grab that AWP and save it.
Prison getting that bomb plant in. An 8th round being gained by MOUZ NXT. And you think back to the last 3 months for MOUZ NXT, round win percentage of 45.8 on the T side. That means, Jay, it's normally about 7 rounds. They've already got 8 and it could be more.
Knowing how stellar their CT half was against OG Academy in the last best of 3.
Pretty much all of their games, to be fair.
But in that one in particular, they didn't lose a single T-side round to the OG Academy side, so the idea that this half has gone their way, the fact that they've gotten no disadvantage above OG at the turn of the half, look at that and consider the idea that I might have already won this map. Sound does go down in the end. No rifle save for the CT forces. MOUZ not being as quick and flashy, but certainly looking just as solid.
And just to build on that a little bit further, you said that there was no CT rounds being gained, right, in that second half. Have a look at it from MOUZ's perspective of what they've done in the event. Once they went over to their CT side against Flames Ascent, they lost 2 rounds. When they went over to their CT side against Fnatic Rising, they lost none. So that's already in the event showing us that once they get into that second half, mate, that's where they just stabilize. That's where they're so calm.
Awaken. Prod forward of that AWP initiating towards connectors, going to get forced back by a Molotov. Taking some damage alongside Sound early on in this round. OG on their buy-up. Need to find a resurgence, desperately so.
Well, they've got Awaken in quite a high expectation zone. You've got the AWP out towards Divider. It is going to get smoked and mollied, so he's going to have to reposition ever so slightly. Find himself out towards the right-hand side. A headshot now.
There's 1 kill. Nexius down. Awaken. 13th frag of this map up. Does force MOUZ to rethink their stance.
And Marix, still a little bit of an off angle being held from him. He's going to re-smoke off towards Divider. You're going to have Awaken playing to the back of Dice. Now, QQ is waiting for a response to happen outside of B. This is where he can start selling a fake. Unfortunately for him, he's only got a HG, so he can't really fake the util.
Rotations, try to grab that bomb for shields. Move in with his 2 teammates in the monster position. The smokes are up for the CT side. Flashes that are ready to go in.
Get that nose flash, deal with the first player. Too close towards the monster wall. Good setup for OG Academy.
Smokes in, M4 looking forward for Oxygen, any flash support. Re-smoke back down, body block heard, Crossfire locks in, they do get Oxygen, but Sound stands with 2 kills. A bomb drop watching short and everything. Refaced in from Dementor, holds his nerve. Incendiaries to block them in, and MOUZ just going to rotate out of there, save their guns once again.
And it shows how consistent that setup was out towards Monster. You had both Sound and the likes of Oxygen just playing off one another. That re-smoke comes through, the flashes just don't quite find that connection. Very nice crossfire indeed from OG.
5th round to the board. An important one for the OG side. MOUZ beaten in suppression on more than one occasion. And the money's not quite there for them either.
OG Academy get themselves in a position where they can start driving rounds back towards the tail end of the first half. Remember, that's what they did on map number 1, wasn't it? We saw that they won, what was it, 5 out of the past 7. They actually turned quite a positive note towards the tail end.
To make it enough to try and make the second half plausible, however, Awaken starting things off. Shield picked up first, that's 1 man down.
Another opening amount of advantage coming through with Awaken. Sound even trying to give himself a pixel angle in case anyone crosses over towards that short pipe. You've got 2 over towards A. MOUZ NXT. This round doesn't look too threatening.
Very slow in from MOUZ. Very carefully considerate. Slow. Careful prodding into the mid, control into the bathrooms. As OG start extending up short.
You got Marex over towards that trash can and a 3rd player up on rotate. Awaken's been very successful from DICE.
Holds his position as a result here. Sound. Squeak door. QQ's Glock's pulled in, gets the frag back. M4 engagement for Dementor takes quite an amount of damage towards that pistol, but ultimately will drop the man on the T side. 2 versus 4 for MOUZ NXT. Now making it 1 as Crimson falls to Awaken's AWP. Last player's been spotted. Jim Fat dealt with by Oxygen's backstab. So that's 6 to the board of OG. MOUZ should have enough money for a buyback.
Awaken. What a tight angle this was to get things started onto Shield. A lot of success again coming through from the Bulgarian AWPer.
Stepping up on his numbers again, continuing to extend against the OG side, who are just still not quite forming around him. Not a single player above double digits except for Awaken. Until he sent the default prison very quickly into position. Onto their short presence, expecting an aggressive force, and Oxygen pays the price.
No flash, no nothing actually. That was completely dry on that aggressive approach, and he gets punished for it. Anytime you're peeking forward like that, you need support. A re-smoke can go down towards Monster from Marex's point of view. And this is a full gamble stack. Look at this rotation coming through for OG Academy. They're going to leave Awaken as the only A player.
Nexius moving up, but not going to fully commit towards the mid-wrap. The bomb's got to commit towards the site here. Out towards T-Con. There will be a player going back for it. Army Shield picking that one up as Nexius catches Dementor. Perfect headshot gain to the quick peek in from short.
I kid you not, I was just going to say Nexius has found so much success from this angle because look at how many times out there in Connector, anyone getting aggressive towards the short sandbags has been punished. That's been an area where he's found so much success.
Ripping them down for it. OG Academy continue to get played by the slow tempo of MOUZ NXT. Jim Fat is caught back. That's 1 trade out of many more that they need.
Players starting to rotate over quickly. It might just be a contact play out towards a short pipe and here towards Monster.
Molotov set, flashes will go over for Crimson with smoke down towards heaven position, counter flashing for Awaken, his teammate peeking in. Sound does go down, 2 left, 1 left. Marex holds on to a double, needs that triple. Oh, he's got Crimson, 15 seconds, Shield has the bomb on his back, he's waiting for Marex to reface it, he's gonna go for the challenge, he might just lose it. Oh, Marex, what a sequence. And what a way to bring in 7 for OG, a recovery in the CT side. But MOUZ still lead by 1.
That's an incredible round coming through from the IGL there for Marex, ending up with a 1v4, and for MOUZ NXT, I don't think they'll be too happy with how that last round panned out. They actually ended up facing quite a few times with two players, but just could not get the trade, could not drop them in the end.
And again, we look to that CT half-dweg, the one that you said had been so flawless over the course of this event, the one that literally was so flawless against OG Academy. Gained 8 in a row to close down that second half from the exact same scoreline that we have right here and now. The T side had the 8-7. What have OG Academy done here to try, or what can they do to try and figure this out?
And they've got to be able to dictate quite a bit of pace. They're going to have to continue getting good form out of Awaken and try and see if they can exploit them in the mid-round, try and see if they can bait them into some gimmicks. Dementa bringing quite a lot of pace forward. You've got 3 players from MOUZ NXT to fight on a crossfire towards the front side of Bathrooms, Connector, and Divider right now.
Nexius, meanwhile, prodding forward into Monster, gets the kill against Oxygen. The players in the Bathrooms do get forced back by the OG aggression, and now they've got the information that no one's out there towards the B commitment. They're going to try and hold down the defensive here towards A-Stack. Shield, kills, found. Jimfat up front in Divider, gets to flank in OG Academy, peek into the cross, and MOUZ rip them apart.
And it just shows that success gets landed in so many different portions of the map. Nexius, your B-site player, getting aggressive, taking map control away, winning that first fight, and then this crossfire. There's just so much distraction. Shield baiting them forward towards Divider. Jimfat coming through from behind. A lineup, so much mass damage. And for OG Academy, we've often said that they don't like buying, don't like forcing. They didn't even get a bomb plant, let alone damage, and they're actually buying going round 17.
Tech9's with you, Till out towards Monster. This could be a rush tactic in towards the short presence. Certainly it will be players taking the mantle of the aggression, and they're going to go charging straight forward. Nexus, MOUZ down 1. Only 1 though. Could have lined up the kill on against Oxygen's Town, but no. For 4 versus 4, SMG in. There it is, QQ getting those 2 picks in against the man. Crossfire adjustment against Marex. Now Jim's back 7-4, inbound for 2. Gets that double up, locks it in.
I actually don't mind that there for OG Academy. You've got to be different. The one thing that we keep saying is how strong this second half can be. We'll try and catch them off guard. Try and catch them sleeping. We know that OG Academy don't like forcing. Mate, change it up. Try and see if you can send it into the B side. And I think they actually found quite a lot of success with those early entries. They just weren't able to find more. Didn't drop QQ out towards that toxic barrels. Didn't find themselves a position to get a bomb plant either. MOUZ NXT, 6 more to go.
You're bang on the money with that one at this point. You do need to pull out all the stops and do something unpredictable, something your opponents won't expect to give yourselves an advantage, something to play with in this matchup. Unfortunately, it didn't work in that case. It got close towards it. The Deagles in this round will work though. Sound and Marex with a couple of decent picks, and now they found Jimfat. 3-on-2 for OG.
Sound trying to see if he could find some more impact. I mean, I don't even know what's going on here. They deal with the force buy in the last round very effectively, and this is a very winnable steal for OG Academy.
Walk their way around into the long control. Backed up with this M4 and MP9. Shield in with the backstab though. Has evaded contact in long. His teammate will be watching it. They know they must be playing towards the A site.
It's all about how much Nexius finds, because he's got to stall for time and do damage.
He's going to get caught in the open, swing forward, gets the first kill, and the second. They're feeding him the 1v1 fights, and he'll take every single one.
Well, that was close. That was quite a tense one, but the job gets done, and that's what's important. You just felt there for Nexius, this slight aggression forward. Sound with that dig, doing as much work in as possible. OG Academy have got to look for that reset. They've got to look at that next round and say, right, this is where we can hit home. This is where we can really tarnish the money in the bank accounts. 11-7, 4 rounds the difference.
It's only extending. MOUZ up against the full rifle buy of OG. They can be happy that previous decode did damage. Nade sitting against Marex, taking him down to 53 HP, shield 68. Sprays through from Oxygen past that one to walk. Hacking up QQs across back.
And just knowing that even out towards long, there's an aggressive stance. Dealing with his first player towards Rock could be difficult.
Nexius ahead of the smoke, so Jimfat does get a kill. Sounds there with a responsive. Going back for that AWP. Low HP for him and Marix in a 4-on-4.
Look at not only the damage, but the bomb coverage. They would have seen that onto Sound, so that's a lot of information that JimFat can work with. Now, while that's happened, Shield's got aggressive. He's got that AWP out towards Short Pipe. You've got an info play towards Connector. OG Academy are actually backing off, and there's an aggressive duel being landed towards Fountain.
It's being taken to the fight, and Nexius just adjusts so quick to Marix. Bomb dropped. He'll catch that info. Knows that the rotation was coming in towards that monster position or towards that T-Con angle at the very least. Oxygen will engage one. Take back Nexius for his trouble. A second CT's in the bathrooms though.
And they know what's going on. It's whether they can adapt to it. Here for OG Academy, they've got to deal with this first player in bathrooms.
He holds and he waits, but they walk right past him. Prison starts to have an inkling as what's going on. Will wrap around in for the backstab. Should see both of them line up. Only one kill. See the second player. Teammate will get called in. Incendiary's down. Seen him. Can't catch the angle at the right timing though. Header divider. Bombs in the open. Now gets caught. Prison with a double. 12 for MOUZ. NXT. OG yet to start on T side.
And MOUZ and NXT are actually very similar to the likes of Eternal Fire Academy with the way that they play on the city side. There's a lot of movement, there's a lot of info plays, and it's very tactical. And I think for OG Academy, what it ends up meaning when you're on T side against these guys is that you're never comfortable. You're never in a moment where you can slow it down. You can start taking map control. You can set yourself up for a fake, set yourself up for a relocation, anything like that. Just because MOUZ are always on the front foot, they're always searching for what's going on.
Tech 9s and Deagles in for OG. MOUZ and NXT. Orps, M4s and the AK set for Prison. Passive again. OG playing out a careful default with these pistols. Went for the rush tactic previously. Didn't quite work for them, so down to control where they'll hold.
Sound. Trying to see if he can brute force one of these duels open. We know that he's been the king of the Deeg. Shield could get caught out in the open on a timing.
Yeah, Shield getting awakened. Advantage sits with MOUZ as it always did from the outset. The firepower advantage there for the MOUZ camp. Smokes in for Marix. Sent up with a flashbang over from the T side line. They'll make their way forward. JimFat caught off. Prison gets a secondary. Shield there with the AWP backup. Marix 1-on-5.
Jeez, they're not even getting a look in, are they?
No, they're not.
Not at all. You might sit here and hope. Allow yourself to almost be a little bit creative with the mind that this time it might be different in the lower bracket, but no. MOUZ and NXT are just too rock solid. This CT side's not giving gaps, not giving exploitations, and none of these rounds are even looking possible, whether it be a rifle round or a half bite. It's just looking so cohesive, and I think it shows how much hard work has been developed, how much time they've pushed into this map. There's a reason why it's 7-0. There's a reason why there's so much success on Overpass.
It's in this half mostly, it seems. OG Academy certainly feeling it. Many before will also attest to that nature. Guns back in again for the OG side. Need to get something spooled up soon. They are running out of time to make a comeback, get a comeback started, let alone get one completed.
QQ playing out towards the toxic barrels. You've got quite a few players outside of Monster from OG Academy's perspective. Awaken's just hoping to see if he can prod anyone further forward from Party.
Flash forward for Prison to allow someone to peek in from that short presence. Won't catch him though. Prods out towards Monster, supported by Smoking from Nexius, will keep them at bay for OG's sake.
Shield got baited, that AWP fired out towards the long control. He's actually repositioned ever so slightly, gone back into towards the bathrooms. Oxygen going back and forth with the spam. Look at the info though. Shield is still very aggressive with this AWP towards the left-hand side of Divider, looking towards the top of Con.
The one concern is that they got no one watching the long control right now for MOUZ.
But even that, there could be a lurk smoke. There could be util if they're going to do that. So while no one's watching for it, they'll be waiting for that info on the util or any sort of footsteps.
The walk forward for OG. Oxygen will start to lean in. They'll start to back off as well to the passive site with 30 seconds on the clock. I think that's the right call to make.
Shield's actually going to get a rotation back to B. This is a misread. They think it's going to be the B-side XE.
That support engagement will keep the T-side players blinded, stall for some extra precious seconds, buy some rotation time for 2 other CTs, 3 other CTs in fact to come in and try and hold on to the 4-man stack. Sound finding Jimfat, Bomb Plant will go down, Sound able to double back here, 5 on 3, OG Academy have beaten MOUZ into submission. They're going to save, and they will not allow a flawless half on this day.
And I think MOUZ and NXT, if they would have held that aggressive setup towards Divider, it could have been very successful. They end up getting into a position where they fall back, there's no info. Even the jump spot from APC doesn't see anything, so MOUZ and NXT go, we're not seeing anything towards A. We haven't heard any U2, we haven't heard any footsteps. Let's gamble stack at B. Let's rotate 4 players over. And in fact, it's a misread. That is an excellent round of patience there from OG Academy.
And even if both players held their passive positions on the A side, I think that still could have worked out. It was when they started to counter rotate to the B play where things started to go off the rails for MOUZ. And there we go, OG with the start in the half, with the start of the comeback. Will it be a completed comeback, Dweg?
Possibly not. You have to look and be realistic with yourself. For MOUZ NXT, yes, they might have given 1 round, but what was the round off to? An over-rotation. It wasn't a massive mistake, it was a minor mistake. And I think that's what makes MOUZ NXT so clinical here on overpasses, that they do minimize the mistakes, minimize the errors, don't give much room.
Pause taken. Tactical in nature, for whom I'm not certain. Doesn't seem like it matters though. Both sides have a chance to talk, both sides have a chance to reassess. If it's MOUZ to take their tactical time out, then they could be in for a decent cruncher. Try and stop any further aggression from the OG Academy side. They have their gun by around the safe weapons, so here they come.
A lot of players going out towards that monster control, get a smoke up towards T-Con in case for the early incendiary. This could actually be quite a pacey B-pop. It's all about how they can get themselves into entry positions.
Smokes in, Dementa spraying back through the wall bangs, receiving a lot more damage. Dished out, none of it, 1 HP for him to return.
Look at Park, mate. I didn't even notice this. There's an aggressive CT all the way up, and already QQ has done quite a bit of damage.
Oxygen taking back the trade, however, Nexius is still on site, reducing him to 3 players, technically 2 players. Dementa will not stand much of a chance in his next engagement. Jimfat now on the site, and Nexius is still prodding around the site itself. Awakened door pick does come through, but now Marek is down in trade. 3 on 2 for the CT forces. They're going to rotate back towards mid.
Oh, Dementa's so damn low. The best that he can do is put himself in an aggressive position, try and force one of those counter rotations instantly, drop the one of the first players.
Well, they're lucky the rotations are late for MOUZ because that Molotov landed right on top of the building. On plant, back a truck, flashbang forward, the spray through the AK, the AWP of Awaken, trying to look for the kills here.
Backstab coming through from bathrooms, no one's watching for it.
Running forward instead for Awaken, that's a decent shot. 2 on 2 being gained, but now he's dead, and Dementa with everything to do. 1 point of HP to do it in. He's not being watched towards long control. They'll get on the defuse, at least they'll try to do so. Try to find a better angle for it. Tap it once, he'll look to swing, he'll look to deny. Spray against both the players, but the HP is too much to counter for. 14 from MOUZ NXT, they're right back on track.
That's a good effort there coming through from Dementa. When you're such low on HP, you almost need a miracle in one of those 1v2 clutches. And I think it just shows on that post plant, because they didn't have the inkling of that backstab, it really affects them. Nexius down there towards a pit control, found so much impact behind that smoke. Ends up Krisen coming through from the backlines, and Jimfat gets the job done just when Dementa starts trying to run away.
14 to 8. Guns in, the AWP out. AK's in for the T side rather. Only M4's held together for MOUZ. NXT couldn't save any of those. Sprays on. That's a kill for Nexius, and it made it look so easy.
Spam again. Even Krisen's got a player close up, and there's another pick being found. That's a 2-man advantage within the first 25 seconds of the round.
Sound down with not much else he can do here. 5 on 3, MOUZ closing in the pincers, closing in on the map, and series win a 2-0 fashion. Flashes up, Marek's up out, QQ and Nexius do get caught. Marek transfers back for 2 kills, but now needs the full-blown ace to make this round come together. It's not going to happen. 15-8 map match point for MOUZ NXT. Elimination time now for OG. Got to make 7 in a row happen to avoid that eventuality.
Yeah, OG Academy struggled to close out against ENCE Academy in the upper bracket quarterfinal game. What a difference that could have been. If you think about the idea that it went OT in map number 1 to their way, they were up 11-4 at the turn of the half on Mirage, could not get it done, had to go into the lower bracket, had to face Atlantic, and now had to face the rematch against MOUZ NXT from last week.
7 rounds. Damage being done to Cruisin to start things off. MOUZ NXT have their full buy potential sound as the Bomber is back to join the main long force. Not a lot of A presence, but that will start to change here for MOUZ.
And they're starting to gather quite a bit of information. You've got Shield up here towards the top of Connector. He's not seeing anything, and Nexus is pushing B. They know. They 100% know this is going to end up on A.
All the info to play for. Short will now be detected, and they'll realise that it's going to have to be a wrap in. Shield Zorb picks up the first. Marix going, dropping. 5-on-4 for MOUZ. OG slow things down.
And even out towards a bomb site, you need to get Sound in with an entry. Oxygen is able to drop Shield at least.
Smokes on towards the back site. They will hold their nerve as rotations are called in for the MOUZ side, and Crimson comes up good. One pick back on towards Sound. Awaken and Oxygen. Last 2 players, and they are ripped apart. 16-8. MOUZ NXT take it in 2-0 fashion. Blake, the victory on the first map definitely indicated that was going to be the case. And we saw that one-sided CT side that was ultimately able to eliminate OG Academy from the heroes of tomorrow.
Well, I think we've found our threat to Fnatic Rising once again. We mentioned it in that upper bracket semi-final game, the game between MOUZ and NXT, the game against Fnatic Rising, that it could still be the grand finalist. And after seeing a performance like that, I think Fnatic are one of the most feared competition in this event, and I think MOUZ and NXT are a close second.
I reckon they're going all the way at this particular stage. They are a massive threat. Even in the next match against Eternal Fire Academy, I reckon there's a good shout that they could take them down pretty handily with the way that they're playing right now, especially on that overpass. So, congratulations to all the MOUZ NXT side, of course. And now Coach Tobies is joining us in the commentary box. Welcome to you, my friend. Congrats on such a solid win on overpass. I want to start there on that map. Like, what is the affinity that gives you such confidence on overpass?
I think we have talked a lot about overpass in our theory session, about how we want to approach it. And of course, it's a bit different from opponent to opponent on how they're playing. And I think we're really good at adjusting our game plan every time we play a different opponent.
I wanted to ask about the stand-in for Shield as well. Knowing that he's only been here for a few games now, you're in the playoffs of the Academy League, you're now going into a lower bracket run, you put up a very good fight against Fnatic Rising. What's the complexion been like with him in the team?
I think it's been easier to play with him than some of the other players we have been trialing out. In terms of communication and just raw skill, he has a bit more of that. And he's just super easy to play with, like also a good team player. So right now it's looking really good, and yeah, just looking forward to the playoffs in both MistGames and also the We Play Academy, how far we can go.
Well, you guys have gone pretty far in this lower bracket as of right now, and very far against the OG Academy side, and a lot of that was down to a couple of key star roles from Jim Fat and Nexius, who we probably are going to rate as some of our MVPs for this tournament. Talk to me about what it's like working with those players, and now that you've had a lot of experience with them in their own roles, like, you know, how comfortable is it with them in this roster to get these victories on the board?
I think working with Jimmy for a couple of months now has been really efficient for both of us. Like he has something to contribute with, and I have something to contribute with, and there's also like the respect between us. And he's just a good boy that does a lot of good things on the server also. With Nexus, I get like the same vibes as I get with Sertion when he was in the team. He has the similar play style and the similar attitude towards the game. So I think it's just about a matter of time before he really accelerates with the setup he has now.
One of the things I've noticed on the city side on a lot of your maps is it's very positive, taking a lot of space, making a lot of info plays, always being on the front foot. Where has that come from against some of these teams? Is it more so the calling style that we're getting from Crimson? Is it maybe you trying to add it to the fold? Because it feels like you're always trying to see what's going on. You're always trying to play the percentage Counter-Strike.
Yeah, we kind of feel it out in practice and see what's working and what's not working. and playing this standard kind of CT side isn't working for us in the official, at least. So we always try to be dynamic and like you say, play this high percentage during the rounds. And some of the teams are easier to play against because they're a bit more obvious. And then you play, let's say, against Fnatic Rising, they're a bit harder to play against. So yeah, depending on the team we're playing, I think it looks way better than maybe, let's say, Fnatic Rising or some tougher opponent.
Well, for now, you've got a tough opponent in the next round. Eternal Fire proving themselves to be quite the firepower team that could potentially throw a bit of a spanner into the works for your own individual run. So talk to me about that next match. What do you got coming up for us in a couple of days' time?
Yeah, I think it's just about being ready from the first round because we know that they're really good aimers. And if I remember correctly, we played against them in the replays last season with the former squad, and they just out-aimed us in a lot of scenarios. So it's about shutting them down for this kind of, I'll call it phases style, and play on our strengths, like the team play style, rather than the individual skill, maybe.
Definitely a style that's gotten you quite far in this tournament. You're now in the lower bracket final, so congratulations to you for the 2-0 victory. Good luck going into that matchup, and hopefully we'll get to speak to you tomorrow. But until then, congratulations, mate.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
Oh, we certainly will, Dwayne. A 2-0 to close it out. They will be having a certainly nice night over on the MOUZ NXT side because look, it looked so dominant, mate. It really did from them, and I'm really excited to see them because I genuinely think they can make the run. I think they'll be able to beat out Eternal Fire. I imagine that Enter Academy will fall in that upper bracket final, and they'll be able to beat them in the consolation match as well. I can see a deep run here for MOUZ. I think I can see them in the grand finals again.
It's a likelihood. Again, I think from the outset of this tournament, we had Fnatic Rising as number 1, MOUZ NXT at number 2, and OG Academy at number 3. Now, knowing that OG Academy have gone 5th to 6th place in this event, you have to open up your eyes. Like, I know you are playing a MOUZ NXT side who you've struggled with in head-to-heads, and it's been a difficult affair in previous matchups, but you have to look at it from OG's perspective and say, this is another disappointing event. How many more disappointing events can we get from this team until something changes?
Well, I mean, I guess to add to that conversation real quick, Dwayne, we know we've been talking about what's missing. What's missing? Have we got anything better from this matchup to sort of decide on what is really missing?
Well, I think for a lot of the games, I've had to say the AW ping ability, but to be honest, I thought Awaken actually played fairly well in that series. I think it might just be like a core fundamental point of view. Looking at the way that they're trading off one another, looking at the way that they're taking space, it just doesn't feel like they're on the same page. I don't know if that is IGL and Coach. Is that IGL from IGL, Demented to Marex? So I could actually see an overhaul of the lineup. I know that previously for OG Academy, they took Shyke out, took Awaken in. I don't think one change is enough. I think an overhaul could be here for the lineup.
I reckon, just to play a little bit of theory, Croft, that they go shopping for a true IGL, right? Because I think that right now, Marex's best role is in as a star individual. He's proven that over the course of this tournament. Even as an IGL himself, he's had incredible numbers. And just to focus on himself being able to have that impact in the server, let somebody else take the mantle off of the idea of doing an IGL and give it on to somebody else. Maybe Dementor wasn't working out. Maybe that's the change they're going to make, get someone new in and refactor that. I don't think a complete overhaul is necessary because they have such great players on that roster, you know?
Yeah, they do. But at the same time, I don't think we've seen all of them on the more consistent basis. I think Sound and Marex have always been our number 1 and number 2 guys. I mean, just thinking about like the IGLs available out there, you've got Oxygen and Awaken. Do you bring Bubble over? Like, I know that he's more of a veteran player and you bring a lot of youth in there. Do you try and get like a core Bulgarian team, try and mix it in there with the international squads and bring someone that brings a lot of experience down? Because I think a few academy teams have seen that on occasion where you bring the likes of a Sophics in, you know, someone that's had tier 1 experience and try and help develop. Because for OG Academy, this is now coming close to 6 months since the project's formed, and this has just been disappointing event after disappointing event for them.
Well, what happens with OG is yet to be seen. What we do know is that it's Glory, MOUZ, NXT. Dweg, MVPs, name them.
I think you have to give an honorable mention to Nexius. I think he had some incredible rounds in this series overall. He was a player that had X-Factor potential. He was a player that could make something happen of nothing.
Yeah, and this is the perfect example of that right here, right? Here's Mac 10 playing over on this Inferno, which really set MOUZ NXT to get to their position, right? The kills, the headshots, and then the AWP recovered to a no-scope. Like, only someone with sheer confidence in this sort of fashion will pull a play off like this. And it wasn't just like this one round where he got insane stuff like this. He kept this up throughout the course of this map up and, of course, the course of the last map up as well. So just, yeah, definitely an honorable mention. Definitely goes towards Nexius. But who is the true MVP? It's, of course, Jim Fat. And I'm not too surprised.
Hey, he's a class act. He always is. I think he's now proved himself to be in the conversation, or at least the best player in the tournament. I think that he's able to bring it all. His multi-frags are incredible. His spray transfers are class. We know how much he's able to do in clutch situations. We saw it on pistols. I mean, just take Overpass as a prime example. First round of the game, he gets an ace. I think he's just a player that's got all of it. And to know that he's 16, to know that he's been a part of this team for coming up to about 10 months now, we're only seeing more from him. I think he's got an incredible career ahead of himself, and he's only been able to prove that event after event.
And even that with Nexius now playing back up to him, right? Get both players posting up incredible numbers. We might see that MVP start to swap as they try and play friendly one-upmanship within that team, which actually is going to be doing more to benefit MOUZ NXT in my eyes.
And the more that you get out of your players, the better it's going to be. You're going to get more results on the board. And for their sake, it's taking it series after series. I think this is the best win for them yet. We saw that 2-0 against Flames Ascent. We saw a close game against Fnatic Rising, not quite being able to get it over the line, and now get into the lower bracket. You try and look towards a lower bracket final and just take it one game to try and see if you can get back to that grand final again. Go for that deep run.
Well, with that one game now, we can officiate what the lower bracket now looks like. Eternal Fire and MOUZ NXT, part of the top 4 with Fnatic Rising and Enter Academy in the upper bracket finals as well. These two matches will be played out tomorrow to Dwayne, and we'll start things off with the Eternal Fire MOUZ elimination game with Fnatic Rising against Academy coming up a little bit later on. A slightly earlier start time of 2 p.m. CET, Dwayne, but certainly one that you want to get up for.
Oh, without a doubt you do. I think for Eternal Fire, they've been able to prove many people wrong in so many accounts. And yes, while it was a very good performance from MOUZ NXT, I don't think either of us can go into that series and say we are 100% sure that MOUZ NXT can win that game. You can't be. Not with the likes of what Eternal Fire have proved in this event so far.
Yeah, certainly these guys have proven themselves to be a wild squad with wild players and wild amounts of confidence that really could do some serious damage against MOUZ NXT. Toby's himself said it, we've got to take our own sort of stance in this one. We played against them, we got beaten by their aim, and then, well, they could end up getting beaten in this particular case. But whether they will get beaten is, of course, a question for tomorrow. For today, we are all done. Do I give me your closing thoughts on today's action?
I think just to keep an early sightline to that opening game, look at what Toby said. We need to be ready from round 1. I think that's where actual teams have come up trumps against the likes of Eternal Fire Academy, is that they haven't just been ready. They have not been able to adapt. So looking at that first game for MOUZ NXT, they're looking to go deep. Eternal Fire is looking to try and cause another upset. I think for Fnatic Rising, they've proved themselves to be incredibly solid. Even with Adam S, we're seeing more from him as the event rolls on. And for the likes of Enter Academy, it was an unlikely story for them to get into that position. Let's see if they can hold their weight.
We'll find all these. There. Wow. Okay, it's a hell of a day so far. We'll find the answers to all those questions and more tomorrow. Again, a slightly earlier start of 2 p.m. CET here for the MistGames Heroes of Tomorrow. For today, though, we bid you all adieu for the evening. We'll see you back here for the final few days of the tournament here for the Heroes of Tomorrow.